quarterfinals in the Aimchess US Rapid will be decided today. 18-year-old Alireza Firouzja with a huge performance yesterday. He won the first match against Wesley So. And Magnus Carlsen on fire. He also won his first match against Jan Christoph Duda. But we know there is something about these day twos in the knockout stage. Everything can change in an instant. So let's get ready for some action. Welcome to the Aimchess US Rapid. Wesley So with an applause, but he's gonna have to make a comeback today for more applause and to go through to the semifinals. Only 4 out of these 8 players will be in the semifinals of the Aimchess US Rapid. It's the final day of quarterfinals, you guys, and to take us through them, Women's Grandmaster and International Master Houska and Grandmaster David Howell. And first of all, David, how big of a surprise was it that Firouzja basically crushed Wesley So yesterday?
A big surprise, especially in context of the whole tour so far this season. Firouzja, he struggled a bit on the tour, not always getting through to the knockouts, but when he has, he's always lost in the quarterfinals. But Wesley, he's been supreme, been phenomenal, and that's why we're so surprised.
Yeah, and Ivanka, how do you rate Magnus Carlsen's performance so far in this tournament?
Oh, it was smooth, especially when I'm thinking about yesterday's match against Duda. I mean, his play was effortless, and it just looked like he had his type of position, and Duda was just quite frankly helpless. But you know, today is a critical day because it's that day 2, and we do know that Magnus Carlsen has struggled.
Exactly. Well, and Magnus Carlsen, he was looking for revenge yesterday, actually, after Jan Christoph Duda knocked him out of the World Cup about a month ago, and revenge is exactly what Magnus Carlsen got.
He has all of his army, all of his forces tied down defending a mere foot soldier, a mere pawn. Yeah, it's desperate times now for Duda.
Whoa, danger.
Yeah, but Magnus, he's really good at that kind of cold-blooded, just pure calculation. Okay, Jan Christoph, he's frowning there, but he's got 15 seconds. He needs a move. Duda just resigns, about to lose.
On the first day of the Aimchess US Rapid quarterfinals, rivals Magnus Carlsen and Jan Christoph Duda had an intense battle. Yeah,
Magnus, he's lost control. He was doing great just a few moves ago. Under 10 seconds now for Carlsen.
Okay, he's coming forward. Wow, this is getting really ropey right now. Okay, White King on the verge of getting checkmated.
Yeah,
but White, on the other hand, on the verge of promoting.
3 seconds.
Okay.
Gives another check, but Duda's lost control completely. Duda's body language means he's actually... Is he resigned to the fact that he's under big pressure now? He still needs to work hard to draw. I don't understand why he's leaning back. This is the moment to calculate still. Whoa, so much drama, but it ends in a draw.
The first game was very good. The second was a bit shaky, but I managed to save it, I think, quite nicely.
For the first time in the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour, Wesley So shocked the fans by losing the first match to Alireza Firouzja.
Wesley is hanging by a thread for black. The Black King super open right now. He's just given up his queen, Wesley So. He panicked. He thought he was getting checkmated, and he's given up his queen.
Oh, we have a result.
Whoa. Wesley gave up.
I was playing badly the whole tournament long, so kind of. But actually, I had some chances. Like, I shouldn't have lost the first game. That was very stupid.
The game was upside down, but okay, the end game, the time trouble, I managed to somehow get the win, and then yeah, it was up in the match, so it was pretty easy for me. So.
18-year-old Alireza Firouzja, he was the winner of the first match after only 3 games in that one. So David, is Wesley simply out of form here, or is it Firouzja playing fantastically? What are we seeing?
Yeah, it's a bit of both. Firouzja, he hasn't looked this good throughout the tour. He looks in the form of his life, actually, and meanwhile, Wesley So just not as energetic as we're used to seeing from him, making these really uncharacteristic blunders. So, yeah, it's going to be fascinating to see whether he can strike back.
And Magnus Carlsen, as well, was the winner of the first match after only 3 games against Jan Christoph Duda. So, Ivanka, was Magnus as dominant as it looks on paper here?
Yeah, that's the short answer. I mean, Magnus really got into those positions that he really enjoyed. He just played his smooth, effortless chess. And Duda just seemed to be floundering a little bit there. We'll see whether Duda can shake things up today.
And then Aronian, he won the first match against Mamadjaro 3-1. But what a match these two played. So, David, are you seeing chances for Mamadjaro today?
Mamadjaro definitely has his chances. As we see yesterday, it was all decisive chess. When these two meet, it's pure chaos. And that means that Mamadjaro will get some chances. It came down to the last few moves of the final game yesterday to decide that one. And if he continues fighting in that spirit, he'll definitely stand a chance.
Yep. And in that final quarterfinal, Artemiev was a big favorite against Lenia Dominguez-Perez. But the underdog, he took the first point, and it was only in the last moments of the final game that the Russian saved it to tie the match. And Ivanka, Vladislav Artemiev, he's going to think about the tour standings as well. What's happening there for him?
Well, he will be feeling the pressure because if he defeats Dominguez and makes it to the semi-finals, that's it. He's grabbed that final tour spot, and he's stolen that from Maxime Vachier-Lagrave.
Exactly. So it's a lot at stake for Artemiev today. And, well, if some players make comebacks or if Artemiev and Dominguez-Perez ties the second match again, then we're going to head into those tie breaks. And what will happen, David, if we do?
So if we do see tie breaks, and that is quite likely from at least one of these 4 matches, then we shorten the time and we go down to blitz. Tie breaks, they will be decided in the best of 2 blitz games, one with white, one with black for each player. That means only 5 minutes on the clock, gaining only 3 seconds after every move. If after those 2 blitz games it's 1-1, it'll be Armageddon chess. But we'll explain that when it comes.
All right. And we're not going to call it an epic fail. If either of these players are knocked out, we have super strong players, all of the 8 players left. But we're going to call it epic fails in the question of today.
Yes, we are asking. I think this one's quite a funny one because we are asking, what is your most epic fail? And if you want to enter our competition, you can tweet us by using the hashtag #ChessChamps, or you can go onto the Champions Chess Tour page on Instagram. You can post your answer there. And one lucky winner will win 3 months of Aimchess Premium and 1 year of Chess24 Premium membership. So share with us all those unlucky stories where things have gone dreadfully wrong.
And if not epic, it was a little bit of a fail, definitely surprisingly, when Anish Giri was knocked out in the preliminaries of the Aimchess US Rapid. But before he left us, we did confront him with the stats from Aimchess. And Anish perfectly explains why Magnus Carlsen, in some of the aspects in the game, has very low numbers compared to Wesley So.
Okay, so the opening, I think the thing is that the tool is catering for a large span of players. So all the top players get a very, very high opening percentage. If you would want to study only the top players, compare them to each other, you probably would have to adjust the way the opening is being calculated, right?
Yeah.
The capitalization of advantage, wow, Maxime is so high. Vidit, it's not surprising that he has such low advantage capitalization. I noticed in the tour, he has botched an insane amount of winning position, like an insane, more than other players, and that's visible here. That's very noticeable. Resourcefulness of Magnus is slightly unsurprisingly low, of course, because he loses more games in the tour than he used to. You'd expect from him to have that even higher. And let's see the accuracy, because I think Wesley So should have a sick accuracy. It's not that insane. Okay, I would. It's like mine. Okay.
But you actually have shared the highest accuracy with Wesley So.
Yeah, well, it's partly to do with the fact that very often we play relatively clear-cut positions. We go for clear-cut positions, so we don't always go for chaos. And when there's chaos, there's mutual mistakes. But then you both have low accuracy, you know. And chess is about having less mistakes than your opponent, not about having less mistakes than some other player in the tournament, right? So in that sense, the accuracy has to be taken with a grain of salt as well. So that to be kept. Like I imagine Firuza has horrible accuracy. Let me check. Yeah, it's 88. Duda also. The guys who are they're doing the smart fights. When you are doing a mud fight, then you have low accuracy. Their opponents in those games probably also had low accuracy very often.
Yeah.
My time management is Oh, Levon is very fast. Yeah, Levon is just very fast lately, extremely fast. So I guess that's why he is. Oh, and Maxim also sometimes has the streaks that he's just way too fast. That's why it's so high. You know, sometimes the time management, you think that it's good to be fast, but sometimes it's also maybe not ideal, you know? Sometimes it's good to take your time. That's also a thing.
Absolutely. So what's your impression, just looking at some of these numbers? Do you think it will help you to kind of figure out what to focus on? I
think this mostly confirms what I already knew more intuitively than with the hardcore numbers. It's one thing when you feel that it happens, the other when you see that there is, you know, there's a number there as well. So yeah, it's definitely helpful, but mostly it's confirming what I had already concluded and felt throughout the tour.
Aimchess has provided us with these very cool stats for the players in the tour and in this tournament. And Anish mentioned accuracy for Firouzja, David, but yesterday he must have been quite accurate.
He was very accurate yesterday, Firouzja, but these averages, they are taking over a huge amount of games. So if Wesley can get Firouzja into a bit of a wilder position, maybe his accuracy levels will be higher. We do see great opening stats for both sides, roughly the same advantage capitalization, so both converting winning positions quite well. Resourcefulness, both pretty decent, especially compared to Magnus Carlsen. Accuracy, Wesley ahead, but it is time management and endgame. That is where Wesley's chances will lie. So he needs to play quickly and ideally take the youngster, take Firouzja into some quieter positions, into some positions with maybe a bit less life, and that's where he can try and grind him down.
Wesley, he will have the white pieces in the first game. We will follow that game coming up in about 3 minutes. And Wesley, as we know, he has to make a comeback today to take it to tiebreaks. Alireza Firouzja, fantastic yesterday. And remember, everyone, if you as well want to get your games analyzed by David Howell live in the studio, you can head to, and if you are a Chess24 Premium member, you can head over to Chess24 Community. Leave a comment, and every day we choose a viewer that David analyzes live in the studio, and we'll figure out what day of the week you should and shouldn't play chess. It's important. All right, it's getting close. The first round of games is second day of quarterfinals. Let's head into the play zone. 8 players still left, but today 4 of them will leave us. 4 will go through to the semifinals. It's going to be Alireza Firouzja playing in France, facing Wesley So, sitting in St. Louis, he revealed to us yesterday. And he mentioned in the interview, David, he was feeling tired. He's been playing a lot. Yep. How important is it for a chess player to actually balance it out? Don't play too many tournaments. Actually rest as well.
It's essential. Chess, it's all in the brain, it's all in the mind, and therefore you need to be fully rested. You need to kind of also have this enthusiasm for the game, which sometimes does dwindle if you're feeling jaded. If you've played too much lately, it's hard to kind of get excited about each game. And for Wesley, not only has he played on the Champions Chess Tour, he's played some over-the-board tournaments. He's been traveling a lot to Europe, back again. And yeah, it definitely seems for him maybe a prolonged break is needed, at least just judging by his play yesterday. So Wesley, he just needs to summon all his remaining energy and leave it out there on the board today.
Can Alireza actually take advantage, if he actually saw the interview yesterday, actually being aware of Wesley feeling low on energy? Can he sort of take the games into something very spectacular?
Yes, that would be my advice.
Yeah.
Take Wesley So into that deep, dark forest of calculations and complications. And there you can trick Wesley, because the last thing you want to do when you're tired is actually play these messy positions. Yeah. So if I were Wesley, I would steer for those simple, straightforward, especially endgames where we saw that Wesley had a higher percentage. So keep it simple, Wesley.
Keep it simple.
And Firouzja, the opposite. So that normally means that you get fireworks.
I love it. And Wesley So has been fantastic in the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour, but their head-to-head scores on the tour, they equaled out yesterday, David.
Yeah, so this includes yesterday's first day of quarterfinals, and Firouzja, he's caught up. He was previously down a couple of points, and he has beaten Wesley 4 times. Wesley doesn't lose many games on the tour, so Firouzja has showed he is capable, and that's going to be in Wesley's mind. It's very difficult for any chess player to kind of break the ghosts of those previous defeats, and yeah, Firouzja, he's going to fancy his chances.
Now, Wesley, of course, he has to make a comeback to take it to tiebreaks, and it seems like Alireza is always described as an extremely fast player. Who will be the favorite if this goes to the Blitz tiebreaks?
Well, if it goes to the Blitz tiebreaks and to the Armageddon matches, I think might be Alireza Firouzja. You know, I've heard from David and I've seen it myself. Alireza spends a lot of time honing those very fast skills on the internet, so he would definitely be a favourite. But of course, you can't discount Wesley.
Yeah, he's won a few of these Blitz tiebreaks as well, Wesley. So
yeah, and if we get to Blitz, that will have meant that Wesley has won the Rapid portion beforehand, and that would give him some confidence. So if we do get to Blitz, if Wesley wins the Rapid, he'll be feeling on a high. And yeah, Firouzja is extremely quick, one of the best bullet players, one of the best 1-minute players in the world. But I think in the Blitz stage, at least before the Armageddon, that's where Wesley might fancy his chances.
And we are waiting for both Firouzja and Carlsen to enter the competition. It's going to be starting any second now. And Lenya Dominguez and Vladislav Artemiev, they tied the first match. If we have a winner in the match today, then that person will be in the semifinals. If they tie the second match, it will go to tiebreaks. In the other ones, Levon Aronian is in the lead after day one. Magnus Carlsen is in the lead after day one, and Alireza Firouzja is in the lead after day one. So the other players in those matches, they have to make comebacks to take it to those tiebreaks. Wesley So is making his first move.
Yep, so the game has started. It looks like Firouzja hasn't joined us with his camera yet. Hopefully we'll get that going quite soon. But we have, meanwhile, seen a couple of moves. White's brought his knight out, actually not occupying the centre yet with pawns. White is just kind of playing from the side. I call this a flank opening. I've played something very similar against Jovanka in the past with White. White is just trying to get some pieces out this last pawn push, getting ready to develop White's dark squared bishop out one square to a really long diagonal. And how will Firouzja deal with this? This is not mainline theory. It's still relatively well known, but this tends to be what Wesley chooses when he wants to avoid some real simplifications. He wants to avoid a kind of memory battle. He just wants to get a position, get a game going, and ask Firouzja some questions later. So here I expect Firouzja maybe to develop a bishop, maybe to push a pawn, but it's still very, very tense at the moment.
Okay. And we will, you see, the 3 other games have started as well. We will follow as many games, as many moves as we possibly can. But in this first one, we are so eager to see if Wesley, with the white pieces, is feeling more energetic today, if he can make that comeback. When I say that, he's making a yawn.
Yeah, it's difficult playing chess non-stop pretty much for the last couple of months now, Wesley. And yeah, I think he's got more chess ahead as well after this tournament. And then the tour finals as well later this month.
Wow.
But I'm pleased to see that, actually, he has definitely changed his opening approach. Yesterday, we saw Wesley willingly enter these mad complications, or mud fights, as Anish called them. And he ended up with bad positions, actually. And this kind of cost him time on the clock, and he had to fight very hard to extract himself out of them. But he didn't get out of these problems. And I'm thinking of the last game that they played, their game 3. Firouzja was in just complete control. Here, it's a different situation. Here, the game is quieter. It will be a little bit more about manoeuvring. One thing that White will often ask Black is, hey, if I capture your pawn in the centre, which way will you recapture?
Yeah, and I think we're going to see that question asked right now. Jovanka, White has captured the pawn in the centre, and Black recaptures with a pawn. So that's maybe the more strategic approach, just it's very principled, capturing, trying to occupy the centre with your pawns. Black could also have captured with a knight there, but that would lead to some crazy stuff. Actually, this whole opening line became very, very popular in 2016 due to the efforts of players like Sergei Karyakin, and then a few years later, Nepomniachtchi won a really nice game as well. So right now, I expect Wesley So to challenge those 2 black pawns in the centre. You have to fight for space. You can't allow your opponent to keep marching forward. There we go, White occupying the centre with his own pawns. And now, maybe we'll just see the White bishop develop. White is lagging behind slightly with his piece development. There we go. White's king needs to scoot off into the corner and get castled very quickly, if possible. And Alireza Firouzja, okay, he brings his knight to the centre. This is a very trendy option, and I studied this myself recently. This is basically Black's option to try and neutralise White's advantage immediately, to try and trade off as many pieces as possible. The knights looking at each other now. Black's knight's super strong for the moment, but later on we might well see some trades. And will White be able to keep enough imbalance in the position to claim an advantage? That's what Wesley has to try and do.
Yeah, and Wesley actually has a track record here in this position with the white pieces, because he played it in earlier on in the tour against Jan-Christoph Duda. It was in the Opera Euro Rapid, and in that particular game, White actually played pawn takes pawn, and Wesley won.
Okay.
So you will have fond memories here. So I can show you a few moves that happened there. So pawn takes pawn happened, and Duda, being an energetic player, actually developed the queen to put pressure.
Okay. He developed his queen in this direction. I was expecting a bishop move, so trying to create a pin here on this diagonal. White's knight can't move.
And after the white rook came 2 squares to protect the knight, then Duda really accelerated the play by actually developing the bishop to the square that David mentioned.
Okay, so maximum pressure on this piece.
Right. And
paralysed knight.
It looks like white might be struggling here, but Wesley did have the move knight blocking in to the centre.
Just to block this bishop.
Yep.
Yeah, and suddenly white's just about keeping everything defended right, keeping this knight defended by a rook and bishop, and it's still hard for black to fully neutralise white's extra pawn. It's just temporary, but it's annoying for black to go back and waste time recapturing it.
I must say, it did take Wesley 103 moves in that game to win, but he did.
Slow and steady wins the race.
Okay, so we could have a long game ahead of us. And just to remind everyone, it's all about getting to 2 points in the match today for Firouzja. If he does, he will be in the semi-finals. Wesley, so he needs to be at 2.5 points. And whenever, or if he reaches that, then we will head into tie breaks. All right, so it could be over after only 2 games. But that would mean Firouzja would have to win both of those games.
Yeah, and that means Firouzja, he has draw odds. I mean, if he draws all 4 games, he's through.
Yeah.
Sometimes, though, that, from my experience, it can lead to a bit of a negative mentality. If you think, OK, all I need is 2, then sometimes you don't take your chances when you have winning positions.
I mean, is that why we've seen it so many times on the second days of...
lots of comebacks.
Yeah, so many comebacks.
Yeah. It's important not to just play for 2 points, not just to play to draw today's match. It's important just to play normal chess.
Exactly.
It's hard to do when that result is always playing on your mind.
Because then suddenly it's like, if you think about your mindset and your composure, you become very tense and you become trying, like David said, you try to force the issue. You're looking for moves that immediately resolve the game. And maybe you're not actually acknowledging the needs of the position, because we do have this saying in chess, just do what needs to be done.
Yeah.
Look at the board. Yeah. Don't impose your will on it. And so Firouzja definitely will be feeling the pressure and the tension.
Yeah, and we saw this from him in the prelims, actually, Firouzja. In the final game of the preliminary stage, he played Anish Giri. Anish, as black, needed to win. Firouzja just played for a draw with white. He thought, OK, it's the last game. I'm not really playing for anything. So he tried to force a draw with white, but actually he got in big trouble doing that, even though it was an equal position, because he was taking really negative decisions. He was playing passively, just trying to trade off all the pieces, but worsening his position in the process. And that's one small kind of pitfall that Firouzja needs to avoid. He needs to continue playing his own active style, embracing that. OK, meanwhile, we did see not the same move that Jovanka mentioned Wesley has played in the past, no pawn trade. Instead, white castled the king away, and after black's bishop moved, the white knight has gone to the edge of the board. I've never seen this one before, I must admit. The white knight now doing a decent job. She is attacking a pawn towards the centre. If you look at black's pawn on the c5 square, there's a bit of pressure against that. But also the white knight in the corner, it is dropping back, potentially, and defending its own bishop. So white's bishop, dark square bishop, is protected. So there's no current pin on this long diagonal between the 2 dark squared bishops. White's knight, it looks superficial, but it's doing a decent job. And Wesley maybe just hoping that now Firouzja will take that plunge and will go for all these trades in the centre of the board. For example, black can start with taking white's central pawn, and lots of pieces might get traded off, and I think that would only favour white.
Yeah, that is an alternative for the black pieces. I'm just checking my database. Around about 50 times this position has been reached, and the main move is actually to play what Firouzja has just played, which is to develop the light squared bishop. And once that happens, again, white has a choice. He can kick back the bishop by attacking it with a pawn. He can also... Oh, there he goes. I was just going to say, he can also move his rook on the left, move it 2 squares, and just ask black to clarify the situation in the centre.
So, interesting moment. And Firouzja does decide to simplify the position, does decide to initiate this series of trades. We've seen bishop takes knight. And now, OK, Wesley's pausing. Most players, most humans, would automatically just play bishop takes bishop, keep white's pawn structure intact here. But maybe he's considering recapturing that bishop with the pawn. You don't normally want to do that. You don't want to weaken your own king, double your own pawns. But it seems like Wesley is considering that. Why else would you pause here for 30 seconds?
You would take against the center, though.
You would? Yes, this is true.
Yes. I've heard you should always take with your pawn into the center.
Yes.
Yeah.
If you have an option of 2 pawns, for example. Here, because queens are on the board, maybe you don't want to open up the white king too much.
Yes, and I don't think I would be brave to take that bishop with my pawn, because it does mean that my king, the white king, is a little bit exposed, a little bit vulnerable. I feel it's a little bit more natural, and the hand would, my hand certainly would automatically just capture that bishop with my own bishop.
Yeah, taking with a pawn, though, is maybe the most ambitious move in the position. Actually, we've got to check this out, because Wesley, clearly, he's considering this. He's contemplating taking huge risks because he needs to win today's match. And to take with the pawn, as Jovanka mentioned, most of us, myself included, we would automatically play bishop takes bishop. The white king is super safe. It's really nice and harmonious. The only issue is that after black trades in the centre, after pawn takes pawn, maybe white recapturing, now the pawn structure is pretty much symmetrical. These pawns in the centre, they just completely balance each other out. Now white's knight on the edge of the board looks a bit silly unless it's able to jump into the centre later. This position just feels completely level. I think nothing to get excited about for white here. So maybe Wesley, in knowledge of this position being equal, thinks, OK, it's time to take risks. And if he does take with the pawn, that means, yes, the white king is a bit open, a bit exposed potentially. Yes, you have doubled pawns, but the big pro here, the big positive, is that you are hitting the black knight. And once the black knight moves, now you do have the option of capturing this pawn with your knight. So you would temporarily go up a pawn, and if black tries to win the pawn back with knight takes pawn, check, then you simply step forward with your king, kick this knight away, and say that, OK, my king is a bit open, but if I can bring pieces around to defend it, then I have a great position with white. You have a really nice knight, you have a really kind of nice protected pawn centre, and you also have the 2 bishops with white. I think here black would have to take some drastic measures in order to balance things out. Long term, white is simply winning. So this would lead to real chaos. Yeah,
that's a kind of a thug life move, to capturing that bishop with a pawn. I mean, I feel like the bishop takes bishop is a little bit more fine, connoisseur-like. But I do like it. I like the line that you showed there, David. Gutsy move. And I'd like to share with you one answer to our quiz of the day, where we're asking, what is your most epic fail? We've all been there. And Cash says earlier this year they bought everything ranging from yoga mat to protein bars and powder. Also, they got gym membership, but they never went for a single day. Oh, yeah. I consider this my epic fail. I have to say, I've been there, done that. Absolutely have. I remember, happened to me, I signed up for gym membership, and literally 1 week later, I broke my ankle walking to the gym. I wasn't even like doing anything.
That's pretty epic.
Yeah, that is pretty epic.
and I remember my mum would lie and she would tell everyone, no, she broke her ankle skiing. I was like, no. Just on a stroll to the gym.
Well, it's never too late, though, with the gym. And my tip is start running outside instead. So much better with the fresh air.
Yeah.
I like that.
Meanwhile, we do have to identify that really brave move that David highlighted, the one that showed true grit on the board. Wesley, wow, impressive.
Yeah. Impressive courage there, for sure, by Wesley. And now the onus, the burden is on Firouzja. How to retreat that black knight. You have to move it away from the centre of the board. OK, he does step back in the direction I showed. He's going towards the white king, maybe. But long-term now, white is doing great. If white brings the knight from the side of the board and captures a black pawn, it's up to Firouzja. He has to attack the white king, and he has to do it urgently. If you can't checkmate that white king, pretty much, or if you can't build up some sort of assault against it, then you're just going to be suffering forever as black. So the stakes, the computer says 0.0, but the stakes are extremely high right now. One slip by black, and it could be a disaster. One slip by white, and white's king might get checkmated. And yeah, this one is really heating up. Jovanka, has this ever been played before, this position?
It has been played before, but not that knight move, believe it or not.
Wow, OK.
There was actually another option on the board where black could have actually sacrificed a piece. So, OK, I'm taking a look at it. It has been analysed, and knight takes pawn has also been analysed. And now the main response is knight takes pawn.
Yeah.
Grab it.
So, yeah, white does have this one lone pawn on the h3 square that can be snacked upon by the black knight. It's the most obvious move in the position, but the follow-up is maybe what Firouzja is trying to work out right now. So black's knight, I mean, you're a pawn down as black. You simply have to do something. So it can just go and take that pawn on h3. Give check, force the white king out into the open. For white, one thing he would love to do, actually, Wesley So, is lift up the white king, then maybe shift across the white rook and just find a safe haven for the king later on.
Get this, David. Can I just show you one amazing line that the computer has highlighted?
Okay. Enlighten us, Ivanka.
Okay, so the main line that's been analysed is knight takes pawn.
Okay.
Most natural move. And the white king will step forward, 1 square, attacking the knight. And you think, hey, it's very natural for the knight to retreat. In actual fact, the best move is actually just to take the pawn with the bishop.
Wow. So sacrificing this bishop, actually, in order to create an opening for the black queen and just getting this bishop out of the way. So bishop takes pawn.
Yeah.
Actually, black has 2 pieces you can capture right now. Most likely, though, you'll take the bishop. This is the most powerful piece. So say, for example, I take it with my bishop.
Yeah.
What's the follow-up?
OK, the follow-up is just simply to come out with the queen and give a check.
Wow. Giving up a second piece. White's king attacked.
Yeah.
OK, we might well see this line because white's king will take the knight and then we will just see a perpetual check forever. The white king under fire and... OK. There's no way to escape all these checks. The black queen is just going to dance around and pretty much trap the white king. Not checkmate, there's only a queen, so there's no way to kind of deliver that final blow, but white's king can't escape either, and this would end in a repetition of moves and a draw. So in the current position, this is the move we're looking out for. If bishop takes pawn, Firouzja should secure the draw by force. Wow, key moment. If he retreats with the knight, I think it's just a step in the wrong direction.
That is totally... completely wrong, David. You don't want to be doing that. White would be much, much better. There are only 2 moves to stay in the game. First of all, that bishop sacrifice that we saw. And the second move is actually maybe the one that Firouzja will play, which is actually just to step forward with his pawn, attacking the knight. No,
OK, we're actually seeing this line. So in this position, we did see bishop takes pawn and the black queen has jumped out and we're about to see a result. Look at this. There's no way on the board for the white king to escape from these checks. It's just inevitable. A draw is about to be agreed. And there we go. The position is just repeating itself back and forth. And it's a draw. A great result for Firouzja.
Yeah. Wow. With the black pieces, game 1, a draw for Alireza Firouzja, and with the white pieces, a draw. That was not what Wesley So wanted in this game.
No, certainly not with the white pieces because, you know, he was really in the mood for some action. And, well, what can we say? Firouzja successfully neutralised any white attack.
Should we take a look at it, David? I mean, obviously, Wesley wanted a win in this game. Where did he fail to get that?
Yeah, I think it was just maybe a bad choice of opening, actually. I quite liked it. I thought, OK, it's not the most common opening. It's never actually been played before, this exact position, even though it has been analysed. But it seemed that Firouzja, he knew his stuff. Maybe he was one of the people who has analysed this at home. And just because the end happened quite quickly, I just want to show this key moment. And this is why sometimes in chess, we don't actually need to retreat pieces that are attacked. Sometimes it's more about bringing other pieces into the game, especially when your opponent has a weak, exposed king. And this is where Firouzja secured the draw. He got his bishop out the way. That is the key. He needs his queen to activate along this diagonal, and therefore you need to sacrifice. It's all about speed. And if black retreated his knight, white has the momentum. White would press forward. So he gave up his bishop, and once white recaptured, he simply leaped out with his queen. And some viewers at home might be wondering, OK, yes, white took the knight, but then there's no shelter for the white king anymore. What if you try to hide behind the knight? But this would have been very dangerous, just too dangerous, because the black queen and knight would actually team up together and try to go after this white king. That meant that after the king took the knight, we saw a check and another check and so on. It was just a draw.
All right, not the result Wesley So needed. He still has to win a game to take that one to tiebreaks. And the situation is the same for Jan-Christoph Duda. He lost the first match yesterday to Magnus Carlsen. He has the white pieces now in the first game, and he's going to be looking for a win at some point, and preferably in this one to take it to tiebreaks. Are you seeing chances for the Polish 23-year-old, David?
Definitely. There's chances for both sides in this position. It's the opposite of that Wesley So game, which kind of the critical moment in that Wesley So against Firouzja game. It happened really quickly in the opening. Some really crazy tactics. A check, 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 and a draw. This one, it's none of that. It's just slowly manoeuvring. And if you look at all the pawns, there's only been one trade of pawns. There's only one open line in the position. That's the H line. So in the corner there, for black's rook. Everything else, though, is pretty blocked up. Usually that favours the side with knights. That's why I slightly prefer white's position, because white has these 2 knights which can hop around later and manoeuvre around. Black, meanwhile, has bishops which can get blocked in. But no real weaknesses in Black's camp. So Black is extremely solid as well. And I must admit, I've seen Magnus play these positions with White and Black. It's just so mind-boggling to watch. He always finds the best manoeuvres, always seems to place his pieces on the best squares. And I like Duda's position. I slightly prefer White, but if I was playing Magnus, I would be terrified. Magnus is the master of manoeuvring.
Yeah, and his last move has... I like the last move that Magnus played, where he's retreated his bishop from doing nothing, and he's moved it to an open diagonal, and I just wonder whether he has any other intentions with that move. So, I mean, I'm just thinking, hey, the queen and the bishop are lined up. Is this time for some pawn pushes? I mean, or is Black even threatening to push a pawn on the right? Okay, well, is Duda the one who's closing down the light squares?
Yeah, interesting. So this last pawn push, it has blunted the effect of the Black queen and the Black light squared bishop. They're diagonal, now completely blocked by pawns, but it is committal. If you look at White's pawn in the centre now on the d3 square, that pawn is a bit of a backward pawn, but it doesn't really want to move forward now because it's stuck as a defensive pawn. And if you have a backward pawn in any position in chess, it means you have a potential weakness, a potential target for your opponent's pieces later on in the game. And maybe we can just highlight this. I think Magnus has a long-term plan now, and this is the backward pawn I was talking about, this pawn here, sorry. And if it's never able to advance, Black can actually lock it down right now. He doesn't do this yet, but if at some point Black pushes this pawn forward, look at this guy, it can never, ever advance forward, and this square is just too well covered by the Black pieces. That means this pawn is stuck here forever, and later on, Black can even try and manoeuvre a knight round to sit in front of it. If you can sit a knight in front of a backward pawn, that's the dream pretty much.
Yeah.
But more than that, you could also start lining up the rooks eventually against this one pawn. So Magnus, he didn't start with this move. Instead, he prepared it. He pushed this pawn forward, maybe just creating a hiding space for his king. Also, just waiting for the right moment to push this pawn. And I don't see White's plan necessarily. Black now does, as I mentioned, have ways to try and build up against this poor pawn. But meanwhile, White, if you can't push it forward, which you can't right now, because the Black queen and bishop would snack on this pawn. And if you can't do that, then long-term suffering, I think. So I don't like that decision from Duda too much.
And it seems to be dramatic in the first game between Mamedyarov and Aronian. Aronian won the first match. Mamedyarov has to win a game today to take it to tiebreaks, and the bar is all the way over to live on Aronian's side in the first game here with the Black pieces. Seems to be a good start for the players with the Black pieces here today.
Yes. I'm not surprised that the game between Aronian and Mamedyarov is already quite wild.
Wow.
While Magnus and Duda are battling it out in the manoeuvring stakes. I agree with you there, David. I love the move that Magnus has played, you know, that small little pawn move. And it's just kind of very clear in his intentions. He actually wants to push that pawn one square forward. He just does it in a controlled manner. And, OK, we have a move from Duda. He's now just moved his knight out of the way. I mean, where is this knight going? Because, if Duda ever had any intentions of breaking forward, picking up his pawn on f2, pushing it 2 squares forward, it's not happening. You know, the position is totally locked down, but I mean...
I'm surprised by that, Jovanka, because Magnus has allowed this move.
Yeah,
this is White's only possible pawn push. His only active plan for the rest of the game is to push this pawn now. As I showed, if Black had pushed a pawn and stopped this move, White was completely passive. White had nothing to do. White would just be sat doing nothing, manoeuvring around, and Black could improve his pieces. But
so what is that? Was it a lapse in concentration from Magnus?
For me, it feels that way. He's allowed this pawn push, and some viewers at home might be wondering, OK, why can't Black capture? We're going to find out the answer. Magnus has indeed just captured the pawn. But now things are really livening up, and maybe this will turn in Magnus's favour, but it feels like an unnecessary gamble. Suddenly, he is actually offering up a pawn for free. White's knight has just gone and taken a pawn. And look at this from Magnus. He didn't even see that this pawn was hanging. I thought this was part of his plan, a sacrifice. But no, he's just blundered a pawn for free. And not only is that a pawn, but that white knight now is super strong. It can go and take another pawn. It was just a moment of madness from Magnus. It was just a moment of chess blindness. We all have this occasionally, kind of a blind spot that we don't notice, and he just dropped a pawn for free.
Well, he's definitely giving it away. He did not see that.
No poker face.
Yeah, no poker face.
Yeah. But somehow it doesn't feel like Black's position is that critical, even though he's dropped potentially 2 pawns. Because I'm just taking a look at, there were consequences, and the big consequence is that lines have been opened for the bishops to work their magic. And
black does have a threat in the position. Black's dark square bishop is now hitting white's rook on the g3 square. So, yeah, as you mentioned, black's pieces are open up. There are worse ways to blunder. And actually, I was surprised by Magnus's reaction because I thought this was part of his plan. I thought his idea was to just open things up and say, OK, I've got bishops. They're happy now. But no, you could tell in his reaction he did miss that.
I have a word for those kind of situations. Happy accidents.
Yeah. Lucky blunder.
Exactly.
OK, so white's rook, it was under fire from black's dark square bishop, so it's gone back to a safe square. And white's a pawn up. It's not necessarily the worst pawn to drop as well for black. So where white's knight is sitting right now, it was just occupied by a double pawn. So if any pawn was to drop, you probably want to give up a double pawn, not a healthy pawn. And, OK, will Duda be able to coordinate his pieces in time? Or does Magnus have something now to destabilise white, to kind of lash out, get those bishops really nice and active? I don't see it yet. Black still has this problem of his pawn actually on the a7 square being attacked by white's knight. White's knight is threatening to go and take a pawn with check. It couldn't have done that last move. It would have been too greedy because white's rook was under fire. So now it is a threat. And that's why black moves his king, defends a pawn, and attacks the white knight, forcing it back.
And Duda retreats his knight to attack the queen. Queen steps forward. And, OK, what is the plan for Duda? I mean, I would be tempted to... I feel like the white's knights are not working very well. I mean, I'm just looking at that knight situated on the second row. Could be better. So therefore, I would be inclined to maybe stabilise the pawn structure a little bit, so I could just utilise my knights.
Yeah, that white knight on the second row, it is just playing a purely defensive job, right? It's defending the e4 pawn, and so I guess you want to push and defend that, link up all your pawns on light squares. White lacks a light squared bishop. Why not control those light squares with pawns? That makes a lot of sense, Ivanka. I think that's quite likely the move we'll see.
Another move that I'm thinking of is actually just to pick up my knight on d4, which is looking very nice and central, and just to use it to attack a bishop.
OK, interesting. Should we check that out?
Well, maybe.
So we mentioned that this move, pushing a pawn forward, just protecting everything nice and safe.
OK,
your other move was the one played. This looks healthy to me. Now, once you've defended this pawn, you've freed up this knight. It's no longer passive. It can jump away again. And instead, however, Duda brought his knight forward, as you mentioned, maybe trying to trade pieces. He's a pawn up now. Any trades would help. But Magnus says, OK, you can trade, but it's a bishop trade, no knight for bishop trade. And now if white does take, actually, this only helps black's pieces spring to life. Black would take with his knight, and suddenly a lot of pressure on the central pawn, and 3 pieces attacking it right now. So I don't think Duda wants to take this piece yet. He has to do it on his own terms. Is now the moment maybe to push forward, protect this pawn, give it some extra protection?
I think so. Yeah. I think so. OK,
he's done it.
He's done it.
Yeah. This has allowed maybe black to try and get active with the rook. We talk about the 7th rank, but here the 2nd rank is potentially an entry point for black's pieces. This rook, now, if it does jump in, it is supported by the black queen, so you can't capture it with white. You have to deal with a threat against your queen. Maybe you have to run away, or maybe you can block. But I don't see any of that active move for black if he doesn't bring his rook in now. I don't really want to trade yet, because actually this only helps white kind of relocate his knight, control some central squares. If this bishop doesn't come to life as well, if it gets completely blocked up, then I like the knights. I prefer the knights over the bishop.
Yeah.
So, OK, critical moment for Magnus Carlsen to justify his pawn deficit. In this position, to justify his pawn deficit. I think the move he should play, OK, is to bring his rook in. But no, he trades pieces.
He trades pieces, and, well, knight takes bishop.
Knight takes bishop.
Looks to me the most logical move on the board.
Yeah, Magnus's idea must be to bring his knight into the game.
OK, it's been played. And I agree with you there. Just move the knight. The knight is a little bit loose. It's undefended, and it is certainly the piece that I could do with improving. Yeah. And I don't think black has any big strategical ideas at the minute. It's just a case-by-case situation where you just improve your piece little by little.
Yep, and potentially some threats incoming for black if the circumstances allow. Black's knight, once it jumps forward, does have ideas of going towards the white king, maybe.
Yeah.
So, OK, still a pawn down for black. Long term, black is busted, but short term, black is doing pretty well. especially loving the black queen right now. Active, fantastic square, nice outpost.
Yep.
There we go. Magnus does improve his knight.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, if we hadn't seen that facial reaction, if Magnus goes on to win this game, he could have bluffed us in the interview. He could have been like, yeah, I sacrificed a pawn. It worked out perfectly. But now we know this, he's making it work, though. That's what the world champion, that's why he's world champion, and that's what the top players do. We all blunder, we're all human, but we just have to make the best of it when those blunders occur.
Exactly. I remember once I was doing some commentary in some Mind Sports Olympiad, and there we didn't see the players' reactions, so we were like, oh, look, White has blundered a pawn. And then it became, oh, maybe, is it a blunder? and then it worked out so well, we thought, actually, maybe this is a really fine positional sacrifice. So it's really important with player cams.
Was that when Black gave up a pawn?
Yeah, it was
Jones against Gelfand.
That's right, yeah.
Okay. I remember the game.
Yeah.
Instructive sacrifice.
Yeah, but was it a sacrifice?
I think so.
Yeah. OK, we weren't sure. We were like, we were taking bets.
OK. I think I read an interview with Gelfand where he said it was.
But people tend to do that on the retrospect. They, you know, chess players, we're very proud and we don't like to show weakness. And so you'll often catch us going, yes, all planned. I saw it way in advance, and when in reality, it was, I didn't see that one. Oh, my God, thank God. It's OK. OK.
Wow.
Duda takes a step with his king to the corner. I'm really surprised by that move because, you know, it does look like maybe the white king is headed to safety, but I'm worried that it's on the same diagonal as the black queen.
Yeah.
And
I think his idea, Jovanka, is actually not necessarily to improve the white king, but to create a square for white's knight on the second row to drop back to. I think white's knight on the second row actually wants to use the square that the king was previously occupying and then reroute itself towards the centre. That's... If it works, it's really sophisticated and really nice, but as you mentioned, it's super slow. That white king temporarily not happy on this diagonal, and Magnus, he'll try and pounce, he'll try and create some direct threats within the next 2-3 moves before white's able to kind of reconfigure the knights. And, OK, just brings his rook to challenge this open D line. OK, surely Jan-Krzysztof Duda, he needs to improve his knights right now. Simply what else? His knights are just a bit congested, a bit clogged up.
And Levon Aronian, he has won game 1 against Mamedyarov. Aronian, he won the first match. And that means this quarterfinal match can actually be over in the next game if Levon wins that one. Shakhriyar, the pressure is definitely on for him.
Yeah, he's 1 point away from getting eliminated. Yeah. And there goes any dreams of qualifying for that tour final.
Right.
Because he basically needs to win the tournament.
Yep.
But there is some kind of freedom, actually, in playing chess when you're on the brink of defeat. Because you kind of get a bit reckless and you think, well, let's see what I'm made of.
Usually gives us very entertaining games.
I know.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we can guarantee that in the next battle between those two giants, Aronian and Mamedyarov is just going to throw everything.
And of course we're going to follow that. So when this one finishes, we're going to analyze and then we're going to head into game 2 between Mamedyarov and Aronian, and it will start in, I think, around 12 minutes.
Now, I was thinking about Duda's plan, David. It just seems really clumsy and slow. I mean, does he have time to actually move his knight to the bottom row?
Back to the B1 square.
Yeah. I don't like it. I mean,
it's the type of move I would play in blitz and just kind of cross my fingers and say, OK, don't checkmate me, I'm just going to remaneuver. And if you get time, then it's great for white, but it looks like Duda, he's pausing. He doesn't know where to put his knights.
Well, the thing is, he probably should be moving his knight somewhere because Black's next move could be picking up the knight and doing a deep dive into the white position by moving it to the D3 square, and hey, suddenly we start threatening checkmate, and that is a very scary thought. So, OK, so let's just analyse.
So, for example, the reason we thought maybe white's king is shuffled away to the corner, there's no other explanation other than maybe using that square for the white knight. But here, the problem is maybe that the black rook is going to come in and try and conquer the second row, and the knight's gone in the other direction. Wow, that is inconsistent. He's brought his knight back. So the plus side is that you cover this square, so there's no entry for the black rook in the corner. But what are you doing after rook takes rook? You've broken the connection between your two rooks. This rook now is just offside. It's just stranded on the wrong flank. And I don't really know here. Is white going to take back with his knight, with his queen? What do you think, Jovanka? Because if you take with the queen, it feels it feels so loose somehow. All black needs to do is add another attacker to this pawn and it's going to be checkmate. Maybe you can start by pushing your own pawn forward and using this as a bit of a battering ram.
Yeah.
White's pieces are just clumsy here.
Okay, and
Magnus has played this immediately, actually. Same idea. He didn't trade rooks yet. He just pushes this pawn, and this pawn is destined to march forward and trying to combine with the queen on this diagonal.
Classy move there. You know, he just keeps building up on the tension, and I love the move. And the plan that you suggested even more, just advance the A-pawn as far as it can go. And suddenly, that king move has had a huge butterfly effect on the position.
Yeah. White just lost a move, shuffling his king into the corner, and it's probably on a much worse square than it previously was. So, yeah, Duda living to regret his previous decisions.
And if White even tries to block out this pawn by saying, hey, I will advance my own pawn one square forward, well, then that just concedes lots and lots of squares, especially the b3 square for the knight. You don't want to be doing that.
Yeah,
okay,
let's go back to Duda because it's getting desperate for him with 1 minute on the clock. Magnus is turning the screw, upping the pressure. OK, you can tell on Duda's face, he is not happy. The last 10 moves, ever since he won that pawn, they've all gone in black's favour. And look at this black pawn, this battering ram, the A-pawn. Anna the A-pawn?
Yep.
What's her name?
Yeah, Anna.
Anna the A-pawn, it's marching down, and in combination with the black queen, some serious threats now already. I don't see how Duda's stopping this pawn from marching one square further forward.
Okay.
He gets his king back out of the diagonal, out of the eye line of the black queen, but Magnus insists this black pawn is destabilising the white position completely, and too many holes now in White's half.
And there's a serious checkmating idea on the position. You know, that pawn and the queen, they're coordinating so beautifully so that the queen can come in and deliver checkmate on the b2 square. It's not possible right now, but you mark my words, it will be a dominant theme.
Yeah, so White's queen is defending the second rank right now, but the rest of her pieces, the rest of Duda's pieces, they're just not working. If you look at the right side of the board, White has a knight and rook just not contributing to the real battle. And
David, you got 30 seconds.
30 seconds.
To come up with a move for White.
What
would you play?
I would probably push that pawn one square forward, the pawn that is attacked on the b2 square.
OK.
But I think I see some pretty bad consequences there already. So I just don't see anything else. Simply, what else can White do? He brings his knight into the centre. Duda's not normally quite good at negotiating these types of really difficult positions, but with 20 seconds against a world champion, when you're under a fierce attack, I mean, for example, Black right now can just push a pawn to destabilise White's knight in the centre.
That's nice.
What other moves, Ivanka?
Yeah, I was thinking the knight can now actually jump in to a square that looks a bit, it's undefended, to the d3 square. OK, maybe you can go the other way, so Black's knight can also go to the left, to the a4 square, but this is the most natural move, kick away White's best piece. That white piece is just holding everything together, blocking the D line, so why not just remove it? OK.
Force it back.
The white knight has to move.
Duda's slapping his own head there. He's not happy at all.
4 seconds left, 3. OK, he goes back to where it came from.
But that's an admission of defeat. He's basically just lost 2 moves there, Duda. He's so devastated now. Black has... Black's spoilt for choice.
The move that I would really love to play is actually to move my knight from the c5 square and put it on a4 and just keep upping the pressure on that b2 pawn. Because if you try to push that pawn forward, my knight's going to come to c3 and it's going to be a deadly check.
Yeah, all you need to do is add one more piece to the attack. Black's queen and Black's pawn are fantastic, doing a great job. You can't improve them. You don't necessarily want to capture on b2 now. Because that would just lead to simplifications. So don't rush, just improve a piece. And it's your move, Ivanka.
Yes.
The knight joins the attack. The queen and knight combo, just devastating.
Yes, and now knight takes pawn. So now Magnus has recovered the pawn that he sacrificed earlier. OK, but Duda is trying. He's pushing his pawn forward and trying to initiate chaos.
Yeah, he's just trying to make a mess. Just trying to make a mess. But that black knight, for example, can go back where it came from.
Also, there's a new avenue for attack. Now the light squares have been opened, so...
Black's bishop now much happier than it was.
Exactly, and Duda shaking his head.
Yeah.
And the great thing about Magnus's position, as well as the actual on the board, is actually he's got lots and lots of time. Yeah,
lots of time, and he uses a move there to attack White's knight. I'm slightly surprised.
But maybe he's going to step back with his queen, line up the queen and the bishop, and then...
OK, that would be classy.
Light square domination.
Classy, Ivanka, yeah.
Oh, but maybe there's... No, I think it's still good.
It looks very, very strong. So black's queen, we're expecting it to just step back one square on this diagonal with its bishop, and white's remaining pawn on their left side next to the white king. That's just dropping. I don't think you can stop it being captured.
No.
Without giving up some material. And, OK, that's one pleasant option. Magnus could, I don't know, just capture... OK, he capture a pawn, keep things nice and simple.
And still the threat is in the air of retreating the queen, lining her up with the bishop. Another option is just to retreat the knight. No, yeah, you can retreat the knight. And, again, spoilt for choice. All you need to do is clear open the lines in the white king. And,
White's knights are stuck defending each other. The only piece he could... The white queen stuck defending. The only piece he could move was the white rook. That takes a long, long time to get into the game. And now Magnus, he has a move or two to create some deadly threats. And Ivanka, your idea, I think it's imminent.
Yes.
I think it's about to land on the board.
Yeah.
And Duda, going down with white in the first game, that would be a huge uphill struggle. He'll be in the same situation as Mamedyarov, pretty much, in must-win territory already pretty soon. And there we go. Your move again, Ivanka. Look at the queen and bishop, teamwork. And they're lined up against the same pawn on A2. That white pawn is dropping. You just simply can't block that diagonal unless you give up a knight. And Duda has done that. Desperation now.
Yeah, with 7 seconds left on the clock for Duda.
Yeah.
I mean, it was that move or you resign. So you might as well flick in a confusing move for the opponent, but the knight can simply be captured.
OK. OK, well, this is a little bit tricky to handle. After all, the black king is unprotected.
Yeah, I think, fortunately for Magnus, the black queen can bring itself across and block any potential checks. Yeah, the black king looks open, but there's no way for the knight to jump towards the black king because the black rook on the D line cuts off any potential entry squares for the white knight. And 4 seconds for Duda.
3 seconds, and there's a choice between giving a check or resigning, and he chooses to resign.
Wow. Look at Magnus raising his eyebrows. Maybe getting a little bit lucky there, but fantastic play by the world champion. And what a result, a win in the first game with the black pieces. Means he only needs another win and he's going to be in the semi-finals. All right, David, we should definitely take a look at this. What happened?
Yeah, and Duda, he was the architect of his own downfall in this one. He won a pawn, as we mentioned. Magnus blundered a pawn, but it turned out quite well for black. And here, black has a very active position, especially these two pieces on great squares. And this is where Duda took a timeout, put his king on a terrible diagonal. He just brought his king to the corner. But this was in the eye line of the black queen. And Magnus just, with glee, rubbed his hands and said, OK, I'm going to start attacking that king. And as we saw at the end, that worked out. Black won a piece and then the game. Instead of this, Duda has options. He could, for example, try and remove one of the opponent's strongest pieces. Black has a strong knight. Why not exchange it off? So he could bring his knight to the side, for example, try and trade off black's knight. If he wanted to be super safe, he could have even brought his knight to the centre of the board, just block the bishop, just placing his pieces on good squares. Nice, simple chess. Lots and lots of options for Duda, but he went for the wrong plan and was punished for it. That's just a lesson for everyone. Don't put your king in the eye line of your opponent's queen.
Coming up in about 3 minutes, game 2 between Levon Aronian and Shakhriyar Mamedyarov. And if Levon wins this game, he's going to be ready for the semi-final. All right, yeah, look at that. 3 minutes until it starts, and I'm wondering if we have results from the first games in the second quarterfinal matches. Here they are. All right, so Lenya Dominguez and Vladislav Artemiev, they played a draw. So this one right now is the one that is most likely to go to tiebreaks because they tied the first match as well. Wesley So, Alireza Firouzja, a draw. Wesley So still needs to win today to take it to tiebreaks. Levon Aronian only needs a win to be in the semi-finals, and same situation for Magnus Carlsen. A win in the next game or any of the other games today, he's going to be in the semi-finals. And this is the Aimchess US Rapid. Let's take a look at some head-to-head scores. Yeah, Aimchess, a great tool to improve your chess. They have provided us with these stats. And what is it looking like between Aronian and Mamadjarov, David?
It's looking pretty close, actually, on most of these numbers. Here we see in the opening stage, they're both great. Maybe not as good as some of the other players in the tournament.
Some blunders.
Yeah, some blunders in the opening. We're used to seeing 100% for most of these elite grandmasters. Meanwhile, advantage capitalization, both pretty good. Mamadjarov slightly ahead. Resourcefulness, this is one of the big differentials, the big differences between the two players. Aronian saving 38% of positions where he's got a decisive disadvantage. Really, really tenacious there. Tenacious defender, Aronian, but Mamadjarov only 14%. That's pretty low for this level. Both players quite accurate in general. Time management, Aronian a bit quicker than Mamadjarov, and endgames a bit better there as well. Aronian converting and winning 64% of his endgames. So that's where Aronian's trumps, his strengths lie. Clearly, resourcefulness in endgames.
So for Mamadjarov, you know, knowing these two styles and energetic games and fireworks and also these stats, what can Mamadjarov do to win this game?
He has to not go into an endgame, ideally. He needs to get these really complicated middle games and not give Levon a chance to strike back. He has to be accurate on every single turn, because we know that if Levon gets a chance to be resourceful, he'll take it. And Mamadjarov, yeah, go on the attack and just try not to let that slip, not let that momentum slow down.
He has to be precise. I mean, we've really seen some wild fights between the two of them, and both of them match each other. It's only the fact that Aronian is slightly more precise, and Mamadjarov hasn't been as effective in taking those killer moments. But if he manages to do that, you know, he has a very wild style.
Yeah.
It is possible. So anything can still happen.
I'm so much looking forward to this game. Fireworks, as always, between these two, and also a must-not-lose situation for Mamadjarov. So he also needs to win 2 games today, so he will probably be going for a win even with the black pieces in this game. Levon Aronian, he's been known, even in a situation where a draw is more than enough, to just go fighting and go for those wins. Do you expect that in this one, Joanka?
Absolutely. Well, I just think that Mamadjarov won't let him go for the draw. I mean, Mamadjarov will always bring some wildness to the play. And if we heard it from Levon Aronian yesterday, he's an emotional player. And so he's like, well, game on. I'm challenge accepted. I will take you on in the complications. And, well, we've seen these players lose left, right and centre to each other, regardless of the colours that they have. We've seen earlier in a tournament that Aronian lost with the white pieces in 22 moves to Mamadjarov. Wow. We've also seen Mamadjarov do exactly the same. Crazy. So anything, and I really mean it, anything can happen.
And I've just been checking out some stats. So these guys, so far in the tour, they've played 19 knockout games against each other. Guess how many draws out of 19 games they've had?
Like 1, maybe.
Only 2.
2?
2 draws out of 19. We have 17 decisive games between Aronian and Mamadjarov in the knockout stages throughout this season. That's just impressive. There's something in the water when these guys play each other. Yeah, I mean, they just love chess. They love challenging each other, playing these really creative ideas, and clearly they're both out for blood, and that's the ingredients for real excitement, especially in rapid chess.
Yeah.
All right, well, they should have started by now. So where are they, Levon Aronian and Shakhtiyar Mamadjarov?
There's Levon Aronian.
Oh, in the basketball jersey as well.
Yes.
He is ready to fight.
One, right?
Maybe. It's been the green Boston Celtics usually. All right, so can we spot what team is on Levon's jersey today? He is waiting for Mamadjarov to appear. And I also want to mention tour standings, you guys. For Levon Aronian, he is in 3rd place before this tournament. And gathering a bunch of points could be important for him to close the gap up to Magnus Carlsen and Wesley. So we know they get bonus points starting out in the final, according to the tour standings. So going through to the semifinals and even having a chance to win the tournament could be crucial for Levon to have any hopes of winning the overall Meltwater Champions Chess Tour. Mamadjarov, he has to win the tournament to qualify, have a safe qualification spot for the final. Is looking hard for him right now. And where is he?
Maybe just preparing those last-minute strategies. What he's been doing so far in this quarterfinal just hasn't worked. So he needs to just come up with a fresh mentality, maybe a different opening. It's going to be hard, though. especially with black.
Shake out those nerves, shake out the tension, and tell yourself, what am I made of?
Yeah, sometimes you need a bit of mind games as well. We don't approve of gamesmanship, but sometimes you just need to get in your opponent's mind, leave them waiting for a few minutes, just build that tension in their mind, especially with Levon. He has something to hold on to now, and he knows he's nearing the finish line. That's when players get tense, they get tight, they just they get a bit nervous, and maybe that's what Mamedyarov is hoping for.
Yeah. It should have started 3-4 minutes ago, this game, and you know, it used to be that all games, okay, he's coming. He is coming. He's ready now. Shakhriyar Mamedyarov. I was wondering if maybe he thought the game would start in 10 minutes on top of the hour, because in the preliminaries, that is the ritual. But not here. They have 15 minutes in between each game, whenever they finish. Prepare for the next one.
He has a family as well. Maybe his kids were just trying to get some inspiration from his kids. Okay, we do see a king's pawn opening, though, from Levon Aronian. This tends to be what he's gone towards in recent years in rapid chess with a king's pawn. In the past, he was purely a queen's pawn player. And, okay, which opening are we going to see? Is it going to be the Italian game, the Spanish opening? It's the Italian game. This seems to happen all the time nowadays. All the top players are trending towards this opening. White's bishop coming out. Now black has two main moves. That's to play copycat, to bring the black dark square bishop out, or to bring the knight out. He chooses to bring his bishop out first.
And do you think, OK, so this is a move that they've played before, and after the knight develops, they're answering my question. I was like, do you think the pawn will move 2 squares forward? And the answer is yes. They've actually...
Ivanka,
they've had this before.
But this is known as a forced drawing line for white. So will Mamedyarov allow this forced draw? If white's queen comes out, OK, he doesn't go for it. The black knight stepping back. If the black knight had stepped forward to the edge of the board, that's happened countless times throughout the tour and would have led to a repetition of moves. But Mamedyarov just keeping solid now. Look at this, black just developing, pushing his pawn there, defending his knight in the centre of the board. Black does have a nice outpost. That black knight in the middle, it can't get kicked away by any pawns. It's defended by another knight as well. So black has one outpost to keep hold of. But other than that, all of white's pieces are really nicely placed. The only thing white has to avoid is trading the queens, because white has an isolated pawn in the middle of there. I personally like this slightly more for white, but black certainly has some positives to look for later in this middle game.
Yep, and a whole array of plans. I mean, this position has actually been played many, many times before. The main move is to jump with the centre with the knight that's sitting in the second row, move it to the e4 square. Another alternative is actually to pick up the a pawn, move it 2 squares, and if white is feeling very ambitious, they can even jump in with the other knight right to the e5 square. Basically, lots of moves. They seem to be all good.
Yep, no right or wrong at this early stage. Just picking a plan and sticking to that plan. And you mentioned the most popular move there.
Yep, and it's on the board.
Yeah, so white's knights, they tend to be really flexible. One thing I've learned, for my whole career, I've played these isolated queen's pawn positions where white has this pawn in the middle of the board, no other pawns around it. The kind of best thing about it is that you do control a lot of squares, and it is about jumping in with those knights. Yes, your opponent often gets to blockade your isolated pawn, but it's the squares around your pawn that you seize control of. And okay, Mamedyarov retreats with his knight. I mentioned that that black knight was his best piece, but he does think, okay, I can always re-enter the centre later on. More importantly, I want to kick away that white bishop. So black is not necessarily threatening, but he's just hinting that he might capture that white bishop with his knight. And I'm not sure whether that trade will actually favour white. Most likely, Aronian will run away with his bishop from that trade.
And you're spot on there. That is the main move. Other moves that have been played, white has ignored the potential capture and moved the knight from e4 to the c5 square. And get this, white has even been incredibly bold and actually captured the pawn on f7.
Wow, so sacrificing a bishop.
Yes.
Will this be on Levon's radar? He's defending this bishop once, but it is attacked twice, so black can snack on this bishop, black can capture it, and then I guess the white knight, one of them will jump forward to attack this rook, which is pinned on this long diagonal, and then black would block this diagonal himself. Yes. I'm not sure which knight here.
I don't think that is the move that Levon Aronian will play. I think it feels too risky, and you do not want a piece with... a position with piece imbalances.
Yeah, and here, if we just do a quick count to show why this favours black, we do see white has a rook, and a pawn in exchange for black's 2 minor pieces. But in general, you prefer the minor pieces in a middle game, especially when one of the minor pieces is this one. This knight is now dominant. White's rooks still take a long, long time to get into the game, and this piece, meanwhile, is going to sit here forever, covering some really important squares. So I don't think Levon Aronian is going to do that in a draw, in a situation where he's happy with the draw. Instead, he retreats his bishop the whole way back home, keeping it nice and safe.
That's not a popular move, David. It's much more popular to step back with the bishop 1 move.
Okay.
And, OK.
Yeah, to me, that's the most natural move, Jovanka.
Oh, really?
This bishop would just be in the way, I think, here. So why not step it all the way back, keep it nice and safe? Maybe not popular, but
it's not
sensible.
Popular.
Sensible, at least.
It definitely is. And moving the pawn just to take away some squares for the white knights.
Yeah, to cover this square, which was a launching pad for these 2 white knights. And now it's time for Aronian maybe to bring this rook into the game. He has a couple of squares to use this rook on, or you mentioned this idea as well earlier, Jovanka, bringing the white knight forward. The pro behind this move is that if the black bishop moves, if it jumps away, then suddenly there's a pawn undefended. So you're kind of tying this bishop down to its start square, defending the pawn next to it. To me, that would be very tempting as well.
That certainly looks the most active move. And I suspect that Levon Aronian will play that because he has a very active style.
And he has.
He has. OK. And now it's up to Shakhriyar. How is he going to develop his light square bishop? Not an easy task, in fact.
No, most likely he'll defend this pawn first in order to kind of bring his bishop out, in order to free up his bishop. He does that with the queen. I was about to suggest this. Just defending his pawn, and now the bishop will be able to develop itself on the next turn. And again, Levon Aronian, how is he going to improve his pieces? Most likely he's going to jump in with his knight at some point over the next couple of turns. These knights are super scary right now. He does it. But they're not necessarily threatening anything immediate. And, OK, black's knight goes back to the centre, and he's getting ready, actually, at the right moment to push his pawn and kick away one of these 2 strong beasts. There's knights. You just can't tolerate them forever, so you have to get rid of one of them.
OK. And I was going to say that invites a white rook to enter the game, and he puts it on the D line.
So just protecting white's potentially vulnerable pawn there, that isolated pawn in the centre of the board.
Pawn attacks the knight. You called it, David. It's on the board.
OK, so that knight will step back. Not sure where to, but
I was going to ask you, I mean, for me, I would perhaps step back to the square it came from.
Sensible. Yeah. Probably I would agree. We'll leave that decision up to Levon Aronian. Wherever the knight goes, black is solid, but white has more active pieces right now. So both sides have reason to be happy with the opening. Mamedyarov, meanwhile, 16.5 minutes. He's going to be at least trying to use that factor later on.
Yeah, he has plenty of time. And, well, Levon taking a very quick decision with where to retreat the knight. And also Mamedyarov playing very quickly, developing the light square bishop. Now I would, without doubt, just move my queen. And I probably would move her over to the right, just because she's in the eye line of the bishop, and I feel slightly uncomfortable there, and I don't really want to be calculating things.
Yeah, fully agreed. You don't want your queen sitting in the eye line of any piece.
No.
Rooks, bishops. Yeah, so the white queen, we're expecting it to move. I guess you could maybe make an argument for bringing white's bishop back out, so white's bishop could land on the c4 square, on the same diagonal as the white queen, but it does feel a bit loose.
It does feel a bit loose, and it does feel like I've been dilly-dallying with my bishop, so...
Okay.
Ooh, bold, bold, bold.
Aronian's a cool customer. He doesn't move his queen yet. He thinks, OK, there's no immediate threat against her, so why bother? But he'll move his queen now, surely.
OK.
That white pawn push, a bit of a luxury move, just getting that white pawn on a dark square where it will never get attacked.
Yeah.
But Mamedyarov, he's been playing super confidently so far in this game, bring his rook to the centre.
Yeah. OK, so maybe his plan was actually just to deprive the bishop of that square on b4. And so now he's moving his queen. He took a step back with the queen, which did surprise me a little bit, but does actually make a lot of sense because the queen is still eyeing up, first of all, the c6 pawn and also the diagonal that's pointing towards the king.
OK, and Mamedyarov just activates his last remaining piece, his last passive piece. So black's rook's now decently placed, ready for any incoming tricks.
The players are playing moves so quickly. Yeah. And Levon stepping forward with a pawn because I'm dying to tell you a story from our quiz of the day, because we're asking what is your most epic fail? And I really have to sympathise with John Brazel, who says, hey guys, in June of 2007, I stood in line with the other nerds for 4 hours at the local mall to get the original iPhone. Got it home, activated it, made one call before dropping it and totally shattering the screen. Epic fail.
It happens to all of us, though.
I've done that before as well. All the sympathies for you, John. And the Black Knight has stepped forward to an F4 square. So things are being primed for an attack. And I also have to tell you Hisham's epic fail. I mean, I've been here, I've done that as well. Hisham says, buying smaller size clothes when starting a diet and ending up not wearing it again. Yeah, that is the biggest lie you'll tell yourself. I'll fit into it. No, don't do it.
Yeah, and then cleaning out the closet and throwing away everything that you think, no, this is going to be too big.
Exactly. I've done that with really expensive clothes. Oh, no.
Me too.
Okay. And the Queen attacks the Knight and Knight steps back. And if you too want to enter our quiz of the day, you can do so by tweeting us using the hashtag #ChessChamps or by going to the Champions Chess Tour Instagram page and posting your answer there. Please share with us your unfortunate tales.
All right, well, epic fails. We're not calling it that in this tournament because all these players are so strong. So it wouldn't be an epic fail to be knocked out, but it would be a shame, of course. And Mamedyarov, he needs at least a draw in this game. A loss, and he's out.
Yeah, he does know that he needs to win one of his final 2 black games. That's a bit like in tennis. You know, you need to break serve at some point, but it's not going to be easy. You do need a helping hand from the opponent. That being said, so far, this game has been really nicely played by Mamedyarov. He's just re-manoeuvred his knight there, relocated it to challenge White's strong knight in the centre of the board. And as I mentioned a bit earlier, actually quite a lot earlier, if all the pieces come off, if the knights, the rooks, the queens come off, even the bishops, then White does have this isolated pawn in the centre of the board. And the more pieces come off, the more that will become a weakness, or at least a notable weakness. Right now, it is a target, but White has enough pieces to defend it. White has enough active pieces, at least, to compensate for it. But that's why Black is trying to trade off White's best knight right now. And if he does achieve that, Mamedyarov, with a huge time advantage as well, he'll feel that the opening stage has been a massive success. Aronian hasn't got his type of position so far where he's able to attack and able to really kind of pump energy into his pieces. Right now, White's pieces, they have been slightly going back, especially the White Queen. She's been retreating a lot over the last few moves, and it does feel like the trend is in Black's favour. So that's why Aronian is thinking for a couple of minutes. He'll try and find the type of move which kind of reignites the momentum in his position, ideally keeping all the pieces on if he can. But I'm struggling to see a move, an attractive move at least, that keeps the pieces on the board. White's knight, I don't want to trade it, but retreating with it, or retreating with one of the knights from the centre of the board, will let Black's pieces start pouring forward.
And there's an immediate threat in the position, isn't there? Okay, well, knight
trade.
Takes knight. I mean, I was just looking at Black was threatening to capture the knight himself and get greedy and win a pawn. Okay, knight takes knight.
Okay, so now White needs something over the next couple of moves because Black is perfectly placed, primed, ready to start attacking this central pawn. Black's bishop wants to find some better squares on the next turn. The Black knight can jump back into White's half at some point. How is White going to neutralise Black's potential here? The White knight in the centre of the board, it looks nice and pretty, but it's not going anywhere. It's kind of controlled right now. Maybe I would be tempted to drop it back. I'm struggling for ideas here with White. It's definitely easier to play this position with Black as well, so the clock time is going to be very relevant in this middle game.
Wow, that is a lot. Mamedyarov, he has 1.5 minutes more than when he started this game, and all of the quarterfinals are now in game 2s. Firouzja and So, they played a draw in the first game. Wesley So, he still needs to win at least a game to take this to tiebreaks. Artemiev and Lenia Dominguez-Perez, they played a draw in the first game. They tied the first match, so if anyone is able to win a game, then that person could be heading to the semifinals if they tie the second match as well, of course. Tiebreaks. And Magnus Carlsen, if he wins this game against Duda, then he will be ready for the semifinals. Duda needs at least a draw to have any hopes.
And just a moment of pride, Magnus Carlsen, he's played my favourite opening with white.
The C3 Sicilian.
You know it, Jovanka. You know me well. I think Magnus now, he's not going for any crazy openings. He knows he's in the lead. He only needs 1 point from these last 3 games, so he's playing a solid opening. C3 Sicilian, very, very solid choice. So, OK. Meanwhile, in this one, White's knight did retreat, as I expected. Now, what could I suggest for Black? OK, he improves the queen. Sensible. Black's queen, ideally, I didn't really want it leading from the front because it's never going to threaten to take a pawn while White's rooks remain on decent squares. So I'm slightly surprised that the queen stepped to this square, but I guess the Black queen was on an undefended post. It was potentially, there was a bit of X-ray attack against it from White's queen, and the Black queen sitting on the same line. So White's queen, the Black queen, sorry, just finding a safer square. And again, Aronian, the pressure's on him. What plan do you have? Normally with this isolated queen's pawn in the centre of the board, you want to attack, but there's no attack. The Black knight situated near the Black king will keep that king nice and safe. All of White's pieces just, I mean, if we kind of copy-paste the position from 5-6 moves ago compared to this one, White's pieces, they've been forced to retreat. The knight and the queen have been forced to retreat. A set of knights have been traded. All of the energy has left White's position and he's reduced to pushing pawns. I quite like this move. It does control the Black knight from jumping forward into White's half of the board, but it also slightly weakens the White king. So pros and cons there. We're yet to see which kind of pros or cons are more relevant. Just instinct-wise, I think that move, I'd be happy to see it for Mamedyarov. I don't see any immediate attack brewing against the White king, but there are some weak squares later on in the game.
That's true. That's true. But having said that, I do really like this approach because White has to do something. You know, White can't sit there like you kind of mentioned. So by pushing this pawn, it kind of controls Black's knight. And the most important point for me is that the light square bishop will relocate itself and start attacking at Black's weak point, the c6 pawn, because that's not defended by pawns. And so I do quite like, exactly, and I do quite like this trade-off saying, hey, I have a weak pawn, but hey, you also are not doing so well with your c6.
Yeah, so this pawn actually is the target for Aronian right now. It doesn't look like White was kind of attacking it anytime soon, but this last pawn push has created a nice square for the bishop, a bit of a hole for the bishop to sit in and to attack this pawn later on. So if Black gets carried away and forgets about that pawn, at least this bishop will remind it and force this queen maybe just to sit passively next to it defending.
I have a question for you, David.
Yes. Yeah.
OK, we know it's Shakhriyar Mamedyarov playing, and one of the things that when I see that pawn structure with the white pieces, one thing that I'm really terrified about is I'm terrified that Black will go, OK, let's forget about positional considerations and just go for the attack on the king's side, push a pawn forward. And I somehow suspect that this is what Mamedyarov has in mind when he's relocated his knight to the e7 square. Maybe he's just taking some time out to consolidate his weakness, but
watch out for it later on. This pawn push just to destabilise the White king. Let's keep an eye on that one. It might happen over the next 5-10 moves. But meanwhile, first, Mamedyarov relocates the Black knight. As we mentioned, the Black knight could no longer jump forward. But after White's bishop positioned itself in front of the king, Black's just overprotecting his weakness. As we mentioned, this is Black's only real loose pawn in the position. Why not over-defend it? And actually, now Black is still very flexible. You could bring the knight forward later on to try and attack this pawn. As Jovanka mentioned, you could hint at a potential kingside attack. Maybe it's not going to work anytime soon, but it's definitely in the air. And another plan could be to improve this rook. This rook not doing anything anymore, so you might as well shift it across and target White's loose pawn, the isolated pawn here. Meanwhile, White still has this same dilemma. How do you improve the pieces? Anytime you move your queen or rooks forward, I don't think you're actually improving them. And if you bring your knight into the centre, which is maybe the most obvious move, attacking the Black queen will simply step away and laugh and think, OK, this knight, it was standing here just a few turns ago, it still can't jump anywhere forward. And actually, maybe the Black queen wants to be pushed back because it is now attacking this pawn with its bishop. Yeah, for me, despite the fact the computer says 0.0, I would choose Black here 100 times out of 100. How about you, Jovanka?
Also, it's just Black who's going to be having all the fun. And I love the plans that you highlighted. They're very harmonious. They use every single piece possible. Meanwhile, I'm learning, David.
I'm learning from these players too. We're lucky getting these front row kind of tickets to watch them.
And one thing I just also wanted to say is that these decisions are costing Levon a lot of time on the clock. Just take a look.
8.5 minutes down on the clock.
I know. And it's like Shakriyar barely spent any time, 15 seconds.
But I mean, if it was any player, we would say, OK, that's reckless clock handling, but especially Aronian. The secret to his success on the tour has been just playing almost instantly, right? Just trusting his instincts. He said that in interviews, he plays his best when he's just relaxed, trusting his instincts. And maybe now, because he senses he's so close to winning this quarterfinal, it's just made him tighten up and he's overthinking things a bit.
But I also suspect that he didn't help himself with his opening choice. I felt like he didn't play it in the way it deserved to be treated. You know, it needed a lot of energy and dynamism, and I think Levon didn't quite handle it as accurately.
Yeah, I think maybe this opening choice, it's only usually picked by players who are playing for a draw. So I think that mentality maybe has backfired slightly on Aronian so far, but it's not the end. And
yeah. But I have to say, you know, I'm actually loving what Aronian is doing. I mean, OK, yes, it looks quite defensive, but it's very effective. You know, just moving his rook up one square, lining up the rook up with the queen. And the queen is quite, I was going to say she's getting ready to potentially jump to the king's side. I didn't really anticipate that she would go to the left.
Yeah, what's she doing out there?
I don't know. I don't know. I kind of envisaged something a little bit more on the right, if I'm honest.
All of Black's pawns are actually defended sufficiently over on that left side. So White's queen maybe just not actually threatening anything, maybe just trying to tie down the black pieces to the defence.
Looks fierce, though, the two rooks and the queen for Levon there.
Yeah.
No, for Mamjaro, I mean.
Yeah, actually, ideally, if he had 3 or 4 moves, he would kind of reshuffle those pieces so that the queen would sit at the back. You want your rooks leading from the front, because then you can actually start taking stuff. The queen will never lead from the front here. So if you could kind of swap round Black's queen with the black rook at the top, then those 3 pieces stacked up, we'd call that Alekhine's gun, after a former world champion, Alekhine. And, OK, Mamedyarov, meanwhile, just pushing a pawn. I'm slightly surprised. I didn't think he needed to push that pawn. It was nice and safe, but...
Oh, grab space.
Why not? Yeah,
exactly.
Why not?
All right. Wesley, so the bar is over to his side now in game 2 against Firouzja. He needs a win at some point to take it to tiebreaks. Maybe the bar is slightly over to Duda's side as well. Maybe, a little bit. He definitely needs to win. And he definitely needs to not lose that game, because he will be out in that case. And the same situation for Mamedyarov, number 11 in the world rankings. That's actually the spot behind Timur Rajabov. So the 2 Azerbaijani players, are they sort of teaming up? Are they working together? Are they more rivals?
Ooh, I think they're quite good friends. They're on great terms, but I don't know whether they work together directly, actually.
Yeah,
that's a good question.
Number 11, 10 and 11 in the world, I mean. Yeah. Would maybe be strange to work too much together then.
Yeah, I guess they don't play against each other too much. I know they've played each other in the World Cup once, and that was in 2019, and they were both quite emotionally charged because they're such good friends, and neither of them really wanted to beat the other, but Rajabov ended up winning that matchup and then winning the tournament. So yeah, they're great. Azerbaijan, they always seem to overachieve in these team tournaments. They won the European Championship a few years ago. Because they're such a great unit, kind of supporting each other. And I know they have training camps together, but I don't know about directly. Maybe it's just kind of, they're friendly about it, but it's not like maybe Magnus working with his coaches like all day in, day out, all the time.
Yeah. I kind of got the impression that Rajabov was working with Karyakin.
Yeah, they are very close friends, those 2. Yeah, I know Rajabov works with a few others as well. But Mamedyarov, he's more of a lone ranger, as far as I know.
But Rajabov, we will see back in the final. He is qualified, both on the table, but also because he won a major in the tour.
And meanwhile, a pawn push from Levon Aronian, just trying to clarify that left side of the board. We might see a set of pawn trades. I was about to say as well, all of the tensions on this D line, that's where all of the rooks are stacked up. That's where Black's queen is sitting. But Levon, he's hoping that by switching the attention of Black's pieces, maybe he'll at least be able to make some trades, at least be able to kind of lessen the pressure on that white pawn on d4.
Yeah, and is there a concrete threat of that b-pawn actually moving one square forward, trying to secure some space. Okay, and well, Mamedyarov, it was only a matter of time before we saw a sacrifice of some sort. And here it is. He's just given us a pawn.
Wow. What's his idea, Jovanka? He must want to trap the white queen over on that side, because you're just a pawn down for nothing right now. If that white queen ever gets out to a safe square, you can just give up pretty much, actually, as black. OK, first he brings his bishop in to attack one of white's rooks.
I thought he would actually be retreating his queen.
Yeah, this is really sharp stuff right now. I'm surprised Mamedyarov went for this, because now he's actually made Aronyan's decisions easier. He's forced Aronyan's last two moves, so it makes it quicker for Aronyan to react. Earlier, when he was manoeuvring, Aronyan was burning a lot of time, but now he's sacrificed a bishop, Mamedyarov. He's just allowed his bishop to be captured for free, but black has created a threat. With this queen retreat, black's rook on the 7th rank wants to swing across and to the a7 square and trap the white queen. How's the white queen getting out, actually?
Well,
maybe it isn't.
Maybe she doesn't even need to bother, because if you do capture the bishop and once the rook attacks the queen, well, let's do some maths. It'll be a rook, a bishop and a pawn. That's 9 points. A queen is worth 9 points, and they can coordinate. OK,
let's show this, because it's about to happen. So the queen is trapped. Oh, whoops, not that arrow. Sorry. The white queen is trapped, attacked by the rook. There's no way out, so you have to give her up for a rook. And as you mentioned, Jovanka, after this pawn push, if we do a quick count, rook, bishop and pawn for a queen. So that's 9 each.
Wow.
Yeah, so
this is rare to see at this level.
It is rare.
One player with a queen and the other one without a queen.
And I have to say, I do remember one time that Levon got himself into a similar situation. And he said, you know, I'm a big fan of the queen. Is there any surprise there? And I'm just like her versatility. But I do remember in the interview that Levon was like, when it comes to rapid chess, it's much easier to play with the pieces than it is with the queen.
Huh. Interesting.
You've got more, I remember that interview as well, you've got more of them, it's just easier to just sit and protect them. The queen has to go round and round trying to attack things. And often if you have, for example, a rook and a bishop, they can both team up against the same pawn, and one queen alone can't just defend a pawn when there's two pieces attacking it. So, yeah, in this situation as well, especially because white has a really safe king, it looks like the pieces are doing a decent job. And, OK, white's knight just retreating there. White's pawn, actually, in the centre of the board is trying to trade itself off for another black pawn, but at the moment it's pinned. Still, for the whole game there has been, but right now there's still this tension on the D-line. And, OK, finally we will see a pawn trade. So black's regained a pawn temporarily. That pawn can be taken by white's rook or by the bishop. Okay. And now a big, big threat in the position. White's bishop is actually threatening to move out the way, take a pawn with check, and then black's rook at the top of the board is undefended. So black has to either defend that rook or move it. Maybe you can move the black king as well out of the eye line of the white bishop so that there are no time-gaining checks later on.
Yes, that would be the move that appeals to me. Just move the king to a dark square, out of harm's way, and then maintain the tension along the D-line.
Yeah, so move towards the centre, maybe.
Oh, yeah, toward you.
Yeah, I don't know. You can move to the corner if you want, but I'm reluctant to put kings in the corner in any position.
Yes, active king. I remember you and Kaya actually both highlighted to me that, hey, I'm not very active with my king. Need to be bolder.
Twice you got to it first, right, Kaya?
Yes.
You beat us to the moves, with king moves.
I keep watching those videos over and over again.
I keep getting linked to them on social media. Right?
Maybe that's me.
OK. So black's queen has re-centralised itself, and we mentioned there was a threat, but no more threat because black's queen is defending the rook. So there are no discovered attacks against that rook anymore. Until now, and now both of white's rooks are actually lining up against the black rook indirectly. So again, white has re-established this same threat. White's bishop wants to move out of the way. He wants to actually capture a pawn with check, and then black's rook would fall after that. So now black needs to move his king onto a dark square. And, so no more checks.
Into the centre it goes. OK. This position looks to me like it's fairly balanced.
With best play, it probably should be a draw, but white has reason to be hopeful because white has an extra pawn on the left side, and white, as you mentioned, is easier to play with pieces, coordinate them, but black has reason to be helpful if he can get an attack going with his queen against the white king later on. OK, we've seen a trade of rooks, first of all. So now the situation is crystal clear. It's queen for rook, bishop and pawn. And one thing I would love to do at some point is to start throwing pawns towards the white king. I think that's black's only chance of winning now. To get a direct attack against the white king. That's when queens beat pieces. That's pretty much the only situation they beat pieces, either if the pieces are loose or if there's a target with the king.
Yeah. In fact, that's my golden rule, David, when it comes to playing with the queen against the pieces. I mean, if the king is unsafe, go for it. And I agree with you. Shakriyar needs to go forward, open up those lines. And let's be honest, that's actually something that will suit Mamedyarow's style.
Yeah.
He's not likely to sit back and just wait.
Yeah, now we will see the proof or the refutation of Aronian's claim that it's easier and quicker to play with pieces because he's down at 4 minutes and he has the pieces against the queen. Will he be able to coordinate those pieces and kind of keep them nice and protected, or will he fall into a trick later on against the queen, which is easy to do because he doesn't have too much time? White's knight, meanwhile, sitting on a protected square. That's what you want to do. Keep all your pieces defended.
So,
White's rook is the only non-defender piece in the position, but it can look after itself for now.
Yeah, it's really not very easy for Shakriyar to coordinate his queen and knight and advance his pawns so as to cause some trouble. Difficult choices. So while Shakriyar is thinking, can I share with you some more of these epic fails?
Yes.
Okay. So, of course, we're asking, what is your most epic fail? Manorite Ace from Instagram says, waking up, getting ready and going to work 30 minutes early to impress my boss. And then at the security checkpoint, be informed it's a Saturday. Never done that one yet. That was a good one, Manorite Ace. And Ryan J. Balderrama says, the first date I ever went on with my wife, I grabbed a sugar packet, held it in my hand, and when the moment was right, I slammed it on the table and said, you dropped something with your name on it. She looked at me puzzled and said, Applebee's? Major fail. And Litan Bangalore says that when the first day of school is something completely different, and there you can see the school bus with its wheels being derailed. Okay, and we do have a move from Shakriyar. He stepped forward with his queen.
Yeah, so sensible move, not really threatening anything, just putting the queen in the centre of the board where it belongs. But meanwhile, okay, a pawn push. And Levon Aronian, he's just trying to eliminate all the pawns on the left flank.
And meanwhile, you guys, Alireza Firouzja has managed to win Game 2 against Wesley So. That means it's almost over now for Wesley So. A win for Firouzja in the next game, even a draw in the next game.
Yes.
Wow, Wesley So, he has to win 2 games in a row now to take it to tiebreaks. Ooh, drama. And that's the next game, Game 3, will start in 15 minutes.
Yeah.
Wow, that's sensational, actually, because I mean, we don't see this happen to Wesley, you know.
He's not in form.
Yeah,
No.
I just took a look as well. Yesterday, I showed a position where he just blundered a pawn for free and then blundered another pawn for free on the next turn. This game, same thing. Just lost a pawn for free, and Firouzja finished it off with really nice technique in the endgame. But yeah, we're not used to this.
No.
We saw Wesley So, according to Aimchess, he has one of the highest endgame stats so far this tournament. It's been the opposite, unfortunately.
Yeah.
And meanwhile, okay, we saw a trade of pawns on that left flank, and now Mamedyarov just improving the black king. He's just waiting, and at the right moment, black will try and kind of corral and try and win and surround that white pawn on the left side, if possible. If he can achieve that, then play will all switch over to one side of the board where all the kings lie, but it's going to be hard to do that. That white pawn stepping forward now, and black's knight trying to prevent that white pawn from continuing its journey. Nice move there from Mamedyarov. That black knight stopping the advance of white's pawn, but also hinting at going towards white's king. And white decides to push that pawn forward anyway. I would probably have played this as well, I must admit, by Levon Aronian. He's hoping that if the knights disappear, so if black gets greedy and takes this pawn, which he does, he probably had to, then suddenly this position should be quite easy to defend because there's no way to create a passed pawn, and a queen alone cannot do the attacking work. So it looks like, OK, let's ignore the evaluation bar. The evaluation bar hated that, giving up a pawn. But this is going to be a fortress-type position for white. A queen on its own will not break through.
Yeah.
Even without white's bishop, it's still hard work for black.
Yeah.
So with this white bishop covering all the light squares, it should be straightforward.
Yeah, and he's if that black pawn advances, then white simply will also advance a pawn to the light squares and...
blockade everything.
Untouchable position. There's just no way that the black queen and king can coordinate in a sensible way to challenge white's position. Yeah.
Seen your move, Jovanka. Black can't even push any more pawns.
No.
Black's queen can't break through. The black king will always be cut off on the 5th row. All white needs to do is move the rook back and forth, or move the bishop.
Okay.
Aronian will now step back with his bishop. He was actually threatening a winning idea there.
I know. He was threatening to capture the pawn with his rook, but Mamedyarov says, no, we don't fall for that here. And, OK, now the players are just going to find a repetition because there's just no way that black can break through white's fortress. And there you have it, a draw.
Wow.
Ooh.
That means Levon Aronian in Game 3 will only need a draw or a win to be ready for the semi-final. It's going to be a must-win situation for Shahryar Mamedyarov in Game 3. Ooh, drama. He's going to have the white pieces, though. What do you think about that Game 3? Fireworks?
Has to be.
Yeah.
Has to be. He's in a must-win situation.
All right. We're going to head into Game 3 between Magnus Carlsen and Jan-Christoph Duda. Magnus, if he wins this one, will be ready for the semi-finals. Jan-Christoph Duda, he needs at least a draw, preferably a win. And do you see chances for Duda?
There's certainly chances. The evaluation bar isn't excited. It thinks 0.0, but we are in an endgame, and there are some small imbalances. That mainly revolves around the bishop versus knight. Bishops tend to be better when there's pawns on both sides of the board. So long term, maybe Duda has some chances there. Also, the pawn structure is slightly imbalanced. It's level number of pawns, but white has this very strong centralized passed pawn. Meanwhile, black has a pawn majority on the queen side, on the left side, and black's 2 versus 1 advantage on that left flank could also play a role, especially if the rooks disappear. So Duda, actually, right now, if he was able to trade all the rooks, remove all the rooks from the board, I think black would be winning. Ooh. Black's outside passed pawn majority there, the 2 versus 1 advantage, would decide the game. So long-term, Duda wants to trade rooks, but Magnus, he will try and keep the rooks on the board. And especially white has one really active rook right now. It's not quite trapped. It looks like it doesn't have many squares. But if Magnus can keep that on the board, he has decent chances. So I would say all 3 results in play here. Anything is possible.
Wow.
And I have to say, I do quite like Duda's last move. You know, white was threatening something quite concrete to jump into the f5 square with a knight. But Duda just simply says no, blocking that line. But I have to say one thing about Duda's position. You know, he does control more lines with his rooks.
Yep.
And it's a small thing for now. I mean, there's nothing tangible just yet, but it's enough to maybe make Magnus's life a little bit more unpleasant. And what do you think of Magnus's last move, just pushing his pawn forward?
Now, this is what Magnus loves to do. It's his style, right? Just gaining space with pawns, especially in the endgame. He just wants to position his pawns as far forward as possible so that if there's ever a pawn race, if, for example, black ever loses a pawn on that right side, white's pawns are ready to run through and promote. And I've played him so many times in blitz games, for example, where he just puts his pawns forward. It's not clear what they're doing. Then suddenly it's a pawn race and white wins because white has further advanced pawns. So, OK, Duda completely locking down that side now, but
I don't like that.
You don't like it?
I don't like it
Some
because...
weak squares.
Yeah. You know, I remember that when I was younger and growing up, we used to study chess as a family. It would be me, myself and my brother. And my dad would read from these old, ancient Soviet textbooks. We don't read Russian, but they had been translated to English. And my dad would say, look at this triangle pawn structure. It's the worst one because it can't move. And since then, I have nightmares about it.
Yeah, these pawns stuck where they are pretty much. But now we see a huge decision from Magnus Carlsen, Jovanka. Look at this. He brings his rook across, a temporary pawn sacrifice, because now, if the black rook captures the white rook, and this is a check now, if black king continues to get greedy, black is a pawn up, but a discovered check would actually win the game immediately for Magnus Carlsen. Ooh. This would be a check, a discovered check, and black's king actually has nowhere good to go. If you step to the wrong square, for example, if you step back, whoops, knight fork. If you step forward, there's a knight fork. Whoops, in this position, there's another knight fork. There's just too many knight forks in this game. And the black king is actually caught. It has to step back in this direction, but now the white rook would enter with a nasty check, and suddenly everything is dropping. This pawn will drop, and once that pawn drops, everything on the right flank will drop. Suddenly a huge trap now for Magnus Carlsen, from Magnus Carlsen. He's just brought his rook across, and actually, if Duda takes this rook now, takes the bait, I think white's winning.
But, I mean, this is actually a serious problem now on the board because Duda can't just make any old random move. He can't just move his rook because suddenly the white knight will spring forward to f5 and that will be so dangerous. I mean, not necessarily right now, but it will happen.
It's in the air.
It definitely will happen, and it can't almost be challenged. So, okay. And if he just moves his other rook to support his... Which he has done. I wasn't really a big fan of this move because it concedes the c-line.
We've seen a trade, and now White's rook is getting ready to penetrate, enter Black's half. And it's still
the same ideas in the air. The knight and the rook are going to coordinate and attack those weak pawns, and it's the one on this. It's both of those pawns on the 7th line.
Yeah, everything on the 7th line is a target now. And the problem for Duda is if he drops his rook back to try and stop the entry of White's rook onto this square, then you purely allow White's pawn to step forward or the White knight to leap forward. Sooner or later, you're going to have to dislodge this rook. And it feels like White is turning the screw here. White is the one as well. You can bring the king into the game at any point. Black's king is pretty much trapped where it is. Yeah, it's very one-sided now suddenly. So maybe Black can hold, maybe Black can save the draw, but Magnus is the one working his endgame magic as we're so used to seeing from him. And huge threat in the position. Okay, Black brings his bishop back. That is sneaky. So if White's rook comes up, I think the idea is actually to just step back with the king and... Okay, he's done that, and if rook takes pawn, at least Black can take this pawn. So Black's actually going after White's pawn majority, or, well, White's strong pawns on this right flank.
Okay.
This has happened.
Yes, certainly happened, and now rook takes pawn, bishop takes pawn. And
everything's been eliminated.
Yes.
Magnus, he only needs a draw, right?
Right.
No, he needs to win.
He needs to win if he's going to...
Finish off the day.
Yeah, exactly, but it takes him that half a point closer, and it will force Duda into... a must-win situation. He cannot
2 games.
Exactly.
So he can go after Black's pawns here, he can go after Black's pawns here. Either way, White has no risk. White is still playing for the win, but probably not enough. It should be a draw with best play. Okay, he goes after this pawn. I guess Black will at some point do the same thing. Black can later on try and go for White's remaining pawn. You have to be a bit careful how you do this. You don't want to kind of take your eye off this guy. You have to keep your eye on this, this really dangerous pawn, but either way, White's running out of ammunition. Most of the pawns will disappear, and this game, if Duda is accurate, he should save the draw.
Wow. But then he has to win 2 games to take it to tie-breaks against world champion Magnus Carlsen. What do you think about Magnus's play in this quarterfinal, David?
Impressive, impressive. We mentioned actually before today started, he struggles on day 2 usually throughout the tour, but so far, no, he won his first game. This one hasn't looked in danger, really, just upping the pressure on the last few moves. Maybe if Magnus needed to win this game, it does feel like he had a few gears to go up if he really, really needed to. But he's done everything right. He's killed all the kind of ambition out of Duda's play in this game. Just saying, OK, you're fighting for the draw, nothing else.
Yeah, and I have to say, I think that his victory in the first round, in light of the fact that he blundered, he carelessly blundered potentially 2 pawns, and it all worked out really well for him. That kind of gives you that magic feeling of, like, maybe luck is working on your...
Get away with anything.
Exactly, it's on your side.
And maybe that's what Magnus needed, that small wake-up call in the first game, just blundering a pawn, because suddenly he woke up, right, as you mentioned, and suddenly he completely destroyed Duda. He outplayed him smoothly. Sometimes in day 2, it's as if, OK, he hasn't blundered necessarily, Magnus Carlsen, but he's just getting outplayed here and there in different types of positions. And sometimes it's best to get those mistakes out of the way quickly and then being able to focus later in the game.
OK.
But meanwhile, Black is going after White's central pawn. It looks like that pawn might well drop off.
Yeah, I'm just thinking whether Duda has any potential mating ideas.
OK, so trying to use the Black rook and the Black bishop to team up against the White king. I think the White king has enough breathing space, unfortunately.
Yes. Now I was wondering whether it was possible to actually step forward with your f-pawn and try to create a net. But no.
It's ambitious, Jovanka.
Yeah. No. It's what happens when you when you study checkmates. You see them everywhere, and you try to construct them from nowhere.
OK, and Magnus now...
OK.
Duda, we should mention, he played the sensible move. He eliminated White's most dangerous pawn. But Magnus, he's going after some potential knight forks. These knights are such tricky pieces. White's knight attacking the Black rook. And if the Black rook moves to the wrong square, White's knight is actually threatening to take the pawn on f6. And that would be a check to the Black king, and you would attack the Black bishop at the same time. So you have to be really, really careful where you put the Black rook right now. You don't want to allow White to take that pawn with check and to attack the...
Wait. Knight takes pawn.
Okay, yeah, so he's just eliminating all of White's pawns.
Okay.
We both paused there, we both panicked. So Black kind of blundered his bishop, but it was a sacrifice from Duda, and he just saw that Rook and Knight against Rook, it is a draw. It's a bit of hard work to do with Black. Magnus has 50 moves now to go round and try and win this one. But
so this is going to be a long one now?
Could be a long game now.
if Magnus is feeling ambitious.
Maybe Magnus will choose to save some energy and just force a draw. The problem is, in these types of positions, Black can always just pin the White Knight. As we see now, White's Knight cannot move because the White Rook behind it would drop. So Black's Rook will give a few checks from behind. It will start pinning things. There's just nowhere safe for the White King to hide. And as soon as the White Knight blocks this potential check, the Black King runs in the opposite direction.
I mean,
there's no way to arrange
this
checkmate.
endgame has been lost before. That's.
I think Judith Polgar once lost it to Garry Kasparov.
She did. She did, and yeah.
So it's possible to lose. It's actually much easier to draw this one, though, compared to Rook and Bishop versus Rook, which is also a draw, but that one's extremely difficult. This one, as long as you know to keep your Rook behind, pinning and checking and running away with your King, then...
It's relatively straightforward.
Yeah.
Well, Magnus looks a little bit annoyed with getting into this situation. What do you think? Do you think he's going to play for a win? Or do you think he's going to...
I think he's going to make a few moves to see whether Duda can defend it. And once Duda shows that, hey, I can do this, it's easy, then...
Duda doesn't look too worried.
No.
Yeah.
No, it's not a complicated ending. I mean, the main point is that you just keep checking the king. You just, as long as you remember that, then
and he has a lot of time as well. I mean, OK, so 4 minutes isn't a lot, but in this situation... Listening to you guys, I'm guessing that is significant. Or...
Especially when this type of endgame, he will have studied it with his coaches, even when he was a junior player. This is the type of thing you put on the board and you say, OK, this is how you defend it, now defend it against me. And you play lots of practice games. And Duda, he'll have those kind of patterns memorised in his bank, in his mind palace. But also, he's going to have had this in his games as well at some point in his career. This type of endgame crops up quite a lot. So, OK, he's bringing his Rook. Note how he's bringing his Rook to the long side, so he's getting ready to check from the side, potentially. And this is the thing. You never want to put your king directly opposite the opponent's king. There always has to be a bit of an angle. And you're happy to actually put your king on the side of the board as long as you don't let your opponent's king go directly opposite with only one square in the middle. You always have to put if your opponent can't talk. If your opponent's king goes one direction, you go the other direction. Okay. That's another key.
And you also have to remember that the rooks don't necessarily need to always check from behind. They can check from the side. Yeah. So in this situation, Black is ready to check, move up 2 squares to the b5 square. OK, so now the king will just step backwards. I would probably attack the rook.
Yeah.
And
the Black King has 2 safe squares to go to. And, yeah, at some point or later, you will get cut off on the side of the board, but it's just important not to panic. Your king will be able to run away. And also, there are stalemating ideas here. Black's king has no moves, actually. So if on the next turn, Black can somehow sacrifice his rook and not be in check, it's stalemate, and that would be a draw. So that's another theme that arises quite often. I saw Magnus kind of half smile a moment ago, and I think it's because he realised there are some traps, stalemate tricks.
OK, interesting. Well, I just want to mention Game 2 between Artemiev and Dominguez has also ended in a draw. So with 2 games to go, this one is quite likely to head into tie breaks. But Wesley So and Alireza Firouzja just started Game 3, and with only a draw, Firouzja will be ready for the semi-finals. Wesley, he has to win it.
So in this scenario, for example, Black could just give a check if he wants with the Black Rook. You don't actually have to do anything. You could just wait with the Black Rook as well. White doesn't have an immediate threat, but you have to be slightly careful. For example, if the White Knight is able to move, if it's able to centralise itself, then there might be some checkmating ideas at some point. So you have to be slightly careful in scenarios like this.
Yeah. So then if you're not able to give a check with a rook, I mean, the big thing to do is just run with your king. You get away from the mating net.
Yeah.
What move are we looking for to have a trade for the game to be ended? What do you say?
Yeah,
forced into an ending?
I think either Magnus will go round and round until his kind of move limit runs out. Black's rook there just retreating, getting ready to check from the front, from the top of the board. So we'll look for maybe just Magnus to keep creating threats, Black running away from the threats, and they'll just go round and round in circles until move 92. That's the 50 move limit where no pawns have moved or no captures have been made. Okay. So that's most likely, I think. we might see a trade of rooks. That would just be a dead draw if white's knight alone cannot deliver checkmate. Or we might see stalemate. But I think stalemate is probably quite unlikely at this point. Unless Magnus...
92.
Yeah, move 92. So Magnus has 32 moves with which to try and win. And checkmate is actually threatened on the board if white's rook came across and delivered checkmate, but black's rook is able to check.
Okay, so if the white king steps opposite, as is done now, here is a situation where it wasn't possible to give check. So the king promptly runs, and you run towards to the area of the board where there's more space. So definitely don't run towards the corner, run to the middle.
Yeah, the king wants to breathe the free air.
Yes.
Yeah, and OK, a check. The black king will go away from the white king. That's key. And OK, so actually now we will see stalemate.
Now we can see the stalemate trick. OK, now the rook comes down, gives itself away. King takes rook. Black king can't move.
Yeah, black's a rook and a knight down, but no possible moves. It's stalemate.
Wow, Magnus just logging off Jan-Christoph Duda. He is breathing a sigh of relief there. He did survive in this game, but he has to win the next one. He has to win game 3. What will be his tactics with the white pieces?
Well, he has to make sure that the world champion is uncomfortable. I mean, we have seen one small weakness from Magnus, and that's it. He's a bit vulnerable with his king. He's a little bit, he's been known to fall into the old mating attack. So I would just choose that area, go hard.
Go hard or go home.
Exactly.
Or stay home. Yes. All right, you guys, let's just quickly take a look at the results before we head over to a new game. Lenya Dominguez and Vladislav Artemyev, they are playing now game 3, 2 draws. They tied the match yesterday. So if one of those players is able to win a game, probably we'll head into semifinals. Otherwise, we're going to head into tiebreaks in this one. Wesley So and Alireza Firouzja winning game 2. Wesley, he has to win 2 games now to take it to tiebreaks, a draw in the next one. Firouzja will be in the same semifinals. Same situation for Magnus Carlsen and Levon Aronian. They are heading into game 3s and only need draws to be ready for semifinals. A couple of players really needs to win now. Wesley So is one of those players in a must-win situation in game 3. They started a few minutes ago. Are we seeing chances for Wesley to win this?
Yeah, it's a very double-edged opening, and that's what Wesley needs to do. He knows that a draw isn't good enough anymore. Firouzja's proved too well prepared, too strong on the defence, and right now we see a crazy position. White's occupying the centre with pawns, actually trying to break down black's pawn centre. Meanwhile, black, he starts to push pawns on this right flank, on the king side, aiming for white's king, but more importantly, aiming to trap white's dark square bishop. So that white dark square bishop on g3 right now doesn't have any squares to run to. Black's pawns are just trying to march forward and, just force that bishop to drop off the board. So, yeah, dangerous times for Wesley So in terms of a threat right now. But in general, this type of position, it is quite well known. It's very double-edged, as we mentioned. If white is able to break down the centre and go for the black king, which is quite open, then white's doing well. But if you can't break down the black centre, then black's simply going to advance, and black has a ready-made attack. It could go in either way. And it's very high stakes right now in this position.
And I feel that Alireza is actually doing everything right here. We've seen Wesley struggle in these complicated positions, maybe because he's not on form or maybe just tiredness. And I feel that this is the perfect approach. I just checked the database. Not too many games, but has been analysed. And pawn steps forward, just clearing a square for the bishop that was under attack. And again, lots of analysis here. So one option for black is just simply to consolidate the pawn in the middle of the board by just moving the rook. Another one is actually to go really aggressively forward and actually attack the white knight sitting on f3 by pushing the g-pawn. That's been the move that's been played. Another one is actually just to attack the bishop by stepping up with the other pawn. And finally, one more other move that's been analysed, it's just pawn takes pawn in the centre.
So actually black can temporarily just win a pawn even, but there are consequences. For example, the white knight might capture, and if you get really greedy and take everything on this square, so for example knight takes knight and then now taking with the bishop, then oh dear, you've actually, in that process, you've allowed the white queen a free diagonal and she'll jump up and capture a pawn, and suddenly the black king feels really, really harassed. So this is not an option I would go for if I were Firouzja right now, especially in a situation where I just need a draw. I just want to lock things down. I wouldn't take this pawn. Most likely, I would just solidify this pawn in the centre. As you mentioned, Ivanka, you can do that in a few ways, but even just with your rook, just control everything. If he's feeling really ambitious, which is actually maybe more his style, this maximalist approach, especially, I noticed Firouzja, he's always trained, his eye is trained on the opponent's king. Then maybe he'll start pushing one of these 2 pawns and just going forward, trying to break through towards that white king. But that comes with risk as well. The black king not entirely safe if you push too many pawns. So safe option is this one. If Firouzja is feeling really greedy, he'll take this pawn, but most likely he'll get ambitious and go on the attack.
OK. Well, Firouzja, he only needs a draw. He looks confident. Where he's sitting, Wesley So. Is that a smile we're seeing?
He's drinking his cup of hot chocolate, was it? That's what he told us in the Gold Money Asian Rapid.
That's true.
No, sorry, it was Chessable Masters.
Yeah.
Told us it was his routine where he had eliminated sugar. Every day he drank hot chocolate, had a very nutritious breakfast, and
no coffee.
Prime, no coffee. And
same for you guys. You guys don't like coffee.
No, I don't touch
I'm here all day drinking my coffee, just many cups every day.
That's because you're Norwegian, Kaya.
Yeah.
All Norwegians are obsessed with coffee.
Yeah, really strong black coffee.
Yeah.
Oh, that's what we need.
What I found really funny is that I listened to this podcast by Dr. Andrew Huberman, who's like some famous scientist, and he doesn't call coffee people like coffee lovers. He just calls them addicts.
Yeah, basically that's what we are.
Says it as it is.
Yeah.
And OK, so whilst Alireza is thinking about his next move, I just want to read out some more of these epic fail answers to our quiz of the day. Sanyana.R11 says that their epic fail was trying to win at chess against my dad, who started playing when he studied in Moscow State University, where his roommate was Sergei Dolmatov, who was a GM.
Wow.
And one of his economics lecturer was Anatoly Karpov.
Wow.
Wow.
That's a good chess pedigree there. Yeah, I can see how if you try to learn and try to beat your dad,
wow,
might be a bit tricky.
Would you feel starstruck, David, if Anatoly Karpov was your professor?
Yes. I mean, my lecturers hated me anyway, but imagine if it was Karpov. I was a bit of a bad student.
Ooh.
That happened to one of my friends, but it wasn't Anatoly Karpov, but her lecturer, her personal tutor, was in actual fact an English grandmaster.
Wow.
So, and he was like, how about the chess?
Who was that?
Cool.
Mestel? No.
That's right, Dr. Jonathan Mestel. OK, so Firouzja actually adopts another technique, which is just simply to improve all his pieces. And this time it's the queen. I like this move. It kind of consolidates the centre, still has aggressive intentions on the right, and still keeping everything flexible. I like it.
Yep. I like it in general, this type of queen manoeuvre. The black queen is also ready to swing across on that 6th row, as Ivanka mentioned. Maybe it needs to swing across, for example, to that H line and start using that potential open line to go for the white king. But that being said, maybe white has a breakthrough and the evaluation bar is not a fan.
I know. And if the evaluation bar is not a fan, that means I've just liked a blunder.
Wow.
OK, so why is this move bad? I mean, let's maybe analyse the position a little bit.
Let's keep an eye on the players as well, just in case we see a reaction from Firouzja, because normally when the evaluation bar gets this excited early on in the game, it means a blunder, as you mentioned, Ivanka, and that means a direct move. So the first thing we look for in every position, checks and captures. No possible checks here, but there's one very tempting capture. That's to take black's pawn in the centre of the board. And actually, black's reply is pretty much forced. If you take with the knight right now, this would be a mistake because we would see a trade. And as I mentioned earlier, the white queen gets opened up. White's queen could simply grab this pawn. White's a clear pawn up, and also the queen nicely poised for an attack against the black king. So black cannot capture with his knight. He has to capture with a pawn. This is strictly the only move. But what happens if I now simply bring my bishop into the position, try to get rid of this knight, which is actually the key defender of this central pawn? If black is careless now, if black just makes a move, then I'm just going to capture this knight. And if you capture in the wrong way, whoops, bishop takes, and you're supported by the knight, you would actually win a queen here because of a deadly pin. And actually, black's central pawn here is the key pawn. So in this position, if white gets time to take and then take, it's just game over.
Yeah.
Once black's central pawn drops, that's the end. So I think black has to counterattack here. Otherwise, it's just hopeless. Also, white's knight is about to come and add extra pressure.
Yeah, that is good. That is a deadly threat, actually. So, yeah, I agree with you. You have to counterattack. Yeah, step forward with a pawn.
Yeah, Firouzia's idea, his only possible idea, is to push forward, attacking this knight, and this is really complicated. For example, now you don't have time to go and take black's knight with your bishop because black will ignore your bishop and he'll say, OK, I'll take this guy instead. The knight is more important. And once this bishop moves, black is actually going on the attack himself.
Still, that's a very double-edged position because both kings will be exposed. And I'm just taking a look at...
Here,
yeah, exactly. King takes pawn. And the white queen is threatening to capture a pawn on h5. And also the white rook can sidestep to the open line. And still, black will have problems with that pawn in the middle of the board.
Yep, something along these lines. OK, we might see it. So the current position is this one. We're expecting Firouzja to take this pawn, which he has done, and Wesley, OK, he doesn't plant his bishop in. This looked pretty strong for white. There were consequences. There was a lot to calculate, but Wesley instead trying to destabilise the knight with a pawn. And this, however, is slower because there's no immediate threat. It still takes one move and then two moves to get rid of the knight. The other one would have been one move quicker, getting the threatening to get rid of the knight in one turn. So again, Wesley, maybe not the most energetic move from him. And that has given Firouzja at the time, if he wants to start pushing forward with his pawns, maybe even just developing a piece first or bring his rook across to defend. Lots of options now for Firouzja. Yeah, Wesley, it feels like, OK, this is a decent move. I shouldn't criticise it, pushing the pawn forward. He's got an idea in mind to push forward again, but he's not taking those decisive decisions like he usually does. Usually, you give him a tiny chance, he'll spot it, he'll seize it with both hands. Here, yeah, just a bit tentative, just hesitating slightly, and that's the difference sometimes at this very top level. If you just play a move that's half a move too slow, then you're not in time. So, yeah, maybe a small missed opportunity for him.
Yes, it looked really promising, the lines that you just showed for Wesley. Still, there's a lot of tension, though, in the position because there's an immediate threat of pushing forward with the pawn, dislodging the black knight on c6 and capturing the pawn on e5. So for me, it's like the time is now. Black must strike. And I'm thinking the most natural move is perhaps to push the g5 pawn one square forward, attack the white knight.
Yep, so similar to what we showed, I guess. And, yep, white will either capture that pawn, maybe white will just run away with his knight, to be honest. I think that knight will just move and...
OK.
Yeah,
but then if black can't actually take immediate action on the right side of the board, then he just has to say, hey, I made a mistake. That queen doesn't belong there.
Yeah, maybe you could defend your central pawn with a rook. I'm not so sure. Yeah, it's really loose for black, to be honest. This is the type of position, this is the reason with the Italian game, I find it so hard to evaluate. Even after hundreds of hours studying, it's like, OK, white's position looks great, but the black pawns are running forward towards your king, so it's scary. Again, the black position looks great, but it's a bit loose. All of black's pawns, they might come under fire, so that's scary as well. So with white and with black, it's really hard to handle.
OK,
and your move
plays my move, but you kind of talked me out of that one, David.
I'm not so sure. It's still too early to judge, maybe, because, OK, black is hoping that white actually captures this pawn now. OK, I just saw the evaluation bar go crazy. But white should not take this pawn. If that happens, then, OK, look at this, the evaluation bar, not the evaluation bar, Stockfish, sorry, the computer suggests 3 different moves. One of them is to ignore the threat on white's knight. It's crazy.
That's a killer.
That is really strong. It gives 3...
OK,
advantage.
Let's have a look, David, because why is the computer advocating this counter-attacking move?
That is difficult.
Yeah.
OK, so the knight is attacked, and actually Wesley finds it. He doesn't move his knight. I was thinking, as the computer says there, the other 2 moves would be to move the knight back to defend this pawn. You could move your knight to the side of the board. That would be OK as well, but not a killer move like this one. And Firouzja maybe now realising that once he takes the white knight, which he pretty much has to, if you move the black knight away from an attack, then the same problem exists. This pawn will drop, and with a pin, a skewer against the queen and king. So if you don't move the black knight, if you take white's knight, then after your knight disappears, or maybe you don't need to take...
I don't think you need to take. You can just take the pawn with the knight. That's why I was like, aha.
The light bulb, beat me to it, Ivanka.
The light bulb went on in my head.
That must be what Firouzja's missed. You don't actually capture the black knight. I was getting carried away here and thinking it was complicated, but you're right, Ivanka. Just take this pawn instead. White's actually a piece down temporarily, but the problem is, for black, this knight is attacked, and again, if you move it ever, then bishop takes pawn, protected by the knight, and you actually win the black queen. Yeah, this is deep stuff, but it has tricked Firouzja. Wesley looks like he's on course now, because in this position, in the current position, after the knight disappears, which it will, then white just recaptures, and if black has to give up his knight, maybe the central pawn will drop anyway. He'll just be a pawn or two down. And if you compare the kings, more importantly, the king situation, this king's safe as houses, black's king out in the open, vulnerable, kind of vertically and diagonally. It's scary times for Firouzja.
Wow. OK. So is he about to make that comeback? Wow. Oh, and he has a fly in this one, I think. Did you see that?
That's like a flashback to when Wesley was playing against Nepomniachtchi, and Nepomniachtchi was doing all the mosquito of evasion.
Swatting away, yeah.
All right, well, let's hope the fly or whatever is bothering Wesley doesn't ruin his chances in this game. It's looking very good.
It's looking good, and Firouzja stepping up, maybe just swatting a fly himself. Still in that Chicago Bulls T-shirt.
Yeah. All right, he is thinking, and he's definitely down on the clock as well. Do you think he's about to lose this game?
Yes.
It's looking likely. I mean,
looking dire, if I'm honest.
Yeah, that hidden idea, actually, of just giving up a piece and kind of maintaining the threat, that should bring Wesley the full point now. I don't see any way that black's going to... I mean, you can't keep the knight. Simply, your knight's going to get gobbled up next turn. And then I don't see any way to even keep your central pawn or keep everything intact. You're just going to be probably a pawn down. And with a weaker king. Right.
I think that's the big issue as well, you know, just... Ooh, it's all gone wrong.
Yep.
And...
epic fail over the last 2
Epic
moves.
fail, and on that subject, we're asking for our quiz of the day. What is your most epic fail? And the prize is 3 months of Aimchess Premium and 1 year of Chess24 Premium membership. And Bad Karma 13 on Instagram says, I was a baker making my first wedding cake at the venue. Assembling the final tier, I slipped. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, that is a definite wedding fail, epic fail.
Is it bad that I want to see pictures of some of these epic fails now?
I know, it's on Instagram, so they can't quite send pictures, but I would love to have seen that cake.
Yeah.
That's...
I hope it wasn't on the wedding day.
Probably... Yeah, wedding cakes get made.
Yeah.
Before.
Yeah.
So maybe they would have had chances to rectify the mistake. And Salil Prash says, the biggest epic fail for me was while playing on board 1 for my college in my university trials. I moved my queen and said, checkmate, never to realise a nasty bishop pin. Being the captain on board 1, I was left red-faced. Not to mention, I lost the game pretty badly afterwards as well.
That sounds horrible.
Oh, Salil. Yeah. Never confidently say checkmate. Yeah, and if you too want to share your epic fails, you can do so by tweeting us using the hashtag #ChessChamps or by going to the Champions Chess Tour Instagram page and posting your answer there. And wait 1 second, because, oh my God, there is big developments, David, right?
Firouzja's just given up his queen.
What is that all about?
He had to try and justify his position somehow, and I guess he's taking a huge risk right now. He's brought his knight to the side of the board, attacking white's bishop, but as we mentioned, white does have another threat. White's dart-squared bishop can go and take black's central pawn, pinning, as it has done, pinning the black queen and the black king. You just have to give up your queen now and take a piece. And after the black queen gets captured now on this turn, if we do a quick count, black actually has 3 pieces for a queen. Black has 2 bishops and a knight. So actually, that's 3 points for each piece. In total, those add up to 9. But you're also down 2 pawns for black. And Wesley, was he clapping his hands there? Is he just rubbing his hands with joy?
Yeah.
Because either way, he's 2 points up on the board. But also, in these crazy material imbalance positions, it's all about king safety.
Yeah.
If you have a queen and your opponent's king is weak, you're nearly guaranteed to win. So white's queen just needs to find a way to wriggle into black's position, go for the black king, and this is game over.
Yeah, totally. And just to add to that point, I mean, take a look at black's 3 pieces. You know, they are scattered around the board. There's no coordination between the 3 of them. And I just think this is just giving Wesley a winning advantage.
Yeah, and Wesley, we know in the past, in previous tournaments, he's been singing to himself. It looks like he's singing now. He's getting back in the mood. He's realising that, OK, Firouzja's played perfectly so far in the quarterfinals, but he is beatable. I'm on the brink now. And with 10 minutes, he has the luxury of just sitting back, sipping some hot chocolate and finding a way to get to that black king.
This could be a huge turnaround in this quarter-final match. Wesley So about to make a little bit of a comeback. He has to win the final game as well to take it to tie breaks. But in the match between Mamedyarov and Aronian, it's finished. Levon Aronian, he only needed the draw in game 3. It is a good draw, and Levon is ready for semi-finals. And that means Mamedyarov is out of contention for that crucial 8th place on the overall standings to qualify for the tour final.
Yeah. And it also means that Maxim Vashnogorov can also relax his shoulders a little bit.
Yeah, he's now going to follow Artemyev.
Exactly.
Yeah. All right. Well, Levon Aronian, the first player to get ready for semi-finals, he's going to face either Jan-Krzysztof Duda or Magnus Carlsen. And we're joined by Levon, the first player to reach semi-finals. Congratulations, Levon.
Thank you very much.
Fireworks, as always, in the match with Shakhriyar and Mamedyarov. Have you enjoyed playing this quarterfinal match?
Absolutely. It was a lot of emotions. I can tell you in secret that I didn't really have a good sleep yesterday because this last game gave me too many emotions.
Wow. Okay. Well, what has been your tactics today then?
I was trying just to stay solid and take chances when I can, but not to shy away from some sharp lines. Because, well, my second game was definitely, I paid the price for playing too passively, and I was struggling a bit. But other than that, I think with black, I was playing fine.
Yeah. And now you're going to face the winner of Duda Carlsen. It definitely looks like it's going to be Magnus Carlsen in the semifinals. Does that bring back some good memories from the gold money Asian Rapid?
Well, mostly Magnus brings bad memories. But I can tell you what, I think I have improved in Blitz and Rapid while playing this tour. I think maybe a year or 2 years ago I was really struggling to qualify. Now I like the way it goes. I play some incorrect lines, but then in the end I win. So more or less like what all the other good competitors like Wesley and Magnus do.
Yeah.
And you mentioned yesterday being full of emotion, adrenaline, Levon. What are you going to do now that this quarterfinal's finished? Are you going to be watching Magnus's game? Are you going to be preparing already for him?
Well, definitely I need a rest after this emotional match. And yeah, I will definitely prepare, look at the openings that Magnus might surprise me with. So that's, yeah, every day's struggle.
Yeah, you actually mentioned. Sorry, you actually mentioned that you had a bad night's sleep yesterday. So how did your routine change to accommodate that?
I think I slept the whole day today.
Oh, okay. That sounds nice. All right, Levon, we're so much looking forward to another semi-final with you and Magnus. Good luck tomorrow, and thanks for joining us.
Thank you very much, guys.
Thank you. Levon Aronian, the first player to reach the semi-finals. He is always in the semi-finals, Levon Aronian. Fantastic rapid player he has become, as he mentions himself, throughout the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour. Now, these two, Wesley So, could be about to make a comeback. The bar is definitely liking this. Have you had some progression since we were last talking about this game?
Only one move. It's maybe not the most scary move for Firouzja, but it's quite a nice, significant one for Wesley. So he's just brought his queen across one square. And look at this. The queen is already attacking one of the black minor pieces. That black knight in white's half of the board is about to get kicked away. And once it starts retreating, or if black has to contort himself to keep his pieces on squares, then I think Wesley will have the time slowly and surely to bring his queen further into the position. White's queen and white's knight will team up and go for that black king. It looks like Firouzja, he's on his last legs now, and he just has to try and find the most tricky way for Wesley So. So, OK, he brings his bishop out to defend his knight, but now Wesley has just brought his knight into the centre, saying, yes, I'm trying to eliminate your light-squared bishop. I'm actually creating a threat right now if knight takes bishop. But if you take me, if you use your dark-squared bishop and take that white knight in the centre, it will just be replaced by pawns, and actually we'll see a pawn storm coming.
Yep.
White's pawns are actually ready to push forward right now. There they go.
I mean, this is the dream for Wesley right now. I mean, is there any way that Alireza can try to initiate chaos? I mean, because the thing is, though, if he just carries on retreating with his knight, then he's just going to get steamrolled by these pawns. I'm thinking maybe now is the time to counterattack, do something.
OK, he's counterattacked against the white queen. He's trying, but the white queen just steps forward, and actually here white doesn't even care about his rook or one of his rooks too much. The black bishop can just go and take a rook right now. The black lights go a bishop, but you just gets replaced by a different rook. And it's more important is the king's safety. And White's queen and knight are both threatening different types of checks right now. Black's knight in the centre is under fire.
I know.
Don't even have time, I think, to take that white rook.
No, I don't think you do have time, because you can just even capture the knight, and then everything is hanging. Ooh, just disaster. Just a complete collapse from Alireza Firouzja. And again, it all hinged on that one move.
Bit of an opening disaster, simply. Wesley's punished it perfectly. We can't fault Wesley's play in this game. It's been great. But, yeah, Firouzja just struggling to get out of the opening with black.
And, wow, it's going to be such a mental shift to this quarterfinal, because Firouzja in Game 4, he only needs a draw. But it just feels like Wesley has some new big chances.
Yeah, and with white, there's always this huge dilemma in the next game, Firouzja having white. It's like, do you try and force the draw immediately, but then maybe not play your usual stuff, that, you know, not stay in your own comfort zone? Or do you take risks, but then risk it backfiring on you later on? And, yeah, it's one of the most psychologically difficult scenarios to be in when you only need a draw with white. It sounds great, right? Yeah. Just play solid and force the draw, but actually there's so much inner turmoil. You'll just be always second-guessing your own decisions. And, OK, the black knight stepped back. It was under fire. It's trying to guard its own king, but Wesley is not going to allow those knights to sit where they are. Wesley continuing to push forward. He's in the flow now. He's got his rhythm going, finally, in this quarterfinal. He's playing nice and confident chess. Again,
and this might be the breakthrough he needs, because often, like, when you're struggling, you're having a bad time. Yesterday, he lost in 3 games. Today, it was looking that way as well. You know, just to win that one victory can suddenly be just what you need, the catapult to just achieve another victory.
Yeah, definitely. You always need a form breaker, like a momentum breaker, and once you finally get it, then you might be, you might be racking up those victories. But meanwhile, we did see a bishop take a rook, take one of the white rooks, so the material balance right now is a bit crazy. White has a queen and 2 pawns. Black had a rook, bishop and a knight, but I said had because that knight has just disappeared. And this is just a decisive material advantage for white now. Once black recaptures that pawn, I expect black to play pawn takes pawn right now. We will see white having a queen and a pawn, for black only having a rook and a bishop. So a rook and a bishop worth 8, white having a queen and a pawn worth 10. But more importantly, the queen, she's versatile, she'll be able to attack. Black king's still super weak.
She has her eyes over there on the right side. I mean, black can't even be fancy and just kind of go, well, you know, you took a pawn, I'm going to take a pawn with my rook and attack your queen, because the white queen would just jump to the g5 square and then suddenly start looking at the black king.
White's threatening to check her with the knight as well.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So there's just nothing seems to be able to save Alireza. I mean, what's the best chance? You're in a situation like this, you know you're going to go down. How do you go down in flames?
I think you're about to get checkmated unless you play pawn takes pawn right now, capture the pawn in front of the black king.
OK.
So survival mode, that's what I would try. Just survive as long as possible and hope that one day white gets overexcited and kind of attacks too soon, or that you can maybe set up some kind of fortress. That tends to be one defensive technique against a queen. You have like a rook controlling loads of different pawns and the queen on its own can't break through, but white has too many pieces. OK, the pawn stepping forward there. There
comes one pawn at you, and then the knight has to step back.
Yeah, I was slightly surprised Wesley played this because some calculation is needed. The black knight could, for example, try and attack the white queen, but I think Wesley will actually ignore the threat against his queen and maybe just take the black rook. And, yeah, it's... what else can I say? 5 seconds, dead lost position. OK, Firouzja, he's about to resign. He just plays pawn takes pawn, but that just drops a knight. Yep. White can even take that knight off. It's check, so there's no time to take the white queen. And Firouzja recaptures. there's a threat against the white queen, but the white queen can even take a rook right now. She can defend her own rook.
And that's what happens. And what is Wesley doing?
I think he's just excited. He's about to get his first win of this quarterfinal.
Oh, OK.
OK, a check.
Just thought there was like some...
OK.
some signalling going on with his fingers.
OK. Set of trades.
Yeah.
So right now it's a queen for a rook. Black has a pawn in return, but no way to defend all of your pawns. Firouzja, he's an optimist. He's always going to look for ways to set up that fortress that I mentioned, to put his rook on a safe square. But, yeah, this is not going to work. White's queen gives a check. She's going to go and capture a pawn. And actually, White's central pawn is going to start marching up as well.
Yeah, and that's a key pawn. If that pawn went there, then Black can start dreaming about a fortress. But because of that D pawn in the middle of the board, 5 seconds left for Alireza. And, OK.
He keeps fighting. He brings his king to the side there. Is there any potential checkmate, or is White just going to keep things simple, go and grab a pawn? White's queen can just diagonally take a pawn right now.
I think you can grab a pawn if you're feeling lazy.
Yeah, I'm always feeling lazy during my chess games, so the less calculation you need to do, the better, usually.
Another move that I would be also tempted to play is actually just to step forward my pawn and try to get the king caught in a mating net.
That might have allowed Black to go back.
So exactly, don't need to do that.
Yeah, simple chess, that's the key. And Wesley just takes a pawn, and as we mentioned, White's d-pawn is going to run. Black's 2 pawns, they might look scary over on that left side, but they will be easily kept under lock and key by White's queen. White's queen will always be able to deliver a check and stop the pawns, or deliver a check and win the pawns. Yeah, the rook on its own is not flexible enough to help them forward. And now Wesley, will he step forward with his pawns? No, he goes with his queen to attack one of the black pawns, also threatening to maybe swing over and check the black king from behind. It's a matter of time, but OK, 1 second for Firouzja. OK, he went down to 2. He made the move. There's a trap. No, there's no trap.
You can just simply go queen takes pawn because the queen will attack the rook.
No trap.
Yeah.
Okay,
Wesley seems to have gained some energy now.
Yeah,
he's reached that stage in the game where he knows nothing can go wrong.
Yeah.
So you kind of get that energy, like, yep, it's all good, got it in the bag.
Yeah, so one thing he probably shouldn't allow is for his central pawn to drop. But OK, a bit sneaky there from Wesley. He brings his queen up to the top of the board. So if Black uses his rook and captures White's central pawn, the White queen will swing the whole way across into the corner with a check, and it would protect, well, it would win Black's rook in the middle of the board. So the Black rook had to be careful where it went. But Firouzja, OK, he just resigns. He's about to lose his remaining pawn on that left flank.
Wow, Wesley So, the master of comebacks. He has made a little comeback here, winning game 3. He still has to win game 4, though, to take this to tie breaks. But we could see it on his camera. He's getting some energy now, Wesley So. So maybe Alireza Firouzja will feel a little nervous. He will have the white pieces in the next one. Let's just take a look at this game and learn something from Wesley So's win.
The main thing to learn from Wesley's win is that you don't necessarily have to move a piece that is attacked. Sometimes you can counterattack, and this actually was the key move that won the game for Wesley So. It looks like the knight is attacked, but he didn't need to move it. He counterattacked against the black knight, and after the black pawn, took the white knight, he simply recaptured. This actually won the game for Wesley because the knight, which was under fire, it did end up moving, and now he simply won the black queen. It was still a bit complicated after that, but Wesley guided it home to victory.
And that means if he wins the next one, it will be tie breaks in this quarterfinal match. But for Magnus Carlsen, he needs a draw in game 3 against Jan-Christoph Duda. The game has started. Duda must win situation. Does he have chances?
It's still very tense. It's still very complicated. There's only been a trade of 1 set of minor pieces. And that means the more pieces left are on the board, the greater the chances are of making a comeback, of taking the win eventually. This is a bit reminiscent, though, of their first game of the day, with a bit of a different pawn structure. It's 2 bishops against a set of knights, and normally that favours Magnus. He's very good at manoeuvring. He's very good at controlling certain squares, uniting all of his pieces. Duda maybe wants a bit of a more open game, where it's clearer what his plan is. And, OK, he's ahead on the clock, Duda. That's a good sign. He's a couple of minutes up. Also, he does have a very strong knight in the centre of the board. There are some benefits to White's position, but Black's super solid. I don't think White's going to achieve an attack against the Black King yet. He's going to be looking for it, Duda. He's going to think about throwing some pawns on that right flank up towards the black king, but difficult to achieve. And chances for both sides. I'm looking forward to a real fight in this one.
All right. Well, Duda, he has to win it. Magnus Carlsen looks confident. A draw here is enough. And Duda in thinking mode right now. And we see on the bottom of the screen as well, Dominguez Perez and Artemiev playing game 3. They tied the match yesterday. They have tied 2 games so far today, 2 draws. And the bar slightly over to Lenia Dominguez's side. Maybe. And a win here would be crucial. That would mean Artemiev would have to win game 4 to take it to tiebreaks. But this one is definitely the closest one to head into tiebreaks in the quarterfinals. Wesley, so he still has to win game 4.
Yeah, it's a tense situation everywhere.
Yeah.
Right? And especially on this board, on this game between Duda and Magnus, it's not really apparent to me what Duda's plan is. I mean, what are you going to do? What is White going to do with the king?
Yeah, that's the big question, right?
Yeah.
White's king. It's pretty safe in the centre right now, but if you want to get any action going on one of the flanks, you need to commit it. And, okay, Duda, that is not a move he would have played happily. That's a really reluctant rook shift from Duda. He's brought his rook across simply to defend a pawn. There's no pawn pushes going to happen on that side. He's just defending that pawn in order to free up the white queen. The white queen was tied down to that b3 pawn, but now she is free to roam and free to move away. So a bit of a slow move there from Duda. Maybe it was a necessary move, and now Magnus, he will take confidence from the fact that Duda had to play a quiet one like that. And maybe now Magnus will look to accelerate the play and speed things up.
And by accelerating the play, do you mean putting pressure on the white knight in the centre? Could that happen? I mean...
Maybe. How would you do that?
By direct means.
By direct means, OK.
By picking up my rook and putting it right in the middle of the board.
OK, so you want to get rid of White's strongest piece, that is this knight in the centre.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would make sense. You could bring your rook to the centre, attacking this knight. There's a bit of calculation to be done. For example, if I bring my bishop to attack your rook, there's a lot of potential trades here. You have to think about whether you can get away with taking this knight. Maybe not. If not, then maybe you have to move your rook away, and then there would be some trades on this square. It's really complicated, this move. Maybe it's good for black, but a lot to work out. So just knowing Magnus, he'll want to keep things as simple as possible. By accelerate the play, I meant maybe either trading immediately and then getting some action going. For example, knight takes, and then thinking about bringing the queen out or thinking about even pushing a pawn forward first. It feels like I want to open things up while the white king is in the centre. And this might look like a pawn sacrifice, but after pawn takes pawn, now I could bring my queen out and I will win a pawn back. I'm not sure which pawn I'll win back, but I'll win one back. And I don't think White's pieces are ready for the position to open up. This feels pretty strong for Magnus Carlsen. He doesn't need to trade knights. He doesn't need to take this knight off yet. He could, for example, play around that knight. He can retreat and just keep the tension, maybe look for kind of better squares for this knight, this black knight later on. But this is what I'm attracted to. Speed up the play while your opponent's king's in the middle. Just take and then try and explode open the position with this move, either now or on the next few turns. And you could also play in the centre. You could maybe go for this pawn, just open things up. And yeah, lots of choice for Magnus.
The black E pawn as well. That looks quite advanced on the board. Will that be something that annoys young Christoph Duda a little bit? For
sure. I mean, if you talk to this bishop right now, it's not a happy bunny. It's just staring at a pawn, but this pawn is really well defended. This pawn is never going to... I mean, you can just never get rid of it, pretty much. It's defended by a rook and the knight. And usually, with colours reversed, if one side has a far advanced pawn, you say that's a signal to attack. And this pawn means that, for example, OK, let's make a move. Let's just make a random move with black. But if White ever castles on this side, because you have such a far advanced pawn on the right half of the board, it means it's quite likely you will be able to attack later on. So, for example, you will get... Well, me and my arrows, you will get some pawn storms going. And, OK, Magnus actually played the move that I predicted. He did trade the knights, and then after this happened, he's pushed forward. Giving up a pawn, but if White captures, then, as I mentioned, queen comes in, attacking this pawn and attacking this guy. And one of them's going to drop. Most likely, you don't want this pawn to drop with check, so you might move it forward. But now, after queen takes pawn, it's very, very ugly now. If White ever castles on this flank, it looks like the black queen is ready to attack.
Wow. Well, if the The white king can't castle, though, David. It's stuck in the centre.
Stuck in the middle.
Yeah, and it's going to be vulnerable, actually, for the rest of his days. I feel that this was kind of epic stuff from Malcolm, I was going to say. But Magnus is his name.
It's because I was saying stuck in the middle, so you think Malcolm middle.
In the middle.
OK, so the white queen did step forward. OK, actually, in this position. I was surprised it didn't step forward on the next turn, actually. But, OK, just protecting everything. White wishes now that somehow that left side of the board, the pawns weren't so advanced, so the white king could hide over there, but no shelter for that white king.
OK, but this is quite a tense move, because I don't think it's a great idea to go pawn takes pawn for black, because suddenly after pawn takes pawn, rooks, the line for the rooks and the bishops gets opened. So I wouldn't recommend doing that. But then maybe white is also threatening to push forward with his pawn. OK, well...
Your move from earlier, Jovanka.
Yeah, but better timed, let's put it that way.
Yeah, so black's rook now is attacking the pawn next to it, that white central pawn. You have to defend it.
Yeah, you have
to
step forward with your pawn.
OK, so we're expecting white's pawn on that d5 square to just be defended by its fellow there. Maybe you could consider some tricks with white. Maybe you could think about attacking that black rook with your bishop, but that feels a bit too fancy. OK, what is Magnus's plan? For example, if Duda steps forward with his pawn. I don't really see it yet. I'm slightly surprised by that rook move.
But maybe it's just to reinforce the control over the g5 square.
OK. Maybe.
Maybe, you know.
It feels like that rook's going to get kicked away, though, sometime by white's dark squared bishop. OK, we'll find out, hopefully, what Magnus's plan is. This looks like quite a deep idea to me.
Ooh, OK.
I'm struggling to come up with an explanation if white does just defend his central pawn, what the follow-up is for black. Maybe he just wants to bring the black queen into the game and, like you say, Jovanka, just argue that the rook is better positioned here than it otherwise would have been. I wanted to keep this rook idea, kind of this rook lift in mind for later. For example, if the black queen had come out somewhere, then if white's pawn had captured the black pawn on that f5 square, then the black rook could come to the centre. But Magnus is... OK, the pawn does protect its fellow.
And we've got the idea.
OK.
It was actually to come forward with the queen to the h4 square.
This is the move I wanted to play on the last turn, but now maybe it makes sense now as well. I'm just slightly surprised because, for example, white can move the dark squared bishop on this turn, or maybe later in future, just start attacking black's rook in the middle of the board, forcing it back, maybe.
OK, is there something concrete?
Maybe. Another thing I'd be very tempted to do with white over the next few turns is just to move my white king away, run to the left side of the board, just try and hide, because I don't think the king's safe where it is right now anymore. The black queen on the same diagonal as that white king, meaning there will be some tricks.
To the left. To the left,
at some point.
Yes, I like that idea.
I'm not sure now, because black is actually threatening to capture the pawn next to the black queen, maybe with his own pawn, just try and win a pawn right now.
OK, so, I mean, the first move that I would play almost without thinking is actually, or consider without thinking, is the bishop. It would be first choice. Move the bishop, attack the rook.
OK. Should we check it out?
Yeah, let's do it.
This is what Duda must be considering right now. You want to attack this rook, this strong rook in the centre. Yeah. How will you do it? Which direction? Yeah,
this is also an issue.
OK.
So let's do with the most natural one, which is maybe to go with the bishop to the f4 square.
OK.
Because then you have some ideas of
coming back.
I mean...
Yeah, so the only way to justify black having put the rook in the centre of the board is to ignore this threat. I think if you go back now, then your whole manoeuvre made no sense. So the only way to justify is actually, like the previous game we mentioned...
To sacrifice.
To counterattack. If something's attacked, look for a counterattack, and you could possibly push a pawn forward, utilising this diagonal, saying, OK, now you have to take this pawn with the bishop because you're attacking the white queen, you're attacking the white pawn, and now maybe you just bring your rook to the centre and huge threat. Rook takes bishop is a threat. For example, if white plays pawn takes pawn, this would win a piece for black because this pin means that white can't recapture with a pawn. And black's rooks now are just too strong.
OK.
This looks pretty scary, actually, the more I look at it.
This looks incredibly scary because you also can't move that dark square bishop because the rooks will come down and capture the pawn on e2. Yeah.
I mean, maybe you can try and run away with white.
OK, David.
This is on the board, actually.
It's on the board, OK. Do you think he's seen this counter-strike of moving the pawn to e3?
Let's keep an eye on the players as well, because it feels like this... I mean, the evaluation bar has just gone over. That pretty much confirms our suspicion.
Yep.
and Magnus is frowning as well, that this pawn push for black, not moving the rook that's attacked, not running away from this threat, but instead counterattacking, it's strong for black.
Okay.
Oh, he doesn't find it, Magnus.
No. But still, this is okay, actually.
This is strong as well.
It's still okay.
It looks so counterintuitive. It felt like that was a knockout blow. He does step back with his rook. And maybe the idea is, OK, he's giving up a pawn temporarily, but he's going to bring his other rook into the game to try and win this pawn.
I've had a song stuck in my head throughout this game because of Elsa, the e-pawn. Let it go. Let it go.
Yeah, he should have let it go there.
Didn't do.
Maybe this is still good for Magnus, as you mentioned, Ivanka, after the black rook comes across. Actually, all of black's pieces are playing a part now, maybe apart from this bishop, but the black rook getting active. But yeah, he could have let this pawn go. And I think, whoops, not 2 squares, just 1 square, and this would have been a killer.
Yeah. Yes. OK, well, whilst the situation is nicely heating up, our quiz of the day, we're asking, what is your most epic fail? And the prize is 3 months of AIM Chess Premium and 1 year of Chess24 Premium membership. And, oh my God, poor Var, who says that their biggest fail had to be when they thought they had sent an email to their boss discussing that they should do what they should do on one of their cases. Instead, I quickly realised that I emailed strategy and smack talk. Oh, no, that's bad. Directly to the other side. Talk about embarrassing.
Oh, no.
You don't want to be doing that.
No, hate when that happens.
Be careful who you hit.
Painful.
Yeah. Be careful when you have these smack talk emails. Yeah. OK, well, we do.
I've done the same. I emailed someone, I thought I was complaining about someone basically to a friend. I accidentally emailed that person my complaints.
I've done that too as well. I was like, oh my God, I can't believe that. Grovel, grovel, grovel. OK, we have some moves on the board. The king sidestep, it ran to the right.
You don't like it?
I don't like it because instinctively it feels like the danger is brewing there.
The danger is brewing there. Look at all of Magnus's pieces. They've slowly gravitated towards the centre, towards that right side. And Kaya, he's let that e-pawn go. Elsa has gone. And Magnus is sacrificing a pawn. But look at this, the black knight now jumping into the position, hitting the white queen. That black knight, if it gets captured, that's a really beautiful motif. If you take off the black knight now with the white bishop, then the black queen recaptures and actually attacks both rooks at the same time. That's so rare to see 2 rooks attacked. Maybe we could show this. It's just too beautiful.
That is beautiful.
In this position right now, Duda is in huge trouble. Let's keep an eye on the players as well, because if he does eliminate this really strong knight, which he couldn't do actually here, if he does take it off, then look at this double attack. Queen hitting this rook, queen hitting this rook, and you can't castle the king, so there's no way to defend them both at the same time. This is wonderful geometry from Magnus Carlsen, and that meant that Duda couldn't trade this knight off, but it's too powerful now. The queen stepping forward, and Magnus has a bunch of moves that are really tempting. He could push this pawn forward, for example. If he wants to keep things simple, he could just take white's pawn with his knight and maintain the threats of just pushing this pawn forward and exploding the position towards the white king. White's king in huge danger. I mean, White's pretty much playing without his rooks, right? These 2 rooks, they're unconnected. This is why we say always connect your rooks as early as possible in the game. Always castle the king. Duda's gone against all these rules and he's about to get punished
so he could just capture the pawn or push forward with his pawn. OK.
It's more natural to push forward, maybe.
I think so. F for forward, after all. OK. I mean, is there any way to...
I mean, if you move your bishop away to safety...
That's the only move I can see, because after bishop takes knight, then pawn takes bishop.
Yeah.
And there's an immediate threat in the position of a capture on f2, and that's going to be deadly.
Yeah, this pawn is just dropping off, and not only that, this bishop is dropping off.
I know.
Everything.
That's curtains. You do not want that one at all.
In the current position, I'm expecting the bishop to just move, and then now maybe my idea of just dropping back with the knight, taking a pawn, and still the same idea in mind, exploding open the position. Also, if you want to be really sadistic, just bring this bishop into the game, your last remaining piece, and activate it on this diagonal. White's just helpless, right?
Yeah.
How are you ever going to fight against the force of all of black's pieces playing a part? I don't think you're going to fight against them. The white rooks are just not participating.
Yes, I agree. Do you know, for a second there, I thought you were going to say the force of all evil.
The force of the root of all evil.
Exactly.
I was just looking at, Lenya Dominguez and Artemiev game 3. The bar has woken up in that one. It was over to Lenya Dominguez's side. And that would be interesting, because if one of these players wins this game or the next one, they could avoid tiebreaks, basically.
Wow. Wow. And, OK, as predicted, the white bishop moved, the black knight stepped back. I'm just taking a peek over at this game between Dominguez and Artemiev. Yeah, it's really tense. You can feel the nerves of both players there. Dominguez in his first knockout stage, Artemiev fighting for his life in the tour finals. And, OK, meanwhile, Duda shaking his head. He's just played... It was maybe a necessary move, but it's an ugly move. Look at this last white pawn push and talk to that white light-squared bishop. That white light-squared bishop, it's dead. It's dead and buried behind its own pawns. And now Black's rerouting his bishop. He's just saying, OK, you've got a bad piece. Look how good mine is going to become. And there's a huge threat as well. That black light-squared bishop is threatening to come out to attack the white queen and to attack the white rook behind it.
OK, so that's why Duda steps back with his queen out of the eye line of the light-squared bishop. OK, I mean, Duda is surviving. He hasn't lost just yet. So that's something to be grateful for. Small things, you know, when you have a bad situation like this, it's just about holding on for that move.
We've both had worse positions than this. It's ugly, it's bad, but Magnus still needs that killer touch. Final blow.
I mean, also there comes a big relief in basically accepting that if your opponent plays perfectly, then you will lose the game. There's nothing you can do about that, but you might as well have fun trying to defend it, see if it's a challenge, see if you can
fighting.
do it. Yeah. In fact, that was a grandmaster told me that, you know, when you're just losing, just tell yourself, don't be sad. Just see, can I save this? And if you do, woohoo. And if you don't, OK, well, you didn't.
Yeah, it reminds me of this passage in the 7 Deadly Chess Sins by Jonathan Rowson. He calls it the goalkeeper's glory. It's like you're not expected to save it, a penalty. But if you do save it,
great.
You feel top of the world. Yeah. So you might only save a penalty a small percentage of the time, but if you do, then the whole team loves you. So, so that's the mindset you've got to adopt. Just no pressure. Meanwhile, Magnus has grabbed a pawn. I'm slightly surprised he went for it. That pawn was up for grabs any time he wanted, but he takes it now with the black knight. So that black knight is supported by its bishop and by its queen, so it could not be taken there. And Duda, he's trying to seek solace in an endgame, potentially trying to offer this trade of queens. That's nice, actually, by Duda. That's sneaky.
I think it's nice for survival mode, but, I mean, also bearing in mind the match
position.
The match situation is still a really bad position. His bishop is still locked out. And the best he can probably hope for is probably a draw.
Yeah, and Magnus, the more I think about it, he doesn't actually need to trade queens. He can actually just step the black queen up, back one square. Yes, it's an annoying pin on this H line, the black knight unable to move, but I don't think you can add any extra pressure on that black knight. So a bit of a stylistic thing here from Magnus. Does he play it safe, just trade queens and retreat the black knight, arguing he has an extra pawn? Or does he keep the queens on the board and say, OK, I'm still going to go for the white king later on?
I would be tempted to take the queens off the board and then retreat the knight and say, OK, you are the one that needs to win, not me.
Yeah, and he's followed your advice there, Jovanka.
Yeah.
Black's knight going back. So black's a pawn up and white is still stuck with this terrible light-squared bishop. Those two things combined mean black should win, but not over yet, still.
Yeah, it's really not over because this last move by Duda is quite nice because the whole idea is that maybe if the dark square bishop can relocate itself and start attacking the black pawn on f4, maybe there's chances to breathe life into the position again. Okay, so...
Magnus attacks white's rook, first of all, so that rook does shift up one square. And now I expect Magnus to, again, move that light-squared bishop because, as Jovanka mentioned, white's rook on the side there, it is threatening the black f4 pawn. That pawn under fire. You need to defend it with your rook. What else to do? It's not as easy as Magnus would have liked, that's for sure. Duda, I mean, he's working on those tenaciousness stats. Tenacity, I should say. Tenacious stats. Resourcefulness is the key here. Again, the bishop goes back where it came from, so Magnus making a bit of a gesture there. He knows the last couple of moves haven't been great for him. He's just stacking up his rooks, defending his extra pawn now. But Duda's manoeuvring well. Duda's going to retreat the dark squared bishop at some point, then maybe aim to put both of the white rooks on the fourth rank, connect them and kind of aim against black's f4 pawn, that intruder into his half.
Well, can he win this, Jan Christoph Duda?
It's difficult, but
needs...
never say never.
Yes.
This is where there's life, there's hope.
If he somehow wins back a pawn, he has the bishop pair.
Yeah.
If White's central pawns get rolling up the board,
I mean,
it's a distant dream, but yeah.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's not that easy to defend the black pawn on f4.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I can just...
Not long term, at least.
No.
Maybe you have to relocate the black knight at some point, retreat it, and kind of hop it around a few times.
But maybe I'm being a little bit too pessimistic because there is kind of consequences. So if the white bishop, kind of dark square bishop, just moves away from its square, then OK, the black rook will kind of dive in and to the e3 square, and then start targeting some pawns.
Yeah, so now the black knight does step back. Duda slightly shaking his head again. He knows it's desperate times. That black knight is probably going to retreat back next to the black king and then come out again, and it's just going to dance around.
Yeah, Magnus is the king of manoeuvres.
Yeah.
It just seems untouchable.
And that's the thing, Duda does need the win, right? So
he does.
Even if he's able to hold this position, lock it down and kind of create some unbreakable barrier, that's not enough. Magnus will happily just...
Take the draw.
Take the draw and qualify. And, OK, I just saw the evaluation bar go the whole way across to Artemyev's side.
They have seconds left on the clock, these players, and Artemyev could be about to win this game, and that would mean Lenia Dominguez, he's in a must-win situation in Game 4 to take it to tiebreaks.
Wow, I just took a peek over. He's completely winning as well.
Oh.
It's not even that difficult. So Artemyev should take the lead now with one game to go.
Wow, bad news for Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Great news for Artemyev also, in not only in the fight for semi-finals, but in the fight for a place in the tour final.
Artemyev striking with black. He struck with black yesterday in the final game of the first day of quarters. And again now, wow, what a player. What form he's in as well. OK, meanwhile, black's knight does relocate itself backwards.
And the knight comes out to defend a pawn and attack the rook. Rook steps backwards and...
Yeah, black's knight can move again right now. Black's king can move.
The rook can also move. Yeah. Anything can. A king can move.
Yeah. So white's bishop stepping back. He's just trying to keep black honest now, tying down black to that f4 pawn. So white's bishop, dark square bishop, and white's rook. Just attacking it, but Magnus over-defends everything.
I mean, have we reached some kind of deadlock? Like if Magnus, I don't know why I'm struggling with his name today. If Magnus just does nothing.
He can, but he can also just move the black knight and then start pushing his pawns forward. Black's pawns now, his extra pawns, they're going to become a huge factor. How do you stop black's pawns rolling forward? Especially, I'm looking at the pawn next to the black king, the G pawn. Throw that down the board, then support it, then throw the other pawn down the board. Harry, the H pawn's going to start marching.
OK.
OK, Duda's trying to play on the opposite flank.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. So his idea is actually to break through on the left side, push his B pawn one square forward.
Takes an eternity, though, that's the issue. That's the only hope for Duda if he wants to win this game.
Yeah.
Push a pawn on that left side, open things up. But actually, maybe that just loses material immediately if white does this.
OK, he's done it.
He has to take the risk.
Bishop takes pawn, and now the rook just comes over and swings itself across to the left side. And now pawn takes pawn. Yeah,
you can trade, you can leave it for a move. There is this pin existing now on this A line. There's a lot of tension there. Black can pretty much do anything, I think, at this moment. And, Duda, difficult for him.
And Magnus was just commanding in this match. I almost feel like Duda really didn't have a chance.
Yeah.
OK, and pawn takes pawn.
OK, look at Magnus. He's pretty relaxed right now. He knows it's under control.
He's really chill about it. Rook takes rook. Bishop takes rook.
A set of trades. And now white... Yeah, this is the killer, I think, this last move. Hitting that white rook. If that white rook leaves the fourth row, then the pawn actually drops. So black's knight is getting ready to take a pawn. And if you capture this last pawn push, so black's pushed 2 squares, you can take it en passant, as if it just moved 1 square. So white's pawn on d5 can just take that black pawn off the board. But this would lead to some dire consequences. Black's knight would actually step back and recapture, and there would be a double attack against white's rook in the centre and the bishop on the side. And there we see, en passant, the pawns disappear, and a double attack. White's rook has to defend its bishop, but now Magnus, he can just attack that rook if he wants to. He can take that bishop off the board. He does attack that rook.
He does it.
Okay, he's just going to be a pawn up. He's not even trying to win Magnus. He probably will win if he wants to. He's a nice pawn up with a superior minor piece. The knight much better than White's bishop. But, okay, the main thing is there's 0 winning chance for Duda here. He's a pawn down, hopeless in terms of winning.
And also that light square bishop, you think it's just gotten out of his cage? It's still in there.
Still in there.
It's still in there. It has to guard the white king.
It's hitting thin air. Anytime it moves, it's just going to get captured by the black knight. Black's rook might even, as you mentioned, Ivanka, might try and bring itself the whole way around to go for the white king. Black can push his extra pawn, harry the h-pawn if he wants. He has this passed pawn. Yeah, it's all in Black's favour here. OK, the white bishop moves. If Magnus really wants to secure the draw, he can just take it. But he probably doesn't want to. He probably wants to.
No, I mean, it's much more attractive to move with the rook and threaten checkmate. OK, so this is why Duda's king runs away. King steps forward, and now he captures the bishop. And this is efficient and clinical stuff from Magnus.
Yep, he's now 2 pawns up, Magnus, after this trade, and the black rook now is heading back to defend its king. White's only hope is to bring the king forward and start checking the black king with his rook, but no chance here. Magnus is just going to swing the rook across and offer a trade of rooks. 2 pawns up in a rook endgame is easy at this level.
OK, and Artemiev has won game 3 against Leonid Dominguez, and that means Leonid Dominguez, he has to win the next game, game 4, to take it to tiebreaks. A draw or a win for Artemiev, he will be ready for semi-finals. And Magnus Carlsen is now basically ready for the semi-finals.
Yes, he's actually 3 pawns up now in this rook endgame. White is actually threatening something, but it's only a draw. White's rook is threatening to go up and check the black king, and actually Black's king can't escape. It's just going to be check, 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 check forever. But, OK, now Magnus, retreating with the black rook, has guarded this 8th rank, so no more checks. That direction, at least. White's rook can swing across and give a check from the front, but it's just 1 check. The black king will hide in the corner. And this is over.
Yeah.
3 extra pawns. Yeah, too many. That is too many pawns. And Duda, he's fought on well, but just not quite enough.
Will he resign? Will Magnus offer a draw just because that's all he needs? How will this end?
Maybe Duda should be sneaky enough for the draw, and just for his stats across the tournament, across the whole tour. But he knows this is the end of his chances in the quarterfinals.
Yeah,
Magnus has guarded everything.
I know, and you also have to bear in mind that Magnus just needs to draw.
Yeah.
Oh, and Magnus is drinking chocolate milk. I recognise that Norwegian brand.
Yeah. Actually, once, I shouldn't tell the story, but once we were just kind of swimming, and then Magnus was like, "Oh, I went to the supermarket." He was like, "Can you get me some chocolate milk?" It was this brand as well. So. Okay.
I know another former, well, obviously Magnus is the world champion, but I do know that there was a former world champion that was obsessed with drinking milk.
Oh.
Bobby Fischer.
Really?
He drank copious litres of milk during the game.
Really?
And in fact, there's a story that he was playing this long blitz match. It was friendly with some other Soviet players, and he only drank milk and ate steak.
Wow, what a diet.
I know. It sounds a bit unhealthy.
Yeah.
I wish I could do that every meal.
Yeah. Milk and steak. Yeah, it would require some workouts as well, I think.
Yeah. And Bobby was also famous for that, of course, the workouts. And OK, so Magnus, he's just giving up some of his pawns, but he's banking everything on this one runner, this G-pawn. And White now could use a rook. He can go and capture a pawn in front of the black king, giving check. But the black king just moves out the way, and there's actually no way to stop this pawn. It's going to cost White a rook. And there we go, the chocolate milk. Secret to success. Duda's just coming to terms with the fact he's not even going to draw this game. It's a bit more pride as well. Between these two, they might be rivals for years to come. And Magnus, he's really putting the boot in. He's saying, OK, I'm going to get the wins against you to make up for the World Cup exit.
And those pawns are coming.
Yeah.
So, OK, maybe the White King can step backwards.
The White King has to step backwards to attack those pawns.
And maybe it will finish in a draw, David.
You think so?
No.
Okay. Maybe.
Change my mind. No way.
Unfortunately, those 2 pawns, they're protected, they're guarded, and it's not easy to break through, actually. Duda's defended like a lion in this game, I must say. I've written him off a few times. I've said no chance of holding the draw, but it's still not over. I think Black has a few ways of winning here. So, firstly, if there's a check to the black king the black king can actually continue its journey into the position. But if the rook goes behind, then this is what I was going to say. Once the white rook leaves the first rank, black has the freedom to activate his rook, and white's king will never be able to move now. Simple plan is to bring the black rook to the bottom row and then make a new queen. Oh, wow, nice. OK, he brings his king to this line.
OK, this is very nice. I mean, you're right. There's not going to be a draw at all. So the whole point is that after king takes pawn, looks good, then the black rook will just give check, and then it will come down to the bottom row, as David indicated, and there's just no way to stop the pawn from promoting. Yep. And we'll even reach a position called the Lucina position, which is very well known in all the good chessboard courses and textbooks on endgames.
Yep, that's Rook Endgame 101, the Lucina position. Definitely go and check it out if you haven't heard of it before. Lucena, just a bit of a Google, or check it out on Chessable. That's the best way to learn. And that's when you only have one extra pawn with black, or with either side, and your king is stuck in front of your extra pawn. It's basically the technique how to get your king out of the way in order to make a new queen. And there's only one technique you need to know to win the game. And it will come in useful all the time. And OK, we won't see that yet, but we will in a moment. OK, we might see it.
We're going to see it now.
We're actually going to see resignation from Duda. He knows that once the king sidesteps, the black king will help his extra pawn promote, and Magnus is through to the semi-finals. Yeah, it's all over. And after 3 games today as well, Magnus Carlsen, with a dominant performance, is ready for the semi-finals to face Levon Aronian. No celebration from the world champion, but he must be very happy inside. Yeah, especially because he struggled historically in these second days, especially because it is one player that we called his nemesis, Jan-Christoph Duda. Yeah, so many factors. Magnus, for sure, he'll be over the moon. Should we take a quick look at it, this game? How Magnus was able to finally decide this quarterfinal? Yeah, and we've been talking about the Lucina position. We might as well show it on the board because it was about to happen. And here, white is in check. The king has to move to the side. The king can now actually blockade the black pawn because this would end in checkmate. The white king would be trapped. And therefore, once the white king steps away from this check to the side, the black king would march forward, threatening to push the pawn, making a new queen. This would cost white the rook, and after a check, the black king would happily step forward again, and this is where the Lucina position means you build a bridge. If white waits, you give another check, you force the white king even further away, and now you bring your rook up into the middle of the board. And no matter what white does here, you are simply going to march the king backwards, and you're going to use this rook as a blockader. And after a few moves, this is the Lucina position. You use your rook to block any checks from behind. You drive the white king away, and then you block the checks, and this will become a new queen. This is how the game would have ended. This is why Duda resigned. All right. Magnus Carlsen, ready for the semi-finals in the Aimchess US Rapid. Let's take a look at the results so far. Not everything is decided yet, you guys. So Levon Aronian, after 3 games today, was the winner in the quarterfinal match against Shakhtiyar Mamadjarov, and will face Magnus Carlsen, who, after 3 games today, same situation as yesterday when he won after 3 games, the winner in the quarterfinal match against Jan-Christoph Duda. So these two will face each other in the semi-finals starting tomorrow. But then Wesley So, he was able to make a little bit of a comeback in Game 3 against Alireza Firouzja. He still has to win Game 4, Wesley So, to take this to tie breaks, but he's gained some confidence and some energy. So Alireza Firouzja, probably not feeling 100% confident he will get that draw that he needs. And Lenier Dominguez, Vladislav Artemiev, heading into Game 4. Artemiev only needs a draw in that one. And we're joined by the second player ready for semi-finals, Magnus Carlsen. Congratulations on a very convincing quarterfinal win here.
Thank you.
So it has seemed quite unproblematic for you both yesterday and today. What are you most happy about from the quarterfinals?
I think I had a fairly decent day today. I would say, yeah, I'm happy. I'm happy with the way that I've played in general. I think I've generally been outplaying him. But then, yeah, I've made like a few blunders, but yeah, generally I think my level of play has been very, very decent.
So with the ghost from second days of the past in the Champions Chess Tour, what sort of was your strategy today?
Yeah, it almost came back to haunt me today as well, because I relaxed a bit prematurely. I thought I had a wonderful position there in the middle game after the opening, and then I just tried to be a little more accurate than I needed to. And then the shocking thing is that my position was so good that even after I just blundered that pawn on c6, he probably still should have repeated the position and made a draw, which is quite remarkable. And fortunately, it didn't take me long to realize there that my position was probably still very good. So that was that. I guess in one way that was a little bit lucky, but on the other hand, like his position was so dubious from a positional point of view before that. So it's maybe not that surprising that I can blunder and still be okay.
Yeah, is that the tip, Magnus, for the viewers at home? Just when you blunder, just kind of try and recover quickly and just kind of stay mentally confident about things.
Yeah, I guess it depends on what you blunder.
Well, true.
Because also sometimes a blunder like the one that I made can be fatal. So I would say it was probably luck more than anything else that meant that I'm actually just completely fine.
So Levon Aronian is waiting for you now in the semi-finals. He said to us that he feels he's gotten much, much better in the rapid format over the course of the Champions Chess Tour. So what has to be your strategy when you face him in the semi-finals?
Yeah, he's playing really quickly and confidently, and also better than he was at the start. So he's becoming quite a formidable force. So I think I'll just try to continue in the same vein that I have in the last couple of days. Just try and play good positional chess in general.
And being in the same city as you, we know the weather is nice in Oslo these days. So what are you doing during this tournament before the game starts every day?
Yeah, I've been going for walks. Today I had lunch with some friends. So I've been generally been living a nice, quiet life.
All right, sounds like a perfect strategy, Magnus. We wish you the best of luck in the semi-finals. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, Magnus Carlsen seems confident before he's going to face Levon Aronian.
I know.
Oh, it's going to be so cool. All right, we have to head into this one, you guys. Alireza Firouzja against Wesley So. Must-win situation for Wesley to take it to tie breaks. And Alireza Firouzja, he has 7 minutes left on his clock. Does it look like something he can put into a draw or a win?
Well, on the face of things, on a quick first scan, it might look like it's headed towards a draw. Level number of pawns, a very simplified position in an endgame now. But I would be worried if I was Alireza Firouzja, because actually, if you look at the pawn structure, it's slightly imbalanced. Black's pawn structure, nice and compact, all defending each other, no weaknesses there. White's pawn structure, it looks good with a nice far advanced pawn in the centre, but that pawn could become a weakness. But most of all, because it's an endgame, we talk about king activity, and Black's king actually has an easy route into the position. Black's king is simply going to march on the dark squares, on a diagonal, into the centre of the board. And after that, I think White is going to struggle to contain Black's activity. White's king, meanwhile, is going to take an age to get onto a good square. And also, in terms of the bishops, Black's bishop's a bit more active than White's. Black's rook is doing the attacking, White's rook's doing the defending. It's a lot of tiny factors, and it might not be enough to win, but Black is the only one who can be happy here. Feels like Firouzja is already struggling for the draw.
Yeah. I must admit, when I first saw this position and I just scouted the territory, I thought this is a position that Black will win 9 times out of 10. And it's precisely for the reasons you mentioned, you know, more active king, more active bishop. And just take a look at White's 2 pawns in the centre. They're just weak.
Yeah.
And if only White had an extra pawn on the B line, then things might be OK. But as it stands, those 2 pawns, they're targets, and the situation is very, very difficult for Alireza.
Yeah, and it might not look like much, but White does have the only isolated pawn in the position, and that's the A pawn, the White A pawn. Later on, it could become a target for White's for the Black's rook or bishop.
Right. You just have to visualize a position like the Black king has marched all the way to C5. Maybe the Black rook can actually utilize the 6th row to just start attacking some of White's weak pawns.
Quite likely, yeah. And meanwhile, we mentioned the king's marching towards the centre. That's the #1 priority for both sides. But black's going to win that race. Black's king can continue stepping into the centre. I would actually put the black king in front of white's far advanced pawn right now, act as a blockader, sitting on the dark squares, controlling all the dark squares, and then maybe activate the black rook afterwards on an open line. But first, yeah, improve that black king. That's Wesley's strategy so far. If he's consistent, I think he's got an advantage. And the evaluation bar thinks that black's advantage is actually growing move by move. Yeah, it's hard to neutralise it immediately as well. It's not just a short-term thing. It's definitely a long-term advantage. Black, once he puts his king on one of these central dark squares, he can just take his time. He can slowly probe at white's weaknesses. He can slowly push some pawns, gain a bit of space. What is white going to do if white has no control over those dark squares? He's reduced to simply waiting, and he's reduced to just trying to cover his weaknesses. That's not endgame strategy that we like when you're just waiting around and covering things. Yeah, very one-sided now.
Yeah, totally one-sided.
Isn't it typical in the situations where Wesley just, it seems to be completely over and then get that win and then everything just turns around?
Yeah, you kind of got that sense, actually, after the third game where Wesley managed to turn it around and just destroy Alireza Firouzja. And you can just taking a look at the player cams, you can see Wesley is in boss mode. And Firouzja...
But he basically woke up, like, because Wesley seemed so tired and low on energy the entire tournament.
So, you know, it just takes those small margins and that feeling that luck is on your side, that it's changing. And Wesley knows that it's straightforward. Perhaps he even feels that he's kind of managed to suss out how to beat Alireza. So he's feeling confident.
Yeah, these top players like Wesley, like Magnus, they're sharks. And once they smell a bit of weakness, once they smell a bit of blood, like Firouzja, kind of blundering away the last game very earlier on, I mean, once they sense that, they perk up. Suddenly their senses are all tingling and their killer instinct arrives. Yeah, this one looks great for Wesley So right now. And also, I just want to mention, we came into this game quite late, but the opening, it was the exchange variation of the French defence. And that's quite a rare one at this top level, the French defence in general. But the exchange variation for white, it's known as the least ambitious way of meeting the French defence. And Firouzja, he was aware he needed a draw, so he just tried to kind of swap some pawns off, swap some pieces off. But that mentality, again, it's not his style. And it will come back to haunt you if you just play negatively. There's a really famous example in 1990 between English Grandmaster Nigel Short and Mikhail Gurevich. And white just needed a draw. It's a really important game to qualify for the candidates tournament. White just needed a draw. He played this variation that Firouzja played, but then he went negative, he went passive, he kept making these bad decisions, just begging for all these trades, and it backfired. Nigel Short won a really nice game, and also that happened in the World Cup recently with another English player in the same opening, and it looks like it's happening again here. So maybe that's why Firouzja, maybe studying a bit of chess history, would help just realise what you should and shouldn't do in these situations when you only need a draw. So far, it's not been great from the 18-year-old. Maybe he'll still hold it, but it's definitely backs to the wall stuff.
Yeah, I'm not optimistic that he's going to hold it. I feel that this isn't Alireza's strong point. He needed to do what he did yesterday, which was just to take the game into a mud fight and just unsettle Wesley. Okay, Wesley now advancing his pawns. So, you know, he's just simply improving his pieces. This is good endgame strategy. You just play the game on a small plan by plan. So first of all, you improve your pawns, take as much space as you can, then step forward with your king, grab as much space there, improve your rook, improve your bishop. Keep making those tiny improvements and a mistake will happen.
Yeah, and meanwhile, again, the question is what white does. White's rook looks nice and pretty sitting there in the centre of the board, but it's tied down. The white rook has to defend the pawn in front of it, so it can never really move away. If it does, it will always have to come back. White, meanwhile, doesn't want to push necessarily. If you look at white's pawn on the C3 square, you don't want to push that forward, because the more pawns that land on light squares, the less happy white's bishop becomes. And meanwhile, on that right flank, on the right side of the board, pushing stuff there isn't going to change anything. And if white's rook is tied down, also on this square, it means that white's route into the centre with his king is less viable. There's so many small factors again, but these things build up. And white's king worse than the opponent's king, white's bishop worse than the opponent's bishop. Once black improves his rook and pushes some pawns forward, the threats will start. And yeah, Firouzja already burning a bit of time now, spending a minute and a half on this move. He's realising how difficult it is to even find a plan for white.
And I must admit, I'm at a loss as to what white can do to save this game. Can we try to put ourselves in Alireza's his shoes and come up with something?
Yep. So we need to come up with something. As we mentioned, this rook is tied down defending a pawn. If it ever moves away, for example, then black will just answer that threat. And again, this pawn is attacked, so the white rook will have to come back. And another factor I mentioned in the original position is if white steps forward with his pawn, trying to guard its fellow here, trying to free up the white rook, then the black king will dive into the position and maybe even get active and go for white's isolated pawn.
OK, well, we have a move from Firouzja. He's actually just tried to advance. He's advanced his pawn on the right, and maybe he's just trying to unsettle Wesley on that side.
I can't talk, Jovanka, just taking some water. So maybe if you continue with black's plans here, how can black kind of continue the progress right now? Is black going to start activating the rook?
Yes, I think so. I mean, if black wants to play it safe, then he can improve the rook. He can also solidify his position on the right side, just push one pawn forward, because, of course, all those advantages on the left side are not going to disappear. So Wesley plays it very safe, just steps forward with his rook.
It's a bit mysterious, though. Where's this rook going? I'm not so sure.
It's defending a pawn.
OK, it's defending some pawns.
And Wesley just simply saying, hey, I will defend my pawns first, and then I will initiate active operations. OK, this is quite interesting, actually, because Wesley here, it looked like he wanted to go active with the black king once more, also opening up an attack against this pawn. But if this move was played, it would have walked into a potential check. And now if the black king stacks on a pawn, whoops, suddenly you let the white rook go active on the 7th rank. So now I finally understand the reason behind Wesley's move. He's brought his rook up, protecting this pawn. So if white just does nothing, then the black king can move forward, and this same idea doesn't work. If the white rook goes across check, you can just take this pawn, and there's no capture on this square. And no skewers as well.
Yeah, no skewers, because now a check would simply be met by the king sidestepping. The rook is on a protected square.
OK.
So, OK, Firouzja has met this rook lift, this really clever, I mean, this is why he's so good, Wesley So, in the endgame, but really clever, deep idea. He's met it by bringing his bishop to this square, but OK, this bishop on this square looks really superficial. The black king can start moving forward to attack it.
It will do.
It will do at some point. The pawns might start pushing forward. You don't even need to rush with this. You could even sit on the square with your king. You could just start bringing your rook across first.
I mean, one thing that I was thinking that Alireza could potentially do is, first of all, start advancing some pawns on the right. So
say I move my rook.
Yeah, say you move rook, and then... Yeah, I was actually... Yeah, that one will do.
I guess you were thinking, being a Caro-Kann player, Jovanka, you were thinking about this pawn push.
I was thinking about
clamping down on this square so black can't advance.
That is exactly what I was thinking. And also, I kind of wanted to keep the flexibility of my rook. Wanted to maximise its potential.
So, for example, if the bishop drops back, the rook might come and attack some pawns.
Right.
But, OK, this hasn't happened on the position right now. We did see here, Wesley, OK, sneaky idea. He's brought his bishop in. That is actually quite clever, because white's bishop is on a superficial square. I was expecting, if black's king marched forward, for the bishop to drop back. And at least it's quite stable here. But now, after Wesley's move, after the bishop has jumped in, now it's less attractive for white to put his bishop on the square. If the bishop drops back, I think black will just trade quite happily. And yes, he's united these two white pawns, but look at this, the black king getting active, and the white pawn is simply dropping off on the next turn. No way to save it. Black is going to go a pawn up. So the current position is this one. White's king has gone forward, but now black can give a check if he wants. He can move his king into the position. This looks, again, like Wesley is slowly and surely making progress.
Hey, Wesley's king has finally taken a step forward, and still the issues just remain for Alireza. They're just not going away.
I think you have
to make a little hidey hole for the bishop to retreat.
I think you have to kick away black's bishop.
OK.
I think the white king should retreat, hitting the black bishop, and then you step back with your white bishop.
There might be some counterattacks. No, there isn't.
OK.
There isn't any counterattacks.
No counterattacks yet?
Yet.
Yeah, so white's bishop and rook, it looks so shaky, but they are defending everything. They are the glue holding white's position together right now. Black's bishop, once it retreats, I mentioned that square for the white bishop to hide on. It's going to be available most likely. Okay, Wesley, he still needs good technique to finish this off. Firouzja has defended quite well, I think, on the last couple of moves. Bringing the white king across, that was the key plan to defend. I think everything else, and he would have been busted. He would have had no chance to hold this game.
The normal form that Wesley So has been in the tour, would you feel very confident that he would win this game?
Yes.
It's simply that he hasn't been at his best form in this tournament. That gives maybe Alireza some hope for a draw.
Yeah, killer instincts hasn't really been there so far
for
Wesley. He showed it in the last game, let's be fair, and in a couple of games in the prelims, he was ruthless when he got the advantage, but he has let a couple of games slip.
Yeah, Wesley's main crime has been that he's just made these big blunders. I mean, I think his overall play has been very good, but somehow one big blunder and his position has just fallen apart. And one common theme in yesterday's game was that they've been relatively sharp positions and he's just lost control and that's it. And here I think this is a position where Wesley is in his element. He is a positional player at heart.
He always has been since he's been a kid.
Yeah, and OK, now the bishop retreats.
OK, and now white's bishop also steps back. So at least white's bishop, it feels nice and safe now, protected by a pawn. And there are ideas of white's rook just stepping across one square, kicking the black king back. So, OK, Wesley puts his pawns all on dark squares on that side of the board. That's quite sensible. Pawns on dark squares won't get kind of threatened by white's bishop anymore. And also black's rook covers everything. Black's rook defends everything on the 7th row. But it does feel a bit slow.
I don't like that move.
You don't like that move?
I don't like that move.
Why not, Jovanka?
Because I can see situations where that pawn configuration there on the right will be stuck. Will not be able to move, and it would give me hope.
White will need something to attack it though, and
yeah, my rook.
Okay.
At some point.
Maybe, yeah. So big committal decision by Wesley. So especially with his pawn configuration on that right side. Meanwhile, though, Alireza Firouzja, he went for one of black's pawns, but that was easily defended by Wesley. So with the black king, so black's king has been forced to step back. Not ideal for Wesley.
So it's looking better for Firouzja.
The last 3 or 4 moves have gone in his favour. It feels like Wesley maybe just a bit indecisive. He knows his position is good. He knows that black is the only one who can really win unless something crazy happens. But the problem is what the next step is. And I mean, we're struggling for a direct plan as well in the studio, so we don't blame Wesley. It's difficult. But if this trend continues...
Ooh.
Wow.
No.
OK, so Firouzja committing his pawns forward. That normally is very, very ugly. That's why we're kind of shocked here in the studio, because you don't want your pawns on light squares blocking in your own bishop. But also look at the white rook. It's completely blocked in now by its own pawns. But I think his idea is very specific. He thinks it's unstoppable next turn to push that white pawn forward 1 square further, kind of deflecting the black king away in order for the white rook to take that corner pawn, that A pawn. So, OK, risky decision from Firouzja there.
I have to say, you know, once I got over my initial repulsion about, you know, voluntarily trapping in your white rook, I actually realised that it's probably a good move.
So he's going to move it again now? That's what you expect?
Yeah.
Absolutely. He's going to push forward with his pawn, and this will force the king to absolutely capture that pawn, and then it will be simply a trade of pawns. I mean, he has to do that at some stage.
Yeah, otherwise the white rook, he goes
here
for
it comes.
Otherwise, the white rook was just trapped. And actually, black had ideas of retreating the black bishop to trap that rook in the corner. So, OK, Firouzja's gone for it. Is this the right moment, though? Is Wesley actually even going to take that pawn? That's the question. You mentioned that's the most natural, to get rid of that pawn, because white has a really scary pawn duo right now. But maybe you can ignore it. Maybe you can just bring the black king down the board, so closer to the white rook, and just say, OK, those pawns, I can take them later. Maybe they're not going anywhere yet.
Yeah,
OK, he does
take it, and now rook takes pawn. And suddenly, this is the first time since we've joined the game that we've seen Wesley slightly stressed.
Yeah, slightly stressed indeed. If I was in a must-win situation, I wouldn't have actually allowed that pawn trade, because the more pawns that disappear from the board, the closer we get to that draw, that magical draw for Firouzja. And also the white rook, much more active now that it has taken a pawn. It can go, for example, to the top of the board and then kind of swing across, making a nuisance from behind, attacking some stuff. Also, white's bishop, it looks passive, but at least it's defending both of white's pawns on the left half of the board. So, OK, black's king, nice and pretty. Black is still better, but is it enough? That is the question. maybe the clock's going to play a factor. Wesley might have to hope for a time trouble blunder later on.
OK, Firouzja comes down with his rook to the 7th row, attacking pawns. Wesley will just simply push one pawn forward. I liked your idea of actually stepping forward with the rook to the bottom row, and there the rook can actually start to look at some of the pawns on the right side. Oh, Firouzja just wants to trade off pawns.
He's very direct.
Yes. No subtlety whatsoever, but I quite like it.
Yeah, if that white pawn pushes one square further, it's going to become really dangerous, so black might have to trade it off, and pawns are disappearing. Wesley So's winning chances are disappearing as well if those pawns continue to get traded. How is Wesley going to continue now? Maybe he needs to start attacking white's central pawn. Is that going to be quick enough, though? That black bishop needs to reroute itself at some point.
Yeah.
Black's rook can't get that active right now.
I mean, the move that I would really love to play is actually to step forward one square with my light square bishop, attack a pawn. But Firouzja's active move with his pawn is designed to meet this idea, because then you just step forward with your own pawn. And because of the lines, the fact that the two rooks are opposite each other, you just can't capture the pawn in the middle. OK, we're going to see it now in operation. So
a threat from Wesley So. He's eyeing up white's central pawn, but as Jovanka mentioned, you don't actually have... I mean, you can't defend it, actually, but you can defend it indirectly by going on the counter-attack and pushing that white A-pawn forward. It's forced, pretty much. Maybe he's considering bringing his rook to the top and just kind of swinging it across, but... Just push your pawn. That would be the consistent answer. White did on the last turn push Anna the A-pawn, so you might as well push Anna one square further forward and offer that trade.
And he's got 45 seconds to take a decision.
OK, but it's the most obvious move. He plays it.
Anna's from Frost, is that the name of the move in English?
No,
Frozen.
Frozen.
I accidentally saw
Frost
that
in Norwegian, yeah.
King and I, is that Anna? No.
Yeah, I think so.
OK.
Well, that was an epic fail on my behalf. OK, so pawn takes pawn on the board. Rook takes pawn.
Yep, so white has the option of just taking that pawn back. He could...
Could also throw in a check.
That would be risky. Black's king would start marching into the position again.
Yeah, I mean, that's the only move that I can see. Why is Firouzja hesitating here? Because he's got 14 seconds left on the clock. He's given a check.
Given a check, but now what happens if Black's king goes this direction? Now you can no longer take that pawn. If you take that A-pawn now with your rook, then the black king marches. The black king will go to the B4 square, attacking white's bishop and attacking your rook at the same time. What's his plan now? Is he trying to trap that black king somehow? He's given up another pawn, Alireza Firouzja, so he's taken on this rook endgame. He's just one pawn down, though. OK, Wesley, surprised. Maybe surprised by that. He was frowning, looking off to the side. Black is now a pawn up. Firouzja gave up that pawn in order to trade bishops, but OK, it's going to be difficult to hold this. Black's extra pawn on the D-line, it is a passed pawn as well.
Yeah, and it was unnecessary as well. It was a decision taken in the last seconds of the game, so we can't be too critical, but still, bad one.
He had a safe opportunity, though.
Absolutely.
That's the wisdom, right? If you're low on time, don't change the nature of the position too much. Keep it... force your opponent to do that. Put the pressure on him. He has to burn time doing that. But Firouzja is just a pawn down, simply.
And he only has 30 seconds left on the clock to conduct some very difficult defence.
Yeah, and the pawn structure on the right-hand side is a bit different, but I've seen this exact endgame before where Magnus Carlsen, when he was exactly this pawn down, he lost against Wang Hao. And another example, Fressinet, I think, lost this endgame once against Michael Adams, the English player, with this D-pawn, this extra D-pawn, because it's a pass pawn, it's going to be hard to stop later on.
But does Wesley have to be accurate in some way? Is it still hard to play? Because he only has 2 minutes on the clock as well.
Yeah, it's definitely not going to be easy, but it's much better winning chances rather than if that pawn was kind of over on the right side where it's not passed yet. So there's no rival for that D-pawn. OK, Firouzja doing the right thing, though. He's locked down Black's pawns on this flank.
Should he also move the G-pawn then? Two squares? Just keep it protected?
Yes. I would do it.
Yeah.
OK.
Yeah, Kaya, that's the perfect pawn formation for white, I think. Maybe we'll see that now or in the next couple of turns for Firouzja. White's H-pawn there, it's a bit lonely, so definitely give it some protection.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Wesley, he's got his pawn rolling, though, his passed pawn. He wants to use that pawn as well as shelter on the 5th rank so that his king is no longer cut off, so the black king can start moving down the board.
The Bars still think this is doable for Firouzja. He only needs to join this game, but 10 seconds on the clock. He made his move with 12 seconds left here.
Yeah, okay, interesting move there. Actually, quite a nice move, I think, from White. He's marched his king forward. He's trying to stop the advance of Black's king. So Black's king now a bit cut off. And, okay, if we do see a check from the Black rook, which I think we most likely will, then the White king will step back happily. And, okay, now the White king will step back, and Firouzja, he's going to argue that now the Black rook is no longer on the 7th rank, the 7th row. White is going to bring his rook up and start counter-attacking against Black's pawns, especially the Black G7 pawn. That is going to be a target for the rest of this endgame. Yeah, Firouzja, he's defended well, really well so far in this position. It should be a draw with best play, most likely, but still some pitfalls to avoid. He's done that perfectly thus far.
One thing in Firouzja's advantage is the fact that Black hasn't been able to mobilize his king. If he's able to just improve his king, get it to the f5 square, then I think he has very serious winning chances.
Yeah, if Black can move the king closer and then give White a check, force the White king back another row. Actually, if the White king's forced back onto the 2nd row, I think Black's actually going to win. But the problem is, any time you check the White king right now, it'll go back to the 4th rank. Instead, it will march forward.
And somehow it's like the consequence of those pawns there on the right side. They're very weak. OK, but I mean, Wesley is now stepping forward with his king, and this allows White just to go with his rook to the 7th row.
Yeah. That's the only way he can try and save this game, I think.
He has to play actively. He can't just...
Process of elimination. You can't just sit still and wait for Black to check you. OK, Firouzja, he's made a huge decision now. He's just given up another pawn. He's hoping, he's arguing that if Black takes this pawn with his rook, Black can just take that pawn, then the White rook will sacrifice itself, take Black's central pawn, and we'd see a trade of rooks. And Black would be a pawn up in that endgame. But maybe it's still a draw because Black's pawns are stuck. They can't move. Wow.
That's nicely calculated.
Calculating that with 10 seconds on his clock before this move. Maybe that's just a stroke of genius from Firouzja. Maybe this will secure the draw, but the courage needed there.
Yeah, fantastic. I mean, I've been very impressed by Firouzja's play and now impressed by his endgame resourcefulness. 16 seconds and ticking down for Wesley. So he has to take a decision. He probably is going to step back with his king, and he has. Yeah. OK. But now...
I was trying to work out that...
Now you come down to the 7th row.
I was trying to work out that king and pawn game if Black had taken that pawn with his rook, and probably it was a draw. Yeah.
I think it's a draw because of these pawns are so bad for Black on the... My dad was right. This triangle formation for pawns, not very good, especially if it gets locked.
OK, so Black's going active with his king again. So White has the opportunity to go over and capture Black's pawn on that G7 square, but then Black's rook might go and take a pawn itself.
2 seconds.
Give a check. OK.
Rook is ticking.
Firouzja.
Has he made a move?
OK, is there just a bit of lag, a bit of delay maybe?
Yeah, it is a bit of lag.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's captured the pawn. Ooh.
OK, so just some small tech things there, but it looks like he has taken that pawn.
OK, there is some technical issues. Let's hope he's not disconnected, Alireza Firouzja. That would cause a lot of stress.
Did he play the move in time? He did.
OK.
And, OK, there were a lot of moves there. Actually, a lot of pawns disappeared, so we saw a flurry of moves. White is still a pawn down, but look, White still has this very strong H-pawn running up the board. That might act as a distraction for Black's pieces. OK, it's 2 versus 1, but those Black pawns, they're disconnected. They don't help support each other running forward. I think this is a draw with best play. White's king as well can go after Black's central pawn.
That's the strategy that I would immediately take. Pick up my king, move it 1 square, attack a pawn, and then once that king steps back to protect it, then I will start running with OK, it's on the board.
Yeah.
OK.
Black is just not quick enough, not coordinated enough here. Black needs to, for example, give a check, kick that White king away, and then start pushing the Black pawns forward, but too slow, as you mentioned. Yeah. Check that Black king, kick it away.
And you can even... OK, I don't think you need to worry about it. You just push your pawn. OK,
push the pawn. Simple. White's pawn is a source of counterplay.
Exactly. And here, maybe you should be a little bit careful to step forward with the king or to step backwards.
Good question. I would not even dream of stepping over to that left side of the board.
No, neither would I. I would retreat as well, because the king wants to be within biting distance of those pawns, doesn't want to get cut off on the horizontal lines.
Yeah, so White's king, it doesn't look great right now, not able to move past the 4th rank, but it can, one idea at least, is to shuffle across and kick away Black's rook if it needs to. Black's rook needs to stay behind White's advanced pawn.
And what about if Alireza just goes full throttle and pushes his pawn 1 square forward and with an immediate threat in the position?
He might well do.
He's going to do that. The king now in check, needs to move. I would recommend stepping to the side.
Okay, which side? In front of that pawn, blockade it.
In front of that pawn.
That's what he does.
Hang on a second. Is that a mistake?
Why would that be a mistake?
I don't know. I just thought...
That seems safe to me.
Okay, that's good.
At least stopping that pawn advancing, it seems the most human touch, the most human way to do it. And now Black's king is going after White's pawn. So what White wants to achieve here is to give up his pawn, that White advanced pawn. It looks good, but you want to give it up at some point in the right way and get Black's pawn in the centre in return. And that should secure the draw.
Wow. OK. Pawn pushes forward. King steps to the side. This is actually really shrewd technique from Wesley. He is maximising his chances. And now, where is Alireza going to move his rook?
He's losing his,
he's feeling
losing
stressed.
his pawn. I'm surprised by this. He's losing his pawn now, Firouzja. He's shaking his head. He's given a check. Maybe he was trying to work out something else, but his pawn has dropped, and suddenly Wesley has real winning chances.
Oh, wow.
The Black king is cut off, so it's not easy, but he's 2 pawns down, and 2 pawns down in a rook endgame means it's going to be difficult. And Firouzja, I think he thinks he's losing.
But, I mean, how is Black going to make progress?
Yeah, the Black king is cut off. The Black king cannot pass the g-file right now.
Okay. He just has to wait with his rook.
Oh, Firouzja, he thinks he's lost.
Feeling the
to
pressure.
me, it's not 100% clear.
No, it's not clear.
3 seconds.
Make a move.
He made that move with 1 second. He's going to try and bring the king round to attack Black's pawn, but that looks slow. OK, Black's king is coming. The White king, as soon as it marches forward, the Black rook can actually come to the e4 square, and the Black rook's going to come across now and cut off that king from marching to the right. Wesley might now win the game.
Wow. OK, pressure is on. Alireza Firouzja, he keeps making moves with 1 second left on the clock.
OK, yeah, Wesley, his task, his king is cut off, but the Black king is just going to come march down on the H-line. There we go. It's going to come as near as possible to the White rook, and then at the right moment, Black will give up one of his pawns and start marching the other pawn further.
I mean, can
White
he
is
not
stuck
also
waiting.
can he not also move his rook to 2 squares
Actually,
to the
now
right? Do it now, and then OK.
And this pawn is marching. Firouzja, he's lost track of this one pawn. He's not going to save the game anymore.
So close, and yet so far away.
I know. He fought back from a difficult position. It was just 1 or 2 accurate moves within his grasp. It was the clock in the end. He didn't have enough time to work it out. And now the rook comes back, trying to stop Black's pawns advancing. But Black can do anything, pretty much. He can move the Black rook, free up his f-pawn to start marching forward as well. OK, he marches this one. The Black rook will defend that pawn. There we go. And now 2 pawns are both running. White's rook is passive. White's king is too far away. This is game over.
And he resigns.
Wow, this is getting dramatic, you guys. Wesley, so a huge comeback. 2 wins in a row to take it to tie breaks. Ooh, that's coming up now in 15 minutes. 2 blitz games, and if they tie the blitz as well, Armageddon. Wow, impressive stuff by Wesley. So how do you think Alireza Firouzja is feeling now?
Devastated.
Yeah.
Because he came so close to securing that draw. And like David said, you know, he was incredibly resourceful and he just had it within grasp and he let go.
All right.
That's going to hurt.
Let's take a quick look at this, David. What happened?
Yeah, actually, Jovanka was completely correct. I misevaluated it and Firouzja misevaluated it. This was the key position. White's king stepped in front of the Black pawn, but instead it should have gone in the other direction. He should have gone to try and harass this Black rook. For example, now, if Black goes after the White pawn, you can step across with your king, and once this Black rook moves, you can finally get rid of Black's strong pawn here. You can bring your rook across and eliminate it. Once Black takes your pawn, you eliminate Black's pawn. And with just this guy, it's easy to blockade. This would have been a draw. Instead, Firouzja got the same position, but down 2 pawns, and he couldn't save it.
Yeah, and it was down to the clocks that Alireza Firouzja wasn't able to save this game, and he's going to have to stay in that blitz mode because in 13, 14 minutes, blitz game number 1 between Wesley So and Alireza Firouzja in the tiebreaks. We're going to head into game 4 in the rapid between Vladislav Artemiev and Lenya Dominguez. It's a must-win situation for Lenya Dominguez. Artemiev is up by 1 point. So if he draws this game or wins it, Artemiev will be in the semi-finals. Is there hopes for Lenya Dominguez to win this?
I must say, just looking at the position on a visual basis, it's looking good.
Okay.
Looking beautiful for Dominguez right now, his position. It's not the type of advantage that will last forever, but he's got the type of position he needs in order to try and win this game. And we do a quick count. Level pawns, level pieces. Black has these 2 really nice pawns, actually, in the centre of the board, controlling a lot of things. Black's knight in the centre as well, glorious. But I think he has to be quick. He can't just sit and manoeuvre. That will allow Artemiev the time to improve his pieces with White. White lacking real weaknesses, so White is pretty solid. I think now is probably the time to start attacking. You have to start transferring your forces towards the Black King. At some point, maybe now on the next couple of turns, you can bring the Black Rook along the 6th rank onto the G line, start going for the White King. For example, you can even start pushing some of the Black pawns in the centre right now. It's difficult. How would you follow up here, though, Jovanka? It looks really nice, but the thing is you have to take action.
I would move my rook.
You'd move the rook across?
To the side, and I would start eyeing up the White King. I'm a direct person, David.
Yeah, direct.
And at the minute, I've been obsessed with checkmate, so I'm like, yes. And I have a threat.
Yeah, there is one trap I see in the position, though, Jovanka, and that's in the current position. We're mentioning, OK, Black's rook goes the whole way across. We were thinking it would go to this square on the same line as the White King. And also, because of this pin, you would actually threaten, for example, if White just makes a move, you would threaten queen takes pawn. Because of this pin, the queen cannot be captured, and this would lead to checkmate. Also, there's a trap in the position. If in this, once the Black rook goes across, if White gets greedy and takes this pawn, then the Black Queen, I think you can just take. And I was going to say the trap is that White's Queen can take this knight, defending this pawn, hoping for a back rank checkmate, trapping the Black King here. But the problem is, after Queen takes, you can actually not just checkmate on this square, also on this square, utilising this bishop from afar, and the White King is trapped. But, OK, in this position, the Black Rook came across. White couldn't take this pawn because the Black Rook swings back with a skewer, winning material. So instead, White has pushed this pawn forward. But this is ugly, ugly stuff, because now Black's knight is here eternally. It's on a fantastic outpost.
Yeah.
Maybe it was necessary from Artemiev. He needed to blunt the effect of this bishop. He needed to lock down this diagonal. But now, okay, if Dominguez just kind of consolidates the centre, keeps this pawn nice and protected later on, then this knight in the centre is going to be there. It's going to be the best piece on the board, simply.
I agree that that pawn move, very ugly, just to lock down the bishop, the diagonal of the bishop. But yeah,
that's the thing with top players; they're not prejudiced. They'll play an ugly move if it's really necessary.
Okay, so now there's not a threat actually after Queen takes pawn. The same trick applies.
Yep.
So you don't have to defend the pawn. You can actually now start targeting. Yep, I like that move. Use the rook to probe the White King for more weaknesses.
Yep, probing here, and White's King
will have to step to the side.
Yep, maybe you could defend it along this way, but superficial for White.
It just kind of looks clumsy. Okay, so I think that's a good step actually for Black to do, because look at the White rook. It's got no squares. So then you could actually just sit on your space. This is my technique. A lot, especially when I have those 2 pawns, that pawn structure in the middle, I just sit on the space and keep improving my position.
Yeah, so just consolidate these pawns.
Yeah, exactly.
For example,
don't need to do anything with them. I don't need to push them forward.
Wow. Okay, Dominguez, let's keep an eye on the players while we show this, but he's just sacrificed his rook. He's gambling everything on this move. He didn't need to do this. He's taken this pawn, but what's the idea? After pawn takes rook, he's going to take with his queen. He's going to try and get on the attack against White's king, but you're only really attacking with the queen, and it takes a long time to bring in reinforcements.
OK, we have to be concrete about this, David.
Yeah,
okay,
let's get up the player cams as well.
Yeah.
What is Artemiev's reaction to this? Well, he's in the dark. It's hard to see.
It's hard to see. It's hard to tell with Artemiev. He's always poker-faced. And this position is going to be on the board. The White King is super open. And, OK, he lifts up his rook. He's giving back some material. He's allowing Black to capture this rook with the knight. But the Black knight, remember, was super strong. And now White's king will recapture, and it's going to try and run away. It's going to try and run away to safety. White is a knight up for 2 pawns. So if the White King does escape, White's doing well.
Yeah.
OK, Dominguez, this is a huge gamble, but will it backfire? In the current position, what else can you do other than take this rook? Because the rook is going to shield the White King.
Exactly, and you have no choice. You have to take the rook, and then king takes knight. And now, how to just invigorate the momentum? I mean, what are you thinking about?
I don't
pushing
see
the
it.
pawn forward now.
This one?
Yeah.
Yeah. I guess white.
And
would...
is this a possibility? And then now queen jack.
Okay. And the thing is, white can take a draw. So if you give me checks, I'll just happily kind of repeat the position.
Yeah.
But I don't know. It's hard to get this bishop into the action. It's hard to get this rook into the action.
Yes, because the idea that I had with the black pieces is that if you tried to run away with your king, then I would actually use my bishop.
Yeah, because now you could bring your bishop in due to this pin. But the thing is, in the current position, if we go back to it now, I'm assuming the black knight takes this rook, but the knight, the white knight, it's the king's best friend, remember? And the white king, this is a really well-known kind of tactical motif. If you're under attack, if you're under fire, get a knight next to your king, put it on the square next to your king, and then the king can hide on this way. You can kind of dance around the knight. The knight just acts as a bodyguard, and the king will hide behind it, to the side of it, to either side of it, and it's so hard to break down a knight. So Artemiev, he's got a bit lucky here that his knight is already situated next to the king at the start, but he's found this nice defensive setup.
All right, must-win situation for Leonid Dominguez, and it was looking good for him. But now, also with the clock thinking for 2 minutes on this move, is it slipping away from him?
Yeah.
I just don't see the follow-through.
I think he missed this last move, this defensive idea from Artemiev. Actually, if white wasn't able to play this last move, then black might have had a crushing attack.
Actually, you're right.
Was it the only move?
It was the only saving move.
Yeah, it wasn't on my radar at first, I must admit. That's Artemiev, he's so good at kind of just saving these difficult positions, being under attack. It's his opening repertoire as well. His opening repertoire, a bit smelly, a bit dodgy sometimes, but he's so good at wriggling out of these bad positions, and that's why he found this last move. He's so resourceful, Artemiev, and yeah, Dominguez must have missed it. He just, he kind of seized the moment, but it was the wrong moment. And yeah, difficult now to find the follow-through. Okay. Down to 1 minute as well.
Okay, well, he's actually lifted up his rook. And we didn't think this was possible because, well, the white rook will now act as a shield. And there it goes.
There the white rook goes, and black's actually threatening checkmate in one move now. The black queen trying to come down to the corner, and he does go into the corner with a check. But note how white's queen has sacrificed itself. But if that white queen was captured on the last turn, white's rook on the D-line would go up to the top of the board and trap the black king with the back rank checkmate.
But here we're maybe going to see a piece imbalance because with his last move, Dominguez has actually covered the critical D8 square. So now, that means now that pawn takes queen is now possible. Has
Artemiev blundered on the last turn? On the last couple of turns?
I think so.
Yeah, I think he has. He's given up his queen. He thought he was being really clever here. But, yeah, Jovanka, you're right. You're completely right. This queen is covering a square, and we have to show this. Let's keep an eye on the players as well. Now, as we mentioned, just a couple of turns ago, when the queen took this knight, so the white queen took this knight, this queen is poisoned. It cannot be captured. Checkmate, the king trapped. So that is why Dominguez flicked in a check and flicked in another check, put his queen on a better square, and now once the white king moves, if you move, I don't know whether you block it with a knight, for example, but now you can take this queen safely because you cover this one and there's no checkmate with the white rook. The white rook cannot come up and trap the black king because it gets captured. So we will reach a position like this one where there's no check available. It's rook and knight against a queen. And the rook and knight surely won't be able to fight, against this black. This black queen's just too strong.
No, it's certainly really strong. And again, it falls down to king safety. And white's king, terrible.
Maybe white can bring the rook across.
Oh.
I'm just trying to think of ways that white can fight back, because if you don't have a resource immediately, you can just resign with white. And the idea is that if the queen retreats, now you take off these rooks, and at least you have a discovered check against the black king, but maybe there's no follow-through. For example,
that looks a little bit...
looks a bit scary.
It does look scary, because I was thinking,
the king will run.
The king will run, but then the bishop will come to...
Give a check. The king has to run again.
Yeah.
Both kings have been playing runaway this game. The king's going to try and escape. Maybe it's OK for black. Maybe black is still winning. Yeah, the current position, Artemiev, he's recovering from the shock here of this queen check. He must have missed this, covering this vital square. And Dominguez, he's still alive in the tournament.
Ooh, okay.
Okay, let's keep...
And
okay.
David,
this is happening on the board.
White's best practical chance. And now Artemiev has to be incredibly careful where he puts his queen. In fact, there's only one move to keep the advantage, and that's to go back to the square that you highlighted, the D8 square. Anything else
gives away the advantage.
Gives it away. It's going to be 0-0. In fact, the computer's just recommended that the only other ways to equalise is actually to take the rook or to take the knight with the queen.
Okay, so actually to give the queen back, that's the second best option, but Dominguez, he will not give the black queen back. That would just lead to maximum a draw for black, and he needs to win. So he has to keep the black queen, bring her back to her start square, bring her back to D8, and the game goes on. You still have this queen, some huge winning chances for Dominguez, but he needs nerves of steel now to clinch this game.
He might just, in view of the whole match situation and also in view of how White gets quite active, I think he might just go queen takes rook.
You think so?
Yeah, because there he's like slightly better and he can still grind out a win, potentially.
So queen takes rook is the safe option.
Or queen, yeah.
The queen retreating.
Yeah, but then I forgot to... There's a pawn that's hanging on G7, so...
Yeah.
Oh.
Scary times.
No, he has to just go for it. He's been brave so far.
A draw's the same as a loss. You might as well.
Only move is to retreat the queen all the way back to its starting square, D8.
And coming up, you guys, as you can see in the bottom of the screen, in 4 minutes and 30 seconds, the first blitz game between Wesley So and Alireza Firouzja. Firouzja, he has chosen black in the first game. All right.
And Artemiev pre-moved that last turn, rook takes rook, because no matter where the black queen ran to, he would have played this move. And
seconds left on the clock for Dominguez.
He has to take that rook.
He takes it.
He does.
Okay.
He needed a bit of calculation because now White can move anywhere away with the knight, and that's a discovered check from the white rook against the black king.
Okay.
So he had to calculate all of the potential knight jumps by White.
Knight takes pawn.
That's the move I'm expecting. The knight has other options. It can go to the F5 square, where it normally thrives, but not this time. It just captures a pawn. The black king is running away.
Okay, now the black king can only go to its starting square.
It's as if black's trying to set up his pieces for the start of a new game.
I know.
Yeah, so there is only one check left in the position. That's for White's knight to go up check on the F6 square, but then the black king will happily just move down towards the centre, kind of closer towards the middle of the board. So only one check, but then they all dry up. So maybe, if it's only one check, maybe Artemiev needs a quieter move. Maybe you can move the white bishop away somewhere. There we go. Now there is a threat, an added threat of White's rook coming to the top of the board and giving check to the black king.
Yeah.
Probably that's going to happen.
It will. And the king's forced to the D7 square. And, well, Artemiev just has to, I think, improve his pieces. I mean, I would just step up with my king.
The white king?
Yeah.
Defend the white knight. That's the only undefended piece, really, for White, or the only piece you need to prioritise defending. OK, he goes after some pawns with that rook. Surprising.
Yeah.
The black king can even start going on an adventure now.
Does the black king have to do that?
I don't know. I want to protect my pawns. I'm greedy.
Right, because that's what's going to count in this type of position. So I definitely think black should go active with the king.
Yeah, that makes most sense to me, at least. The black queen temporarily tied down defending her bishop. So the black bishop, black queen don't necessarily want to move yet.
Step forward with the king to E6.
Both sides, under 16 seconds. Oh, nerves of steel.
Keeping us entertained with the drama on the clock.
King march. Go on that king march.
Yes.
Okay,
he doesn't.
He gives up a pawn, so just improving the black bishop, but coming at the cost of that pawn. Now the black king has to go on an adventure.
Yes, but now quite a few pawns drop off the board.
Yeah, White's mopping up that whole right flank.
Yeah, and now the king stepped backwards.
Yeah.
Rook takes pawn.
Still, I would far rather be Dominguez every day of the week because you have the queen, but the queen still takes a few moves to get active, so Artemiev doing a good job of trying to...
I think I would rather be Artemiev, actually.
Really? Okay.
Yes.
I just want to collect all those debts, collect all those pawns on that left side. The black queen, it feels like it's her turn to go active.
Yeah, so it might... OK, she does, but now the
Oh, no. He's blundered Dominguez. He's put his queen on a bad square. Now this is check. And if the black king had moved, the white knight would have captured a pawn, forked the black king and queen.
Oh, devastating.
He's had to give up his bishop now, but it's too many pieces. It's 3 pieces against the queen, and the queen can't fight her battle on 3 fronts. This is...
Too many pieces.
Too many pieces.
Oh, devastating. Devastating situation for Dominguez there.
Knights are so tricky. He just put his queen on the wrong square where it was in range of the white knight.
Blundered away from tie-breaks and semi-finals. Is it going to be Artemiev now? Definitely.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. And look at this last move, that knight block, ensuring that there are no more checks from the black king, queen.
The very best that Dominguez can hope for is a draw. But just take a look at how White's army is just hounding that poor pawn on h5.
Yeah.
It's just nothing to be done.
White's just going to use teamwork and connect all his pieces against the black pawns one by one.
And there you go, 1 pawn drops off.
Yeah.
Is he about to resign?
Yes.
Yes, I think Dominguez knows his fate is sealed. And also, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave will have been watching this. Imagine how his heart will have dropped when that blunder was made.
Ah, yeah.
That's going to secure Artemiev's place in the tour finals, that blunder.
Yeah. This is knocking Maxime Vachier-Lagrave out of the tour final. Artemiev is now, very soon, inside the tour final, top 8.
All of Black's pawns have started disappearing as well. And the white knight can easily block that check. The white knight acting again as that bodyguard and the black queen running out of ideas now.
I was going to say the knight can act as a bodyguard, the white king can step forward. It doesn't really matter because every single one of White's pieces are just beautifully protected.
Yeah. And look at this last move, that white bishop stepping back, stopping the advance of Black's pawn. The only distant dream for Black is to start his pawn rolling down the board, but it's too far away, and it's the white rook, the white bishop, stop that black pawn advancing. And
I think Dominguez is just going through the motions.
Yeah.
The white pawns are going to start pushing forward soon as well. All White needs to do is make sure his pieces are protected.
He's going after the pawns, David.
Greedy,
yes.
but strong.
All right, the tie-breaks first blitz game between Wesley So and Alireza Firouzja, it hasn't started yet. It's starting very soon, so we're going to make that as well. No problem. But let's just see this end in a win for Artemiev then.
Dominguez, he doesn't want to click that resign button yet. He's just, it's difficult, right? When you know it's the end of your tournament, to just kind of let go. But
especially because he was in such a promising situation. Yesterday's match could easily have gone his way. And today as well, you know, he had a great position in the end. And what a great sacrifice. I mean, he went all in. He really went for it. But OK, it didn't work out.
Yeah, sometimes in chess you don't get what you deserve. That's frustrating. And OK, 2 games.
Yeah.
We have started its blitz in Wesley So against Alireza Firouzja. It's only 5 minutes on the clock per player, gaining 3 seconds after every move. So, yeah, we'll keep an eye on that one. It's still early days.
And the clocks are not completely right there, and the bar is not correct either in that game. There is no drama yet. Wesley So smiling. Let's just finish off this final game in the quarterfinal with Artemiev and Lenia Dominguez.
Yeah.
Slowly but surely, Artemiev, he's just keeping the white king nice and safe, and the white pawns are ready to start pushing forward. There's no hope at all here for Dominguez, but there still takes a little bit of work for Artemiev to combine his army. OK, now the pawns are starting to roll. That's a bad sign now for Dominguez. Yeah, you can tell he's just snacking away. He knows it's...
He knows it's over.
No matter how much you focus, sometimes it's, no chance. The white king is feeling free to step forward. There's no more checks for the black queen.
OK.
Attacking the white rook on the edge of the board.
But Artemiev is simply going to give a check. It's an easy threat to deal with. OK, he checks with the knight.
Yeah, look at those white pieces. They're all teaming up together. They're all literally all gathering. They're assembling those Avengers. And
Artemiev using some great strategy. He's just putting all his pieces on protected squares.
The white king can step forward into the centre now.
Yeah, I mean, he has his choice.
And he's gained a lot of time as well. Played fast here, Artemiev.
Yeah.
All right. First blitz game, Wesley So and Alireza Firouzja. The clocks are not correct. The bar is not correct. We just wanted to bring you guys into the action because it has started, the tie breaks between these two. And the winner in this one will face the winner in this one. So him or Artemiev? It's going to face the winner of this tie break. Yeah.
Some impressive pointing, Kai. I have no idea which is...
I really have to think when you do it.
Okay, but Artemiev is about to crash through. He's going for the final kill now. He's assembled his pieces perfectly. They're united, and now he's moving in for that black king. This is check from the white knight on his board. The black king's going to have to move, and no matter where it moves, there's going to be even more deadly checks. The black queen she's powerless now. She just doesn't have any support at all. So, okay, Dominguez, it looks body language. It looks like he's about to resign now. You can see he knows it's over. Yeah. It's going to be checkmate in a few moves, most likely. Okay, he moves his king across. White's rook can deliver a check.
King will step back, and the rook will just move out of the way somewhere.
The king is completely cut off.
Probably knowing Artemiev, move the rook to a protected square.
Yeah. So the whole way across, defended by its knight. Also, you needed to move the rook. If you defended it, there might have been some stalemate ideas. So you've got to be a bit careful. I mean, a draw still gets Artemiev through, but he wants to win now. He wants to end on a high. And once the queen moves, the white king might step up. The white bishop's going to join the party. It's checkmate incoming.
Too many pieces around the black king. And the poor queen, she's good, but she's not good enough here.
Yeah. No more checks for black.
Nope.
White's king is...
And there's a big threat in the position. The bishop is actually going to step forward one square and just contain any exit squares that the king has.
And we're going to see that move now, Jovanka, and that'll be game over.
And we have to give credit to Lenya Dominguez. He was the big surprise to make it through to the knockout stage in 8th place after a very, dramatic last few games in the preliminaries. He made it through. He's really given Vladislav Artemiev a tough fighter in the quarterfinals. But Artemiev, in his 3rd tournament in the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour, he is a fantastic rapid online player, no doubt. And it's... about to be over.
Yeah, so black's queen under fire, hasn't moved. It's about to move, I think, and no matter what happens, white's rook is actually going to come across and give check to the black king from the front, and that will end in a queen trap. We can see plus 100. That actually means checkmate is coming as well. It's inevitable. Dominguez, what does he play? He brings his queen forward.
Yep.
We'll see one check from the white rook. There's plenty of ways to win this position. There we go. The king is forced back towards the centre. It didn't want to march into the eye line of the white bishop because there would have been a discover check. And now white can, again, pretty much do anything. You can retreat the white rook. You can give another check. You can... Yeah. It's hard to pick between the options, but...
I would... I was going to say, just give a check again. If you want to kill the game, you can just keep on checking.
Yeah, if you want to secure your place through. But he says no. Artemiev wants to maximalise his winning percentage. He pushes forward with his pawn.
There's just no black pieces left.
No.
And every move, white defends the rest of his pieces. Literally everything is protected in white's camp. So even if you blunder, then there will be one piece defending everything else.
Yeah. And there is a threat in the position, actually. Okay, so Dominguez gives a check.
That is sneaky.
That is very sneaky. If he could end the game right now by just capturing the queen, but it would be stalemate.
Yeah, maybe Artemiev missed that one. So now, yeah, as you mentioned, Jovanka, if that queen was taken, black's king trapped, but not under check, so it would be a draw. But you don't have to capture pieces when they check you. Luckily for Artemiev.
Well, Artemiev is forgetting that he just needs a draw to get through to the match. Most players would probably just go knight takes queen, kill the match, thank you very much.
Some. Some are artists like Artemiev who he wants to fight, he wants to kind of create these new pretty patterns and win as many games as possible. Okay, he blocks this check, so no more stalemate. The black king does have squares it can go to. And black's queen, meanwhile, on a miserable square. Okay, I think it's time to resign. There's literally no more tricks in the position.
Maybe the king can step forward to the d8 square.
Okay, and then the white knight will retreat.
Yeah, and that's it.
Yeah, everything protected for white.
So this is going to be over in minutes. Lenya Dominguez just going through the emotions. Yeah, all right. It's going to be a victory for Vladislav Artemiev. He can't deny it anymore. It's drama going on this side. Blitz. Game number 1 in the tiebreaks between Wesley So and Alireza Varuzya. The winner will face Vladislav Artemiev, who is about to win this game. So we're going to now switch focus over to the Blitz, you guys, because, it's going to be dramatic in that one. And here we are. Blitz, game number 1, Wesley So with the white pieces. Firouzja has chosen to have black pieces in the second one. And what are we seeing?
So far, it's still very tense. White's pawn push there means that he wants to attack. Wesley is going on the front foot. He's got the bishop pair. White has a stronger pawn centre, and White has the 2 bishops. So I prefer White. What about you, Jovanka? It was your favourite opening?
I know. This position actually came from the Caro-Kann, but I'm hating this position for black. I mean, this is, to me, everything that's gone wrong with the Caro-Kann. Firstly, just take a look at that white pawn, the Harry pawn on h6. It's clamping down on those dark squares around the black king. Next thing, the bishop that I can see, they can, especially the dark square bishop, it can move to the e5 square. It's going to be so very unpleasant for Alireza.
Yeah, and talking of unpleasant, he's been forced to retreat his knight. Now Wesley's starting to create direct threats, attacking one of black's rooks with his bishop.
And now there's an attack on the rook. If the rook is forced to move, then suddenly there's even ideas of just exploding open the position at the right time by pushing the d-pawn forward 1 square. Can't do it yet.
We have the clocks here as well, and we do see that Alireza Firouzja is down to 1 minute and 24 seconds on the clock. Wesley So 2 minutes and 48 seconds on the clock right here. They started out with 5 minutes and they gained 5 seconds.
Yep. 3 seconds.
3 seconds.
3 seconds every move.
3 seconds every move.
3 seconds, it sounds like a lot, but that could disappear very, very quickly. So we have seen a trade of bishops and a White's queen stepping up. So now there's an attack on Black's knight. If the Black knight moves to the wrong square, then White's queen is actually going to come. OK, it steps back, defending the key g7 square in front of the Black king. If the White queen gains access to that square, it's checkmate. The White queen and White pawn will team up together. So Black's knight has to guard that key square. And now Firouzja as Black, he's going to be begging for a queen trade. Otherwise, White's just going to attack and win.
Yeah.
That's the only way Firouzja will save this game. Wesley, he'll try and open things up before that, potentially.
Yeah. I agree with you. If I were playing with the black pieces, I would definitely... My next move would be retreating the queen, beg for a trade. And, well, Wesley, you mentioned that it was all about opening lines, and now he's aggressively pushing forward. Maybe he's getting ready for that endgame and saying, hey, we can have an endgame, but I'm going to have a complete clamp there on the right side of the board.
So now, for example, Firouzja can take the queens off, but White will capture it towards the centre. So White will capture with that pawn that has just moved, the f-pawn, and he'll control a load of squares. So Firouzja doesn't necessarily want to allow White to improve the pawn structure in the process of that trade. OK, he steps back. So Firouzja looking for new avenues for the black queen, but this is what Wesley wanted anyway, to clamp down.
It's in operation, and I would break out.
How would you break out?
Push my pawn. Okay. Attack the queen.
You said that timidly. But...
I know. Because I realised it was a very committal decision.
I preferred your move, though, Firouzja. He's just waiting with the black queen. He's literally just gone back 1 square, then back again, then back again. He's wasted 3 moves pretty much with the black queen. He could have gone there immediately a few turns ago. Wesley's improving his position on every turn. Firouzja's not. And that is a big difference right now. So black's queen is guarding that really important square, as you mentioned, the g7 square. But... OK, even if the black knight gets active, I don't think that will be enough to compensate for White's huge space advantage and huge control over the position. I would just try and improve the white bishop at some point, try and bring the white king towards the centre, just in readiness of a potential endgame. Yeah,
I would do the same. So the first move that I would be thinking of is actually improving my light square bishop, moving it to the f3 square. And then, you know, once you've solidified the right side of the board, then you switch your attentions over to the left. And by that, I mean you just push some pawns, open a line. Wesley has been inspired by direct play, and he's really going for it. Yeah. I mean, is he ready for this?
It doesn't feel like he's ready for this. No, look at the diagonal of the white king as well. The white king suddenly exposed on a dark square diagonal. There might be some checks to consider from the black queen later on. Yeah, OK, we've seen a trade, first of all. But also, the reason I'm surprised is White isn't necessarily threatening anything with this pawn push, because there's a pin. Look at all the rooks, all the tension on this D-line. White's pawn now in the centre cannot move. It cannot capture a black pawn, because it would just... this would come at the cost of a rook. And that tension is coming to a head now, because Black's given this check on the diagonal. Why did he leave his king on a dark square before opening things up? It feels reckless. It feels just too hasty.
Feels bold.
That's another word.
And the game between Artemiev and Leonid Dominguez has now finished with a win for Artemiev. He is ready for the semi-finals, where he will face the winner of this match. And
he's ready for the tour finals as well now.
Yes.
Congratulations to Vladislav Artemiev, and such a shame for Maxim Vachier-Lagrave. He is now knocked out.
Okay, meanwhile, White's king did dodge the check, and Black has grabbed a pawn. So I'm slightly surprised he did it in this fashion, Alireza Firouzja, but he is a pawn ahead. And now, despite what the computer says, it's anyone's game. White is a pawn down, and the queen is attacked, forced to retreat and offer this trade.
Yeah, I totally agree, David. The computer is lying to us all when it says, OK, White is much better, because the reality is this is crazy chess. Yeah. And one person makes a mistake and that's it. It's going to be game over. Having said that, White's king is pretty exposed, but it's on light squares. So the king can just step forward to the G2 square as he has, and keep control here.
Yeah, so that last move was important, essential, actually, preventing an incursion from the Black queen. So Black's queen not able to enter the position to the squares it wanted to. Now White's king doing a great defensive job, guarding some pawns. And, OK, Alireza Firouzja upping the ante. He's trying to crack open the position around White's king. OK,
we've seen some trades and all this while Firouzja has less than 10 seconds on the clock.
OK, he's playing with 2-3 seconds on every turn now. It's dangerous. The clock is the biggest enemy for Firouzja, and not just that, Wesley has won his pawn back, and the bishop is superior to the knight in this endgame. Yeah. That is a problem for Black. And the Black king as well, caught in a cage.
Yeah, I mean, all these things, I think, make sure that this position is winning for Wesley.
OK, he gives check to the Black king, allowing the Black king out. I'm slightly surprised
by... Bishop takes pawn.
OK, he's grabbed a pawn. But, yeah, it wasn't necessarily the pawn I wanted to go for.
That's true.
Now Black king is getting active.
And the bar disappeared. And when I'm checking this game online, it says completely winning for White.
It is completely winning for White. He's a pawn up, and with a better minor piece, the bishop superior to the knight. And White has this pawn on h6, this side, just 2 squares away from promoting. If you ever win the pawn in front of it, you get a new queen, pretty much.
OK, but there is one tiny bit of danger here for Wesley, and that is the fact that Firouzja is threatening to move his knight to e6, where it attacks a pawn. Yeah, and there it is.
Put the White king on the wrong square.
Exactly.
Now White's pawn is going to drop with a check. There's no way to defend it.
No.
Black is grabbing White's pawns on that right side. Wesley, he was on the brink of winning, but now it's the clock situation for him as well. He must have panicked 2 seconds there. He made that last move. OK, it's back to level pawns, but still anything could happen. White wants to win that pawn on the left and then push his own pawns. Black wants to win White's pawn.
OK.
OK, the Black pawn jettisons itself, gives itself up to double White's pawns.
I don't like that decision. I don't think it was necessary, but OK. Firouzja steps forward with the king, attacking the bishop, retreats, and now the rook moves over to attack the pawn. And now there's a threat in the air, which is to move the knight back to attack pawns.
OK, I love that decision from Firouzja, Jovanka, earlier. White's double pawns, they're not necessarily better than just having one pawn there. And now Black has connected pawns on the other flank. This is much easier for Black to play than it is for White. Also, when you're down to seconds, knights are so much trickier than bishops. It's going to be incredibly difficult for Wesley to run away from all these potential knight checks, knight forks, double attacking things.
OK.
I think Firouzja is a big favourite in this endgame.
Wow. Yeah. What a turnaround.
Yeah, Wesley was on the brink of winning, just needed 1 or 2 accurate moves. And Firouzja, this is why he's so quick, so strong.
Are we going to see knight takes bishop? No, we're going to see rook come forward. And if the king steps forward, then rook check on h5.
Yep, so the Black rook is going to protect its own pawns. It's going to swing across with a check.
And now knight takes bishop.
Maybe. If the Black knight takes the White bishop, the White rook will slide across 1 square probably and pin this knight. It's still not over. It's still not clear at all. Okay. You didn't want to take that knight back with your pawn because the Black king could recapture. So,
OK, king moves to the side. Oh.
OK, and offering a king and pawn endgame now for Firouzja. He's hoping the rooks come off because then the 2 black pawns connected.
Oh.
OK, for Firouzja, he jumped. Wesley saves the game miraculously because now it's king versus king. He put his king on the wrong square and walked into a check, allowing Wesley to save the game.
Wow, Wesley So shaking his head. He was about to win this game. A draw is not what he wanted with the white pieces. Alireza Firouzja jumps up, angry because he could have won this.
Yeah, totally. And I actually saw Firouzja, he was still in the eye line of the camera.
Yeah.
And you could just see him shouting with frustration. I mean, that's what blitz chess is all about. It's all about emotions. It's about being tricky, and it's about seizing those opportunities when they're presented to you. And I think, in fairness, a draw was a good result for both sides.
All right, a draw in the first blitz game, and that means if we have a winner in the next blitz game coming up in 5 minutes, then that player will be ready for the semi-finals. If it is another draw, then we will head into Armageddon. But, the player who wins this will head into semi-finals to face Vladislav Artemiev, who is ready. Congratulations, Vladislav.
Good evening to everyone. Thank you very much.
Wow, you have to tell us, this match with Lenia Dominguez, how tough has it been?
Yes, it was absolutely difficult match for both, I think. And I can to say that Lenier, a really good player with universal style and good opening preparation. So it was not easy for me beat him, but in the few last games, I played is okay, I think, but still in the last game I have some problems. He had a good attacking position, but it was very unclear and not easy because it's rapid, and I was also more lucky probably.
And
of course, he missed my check after Queen E6. I give check Rook of 8 probably, yes. So I was lucky in this moment. Yeah.
And of course, we have to congratulate you as well, because you are now safe. You will qualify for the tour final. Congratulations.
Yes, thank you again. Yeah, I am also glad.
Yeah, we're happy to hear it. So we definitely will see you now in the tour final. So huge congratulations on that as well. And of course, we don't know who you're going to face in the semi-finals yet. So who are you hoping for, Wesley So or Alireza Firouzja?
It's interesting question because in the last tournament I played against Wesley and he beat me. So it should be interesting if we will play again, because he is very good and strong player, and also for me interesting, can I win or no? but also Firouzja, young player, very talented, and I don't know who will be better for me. I'm ready to play against every from these guys.
All right. We wish you the best of luck in the semi-finals. Thank you for joining us, Vladislav.
Thanks a lot. All the best. See you next time.
Yes, see you tomorrow. All right,
Bye.
Impressive again by Vladislav Artemiev, ready for another semi-final, only in his 3rd event on the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour, and ready for the tour final. He is now knocking Maxim Vachier-Lagrave out of top 8, and it is Artemiev who will play the tour final. But we are getting ready now for the final blitz game between Alireza Firouzja and Wesley So. Firouzja will have the white pieces. What do you expect now, David?
He'll be pretty confident. He turned that last game around in a really difficult position when he was lower on the clock. And with white, he's much more dangerous, in my opinion. His opening repertoire is much more direct. If he can get his type of position, attacking Wesley, he'll be a huge favourite.
And of course, we have that mental thing. Wesley So making that huge comeback, winning 2 games, taking it to tie breaks. But after this game, who's got the upper hand, do you feel, Ivanka?
I think David has kind of summed it up in a nutshell. I think Firouzja has the psychological advantage because he fundamentally had a terrible position and he was lost at some stage. But he turned it around and he was the one that was pressing home for the victory. Didn't quite manage it, but I think the momentum has changed. Alireza realizes that he needs to take Wesley into his own specialty, which is wild complications.
Yeah. And I've asked many times, I've asked you, David, I've asked Magnus Carlsen, other players, who is sort of the fastest player? And Alireza Firouzja keeps coming up, also in bullet chess. I mean, how good is he, this 18-year-old, in blitz chess?
Yeah, in blitz chess, he's definitely one of the best. I would say top 10 already, maybe even top 5 in the world. If if this goes to Armageddon as well, I think there he'll be a massive favourite. His mouse skills are just incredible. I've spent so many evenings watching him play bullet chess against the likes of Magnus, against the likes of Nakamura, and he holds his own. Sometimes he even beats them. And yeah, I think Wesley will struggle to cope if it goes to Armageddon. That's why I think Firouzja is a favourite now. Even if this one's a draw, he'll still fancy his chances in that Armageddon.
Yeah, and Wesley as well. He's been lacking a little bit of energy in this tournament, but making a huge comeback to take it to tiebreaks. He's going to have the black pieces here, Wesley, so we are waiting for Alireza Firouzja with the white pieces. I can see him in the background. What you expect from... Ooh, running to the table. He does not want to be knocked out by not showing up for the game. Here we go.
And the adrenaline must be pumping as well. He starts with this king's pawn. He nearly always does this, Firouzja, especially in the big games. And, OK, king's pawn opening. Will we see the Italian? No, Petrov defence by Wesley. So we're playing a bit of copycat here. And this is known as a very solid weapon. Usually when black's happy with a draw, we see a trade of pawns in the centre already. And Firouzja brings his bishop out. OK, this is still well-known stuff. The Petrov has been fashionable for centuries already. This will be well-known, well-studied by both players. This bishop move earlier by white, it's quite rare. And white's king castling now. White is the first to castle, both queens out. There's a lot of tension on this central line towards the black king on this E-line.
Right. I mean, I'm just looking at this position. The most natural move for me is just to retreat the knight.
Yeah.
Get out of the firing line. Just keep maintaining the pawn structure.
Okay.
That's yeah, OK, so...
And Wesley laughs with that last move. White's queen stepped back. So he just played copycat. He retreated the black queen as well, and it's completely symmetrical, pretty much, to pawn structure. If white was able to occupy the centre with the pawn, but no, Firouzja playing instantly up to this point, bring his bishop out from a different angle. Again, a very rare setup for white, but black's position looks harmonious. Defending everything, black has a rock-solid pawn centre, black, nice pawn structure there. I don't think Wesley has any problems. He brings his bishop out now.
I was going to say, this whole setup had my kind of like memory cells just jingling a little bit. And I was thinking, didn't Alexander Grischuk beat Fabiano Caruana with it?
Yeah, I think in a rapid game.
In 2018, and it just looked like such an unusual setup. It looked completely unambitious for white, but it was a very effective.
Yeah, so I think in that game, did white just push a pawn forward now, attacking that black bishop, which has just created a pin? Just trying to recall how that game went. Yeah, black's position, it looks nice, and if he doesn't make any mistakes, any concrete blunders, he's going to be very happy, Wesley. So this is his type of position as well, just very solid, everything protected.
Yeah.
Okay, Firouzja spending a long time for a blitz game, 46 seconds there, kicking that bishop back.
You're right, David. We are repeating the game exactly. And in that game, after this queen move, black simply just defended the bishop by moving it to the f6 square. And then the kind of weirdness continued because the queen actually advanced to the e3 squared.
Yeah. So right now, black's dark squared bishop is under fire. You need to protect or move it. Those are the only real options for Wesley. In that game, the bishop moved. You can defend it with your rook. That feels a bit shaky as well. You might walk into a potential pin on this E-line. OK, huge decision here for Wesley. So he's burning a bit of time on the clock, so maybe he's not aware of this previous game. Or maybe he's aware of it, just trying to recall his analysis. Maybe he hasn't looked at it since 2018.
Yeah, because I remember 2018, Fabiano Caruana was like the one playing this opening. OK, so he has moved the bishop out of the way.
If I remember correctly, Wesley was at that tournament where the game happened, and he did win the tournament where that game happened, if I recall correctly. So, OK, the white queen stepping forward. This is still a replica of that previous game between Grischuk and Caruana, and now white's queen is trying to kind of zigzag its way into the position. She wants to kind of go off to the right to the f4 square and attack black's knight in the centre, which is actually pinned by white's dark squared bishop. So, OK, a big threat in the position.
Yes, and in fact, that game continued with black attacking the queen with the rook, and now the zigzag pattern that you mentioned was put into operation because the queen came. OK, we're going to see it. I think Wesley, has just forgotten. I mean, this line is so unusual that why would you remember it? The queen now steps forward, and OK, now we have a difference because there's been a trade of rooks.
Okay, it feels like this. Okay, the evaluation bar as well has gone all the way in White's favour. Wesley playing that move happily, smiling, leaning back, but it feels, I mean, I see two moves that are already very tempting for White. Firstly, you can push a pawn forward. You can kick away Black's bishop on the edge of the board. You can push White's g-pawn in front of the White king forward 2 squares, kick away that bishop. You're gaining space, you're attacking pieces. Look at Black's piece development as well on that left side. There's going to be huge threats against the Black king on the back rank because Black is not fully developed. And
wow.
I don't know if there's another winning move. I kind of want to bring the White queen across as well. Okay, he does push this pawn.
The winning move is this, David.
Okay, and now there's so many tempting options, though. I probably wouldn't trade those bishops. Maybe you can as well.
I think you can.
You can as well. Okay, you can also push. Okay, he does trade, and now you can push a pawn forward.
And that's it, and all you need to do is...
Okay, he doesn't go for that. He brings his queen across.
I thought he would attack the... He would attack the bishop.
Yeah, I guess the bishop would have traded itself for a knight, and that would have been maybe some chances to escape, probably not. But, OK, this is another move I was attracted to. Very sensible. White has a double threat. White's queen is threatening to just go up and take a pawn on the same line, on the B line. Black's B7 pawn undefended, but also the queen and bishop, look at them, teamed up. They are threatening to penetrate along this diagonal. White's queen trying to jump up next to the Black king and giving a deadly check. This is just almost game over. White's going to win a pawn for sure. Black has to stop the threat, the more dangerous threat of White's queen coming to the f8 square and giving check. That's the more urgent threat to deal with.
Yeah, and you can do that by attacking... First of all, you can do that by developing your knight, is what I wanted to say.
Yeah, so Black's knight, one of the Black knights will move right now, and then White will just go up a pawn for free. White's queen will go and take that Black pawn on b7.
OK, so he develops, and queen takes pawn, and the rook moves to the side.
OK, so White's up a pawn, pretty much for free. The only downside for White long-term is that the White king is slightly exposed. But, yeah, I don't think that's a factor for the next few turns, at least. White's knight there, going to the side. There's also, I mean, Black's knights are just so passive. That's why Wesley So is trying to activate them, even at the cost of a few pawns. He's saying, take all my pawns, I don't care. I'm just going to bring my knights into the action. And in practical terms, he's got some chances, Wesley So. It's bad. In classical chess, in long chess, he would lose here. But some chances while the White king is a bit open, if Black can activate his pieces, and he's activating his knight. Black's 2 pawns down, but finally his pieces are entering the action. OK.
So the rook has attacked queen. Queen takes the pawn, but now there's a lot of option actually on the board. I mean, I was thinking that maybe the Black knight can step forward to the f4 square, and instead we see rook takes pawn.
So only 2 pawns again now for White. I like this one. It separates the White structure as well. Black's rook eyeing up a few pawns, and OK, Firouzja, his pieces are a bit offside suddenly. The White knight, and I'm looking at the White knight and the bishop on their left there. They're not really contributing.
Maybe you can just play simple chess and just start caging in the Black rook.
You want to retreat a knight to cage in that Black rook, stop that Black rook from ever running away. That makes sense, a lot of sense. Firouzja, I think we'll see him do something like that. He's done well on the clock so far as well. He's been very, very quick after this tricky opening. I'm going to remember this opening and just save it up for to surprise an unsuspecting opponent.
It was super popular in 2018 after this huge game, and then suddenly it died down.
I think people just found that it's not that dangerous if you know what you're doing.
Yeah.
But clearly, even the top players, sometimes if you play the most natural moves, you get into trouble. So you really have to study what's going on. And OK, White's bishop has jumped in. That's covering some squares. So Jovanka earlier mentioned the Black knight wanting to jump to the f4 square towards the White king. That's been prevented. But if you look at the tension on the D line right now, it feels like there's a potential pin incoming. If Black's knight moves, the queens are on the same line, on the same file.
Yep, totally agree there.
Not sure exactly how Black can take advantage of that.
Well, I was just thinking it's probably possible just to move the knight to the b6 square, attack the queen and knight.
You want to trade, though?
I want to trade. OK.
I would have stepped in a different direction, maybe. But here, Wesley says, yes, we can trade, but in a tricky way. So now that Black knight cannot be captured by White's bishop because there is this pin on the D file, on the D line. OK, so White's knight can take. I guess the Black rook would then step back and recapture. That might actually just be winning for Black. So White has to be super careful. Despite what the evaluation bar says, one slip in the wrong direction for either side, and it's game over. This is such a crazy position. Pieces all over the board. I
know, and there's a potential for pins and every single move.
Threats.
I know.
They're all in the air.
like one move that kind of immediately I'm drawn to is actually just moving the queen to the c6 square, and suddenly the black knight is pinned to the rook.
Sophisticated. I like it.
Yeah.
Maybe that would have been a winning move. And
we'll see. Okay, so
white knight stepping back.
Stepping back. This was also a nice idea that I had. So the whole point is that if black does grab material, say bishop takes knight, then pawn takes bishop, then suddenly the D line is just opened. Mm-hmm. And I feel that only one person can benefit there, and it will be white.
Yep, white's pieces would start pouring forward. So, okay, will black eliminate that knight that has just retreated, and take it with his bishop? I don't see anything else to do, to be honest. Black's rook is actually caught in no man's land right now. If you don't find a way out for that black rook, it might just get trapped behind enemy lines. White's knight will start going after it. White's queen will start going after that black rook. So you have to get rid of this piece.
Okay, pawn takes. And now the knight jumps forward. Gosh, wow. It's all heating up. There's so many things in the air, okay?
White can even just take that knight, maybe. And yeah, Wesley, so he's brought his knight. It looks like there's a pin. It looks like White's bishop cannot take this knight because the white queen would be hanging to the black queen. But then after the white queen drops, the white rook is going to spring up to the top of the board.
But he's missed it.
OK, but maybe this is good as well. I don't know.
OK.
OK, he's taken one of the black knights.
Oh, what an amazing resource that you highlighted there. Background
That would have kept things simple, but... maybe black could have defended an endgame. Here, black is a piece down, but look at the white king on this second row. It's under serious fire right now. Black is threatening to move the knight away and discover check against the white king.
Yeah, but the white king can just simply
step forward. Be brave here, Firouzja. That is the message from Ivanka. The white king can march forward out of this second row. Whoa, that takes nerves of steel, but
even
forced.
Move forward to one row. OK, so he's done it.
Yeah.
And
maybe there's no more threats. Anywhere the knight wants to check, it's covered by the white rook.
And you still have the idea that you mentioned, which is if the black queen leaves the bottom row, the rook will come up and give check to the king, and it will be just game over. OK, there is danger here because queen takes pawn is threatened, and that would be deadly. But I like... Is there any kind of snazzy move?
White's knight, I guess, can spring forward to the centre of the board, hitting the black queen and defending that important g4 pawn in front of the white king. You need to keep that guy under lock and key. You need to keep defending that.
Firouzja, taking a calm approach, just retreats with his queen.
Yeah, sensible. That is nice. Actually, that is kind of the maximum that white can hope for, just keeping maximum control there. And, OK, black's queen looking for a new avenue of attack.
But it's nothing.
No threat, though.
Nothing. And now I just think white will just move the bishop out of the way. Queen is going to come and give check on the bottom row, and it's just game over. There's nothing to do.
We're about to see Firouzja in the semi-finals. White is simply a bishop up for nothing, and white is the one actually getting to the black king first. Yeah, as you mentioned, Ivanka, white's queen coming up to the top, giving check. There's actually no sensible way to prevent that other than retreating the black queen. But if you start retreating, and if you're a piece down, it's going to end in disaster anyway.
Mm-hmm. Wow. 18-year-old Alireza Firouzja against maybe the best player throughout the tour.
And Wesley, so has he resigned?
Yeah, it looked like it.
Looks that way from both players' cameras. I think Wesley So has resigned. It's a hopeless position anyway, so it would make sense. But Firouzja, he's not celebrating yet, so we can't celebrate. We can't kind of take that result into account either yet. OK, it looks that way. It must have happened that way.
Yeah.
Wesley with no time either.
I do think we have a winner, and I think it's 18-year-old Alireza Firouzja. Wesley, so he looks a little bit resigned. Firouzja has his camera stopped. I would love to see a celebration from the 18-year-old. What do you think he's feeling right now, David?
He'll play it cool. He'll play it calm. He knows there's other big challenges ahead, but inside he's going to be thrilled. He's going to be on top of the world.
Let's take a look at this fantastic blitz game by Alireza Firouzja, securing him a spot in the Aimchess US Rapid semi-final.
Yes, and it was actually in this position where he clinched the win for Firouzja. Wesley So is a couple of pawns down. It's difficult for black. He could have at least won one of the pawns back, though, by simply capturing here with his rook, and the fight would go on. It's good for white, but still some work to do. Instead, So here, instead of taking this pawn, he jumped in with his knight, and this is where Alireza showed nerves of steel. This is why he's regarded as a future world champion, potentially. He just took this black knight. It looks super scary after black's knight took a pawn, but he said, OK, my king's going to hide in plain sight, the king stepping forward, and this was the killer blow. This was the final touch to keep keep the king nice and safe on this square, protected by its knight. There's no more checks. The black knight cannot go anywhere to give check. For example, if it tries to go to the centre of the board, it just gets captured by a rook. And if we fast forward to the final position, we see that white's king, super safe, no more checks, and it's just game over. Wesley So decided to resign.
How impressed are you, Ivanka, with the 18-year-old?
Oh, I mean, I'm incredibly impressed. Yeah. I mean, what can I say? He came back and he managed to just, I'm a bit speechless, actually, because, you know, it looked like everything was going his way and then he had a huge setback. And then it looked like Wesley So was taking charge in the tie breaks. But Firouzja fought on. And what can I say about this last game? He picked his opening perfectly. Yeah. And it just was ruthless and efficient to the end. Wesley almost had no chance.
We are hoping for a comment from Alireza Firouzja, but now let's take a look at the final results from the quarterfinals in the Aimchess US Rapid. Vladislav Artemyev, after 4 games today, eventually did win the quarterfinal against Lenia Dominguez, and he will face there he is, Alireza Firouzja. Not Wesley So. We're so used to having Wesley So win in the quarterfinals, but it is Alireza Firouzja after tiebreaks to make it through the semifinals to face Vladislav Artemyev, and then Levon Aronian after 3 games today. He won it against Shakhriyar Mamedyarov to make it to the semifinals and face Magnus Carlsen, who was dominant against Jan-Krzysztof Duda. 3 games yesterday, 3 games today. The world champion is ready for the semifinals. And yep, here it is. After those tie breaks, a draw in the first game. Wesley So with the white pieces in the first blitz game. Alireza Firouzja showing no mercy in the second blitz game with the white pieces. And here we have the winners. Artemyev to face Firouzja in the semifinals. Aronian to face Magnus Carlsen in the semifinals. Ooh, this is going to be interesting. So first of all, David, Artemyev, Firouzja, who do you hold as a favourite?
Actually, I think this is completely 50-50. Yeah. Artemyev, he's so good in the tour. He's only played 3 events and always got at least to the semi-finals. But Firouzja seems to be in great form, especially as he showed here against Wesley. And
Firouzja, Alireza Firouzja is joining us now. Huge congratulations on making it to the semis.
Thank you very much.
What a tense day this must have been like. What has it been like for you?
Yeah, it was crazy. Like, yeah. I'm not gonna lie. He had me in the first half, but first half of the match. But the second half, okay. The blitz. I mean, the first game it was crazy, and then after I managed to save that game, then okay, the second game he played this Petrov, but I had a very comfortable position.
Of course, when Wesley was able to make that comeback in the Rapid, were you getting nervous or heading into the Blitz, or did you feel confident?
No, of course. At that point, I was very sad, and I couldn't imagine I win the Blitz match, but yeah, okay, it happened suddenly in this second game. Yeah.
Yeah, congratulations, Alireza. And now you're through to the semi-finals. You're going to face Vladislav Artemyev. What's your history like with him?
I think we are very close also in classical game, I think. So I don't know. He's a very young player. He will not be tired, so we will see. I think it's going to be fun. And we played a lot of games online in the Blitz, Bullets, so I know him very well, and he also knows me very well.
All right, so can you reveal a little bit what you think will be your strategy tomorrow?
I think I'm going to prepare and hope for the best.
Yeah, all right. And what does it mean to you to be in the semifinals here?
It means it's very good feeling because it's first time I'm playing this. But also, it's going to be very close to Norway chess. I have mixed feelings, but okay, I will make it work somehow.
Yeah. When do you plan to travel up to Stavanger to play Norway chess?
I don't know. I think in 5th of September after the games we have to go, I think. I don't know. I didn't decide yet.
Yeah. Well, we do hope you make it to the final, though. It would be fantastic to see you there. So what will you do now, maybe tonight and maybe tomorrow then, to prepare for the first day of semis?
Yeah, I'm going to check out his games, and I think he had a very close match also against Dominguez. So I'm going to check out his games, and we will see tomorrow if I am in a good shape or not.
All right, we are definitely looking forward to it. Huge congratulations again, Alireza, and good luck tomorrow in the semis.
Thank you.
Thanks for joining us. Wow, okay, he is ready for the semifinals, Alireza Firouzja. And I did ask David about this one. You thought it was 50-50. So I'm also going to ask you about Magnus Carlsen versus Levon Aronian. Yumaka, who do you hold as a favorite?
You know, I would traditionally say Magnus Carlsen, but I do remember that in their last encounter, it was Levon Aronian who was the one that was absolutely dominant. Magnus didn't have a hold on him. And Magnus himself actually said that Aronian just seems to be getting better and better at this format. So I'm going to say 60-40 in Magnus Carlsen's favour.
Oh, it's going to be so much fun. It's going to be epic, and some epic successes in the semi-finals. Today has been about epic failures in the question of today.
And I have to say, first of all, thank you to everyone for sharing their very unfortunate stories. And before I announce today's lucky winner, I'd just like to share with you 3 answers that we really liked. Worksman99 says, another one for you. While I was speaking with a friend about Madrid, I was also booking a ticket to Oslo without realizing it. Booked a ticket to Madrid instead. Didn't realize I did that until 2 days before the travel date. And EW says, don't get drunk among chess player friends. Epic fail, absolutely. And Akash said, earlier this year, I bought everything ranging from yoga mat to protein bars and powder. Also got gym membership, but never went a single day. I consider this as my epic fail. Been there, done that, Akash. I'm with you. But today's winner goes to VAR, whose biggest fail had to be when they thought they had sent an email to their boss discussing what we should do on one of their cases. Instead, they quickly realized that they emailed strategy and smack talk. No, directly to the other side. Talk about embarrassing. That is an epic fail. So VAR, you are today's lucky winner, and congratulations.
Yeah, huge congratulations. And we're looking forward to epic semi-finals coming up tomorrow. Magnus Carlsen against Levon Aronian, Vladislav Artemyev against 18-year-old Alireza Firouzja. Better get some good night's sleep and some rest before the drama starts. We hope you guys will be back tomorrow. Have a good one.